my lovely, lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Redcon 404, the one and only, truly. 10-letter name, Aska, Ixdrums, Intentions Nasty, Uncle Gumball, Philly Wonk, Baphomet, Dad, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Joey Ravioli, Skullsy, Furcifer, Thick Boy, Sophie, Ashmar, Token Brazilian, Lady Kelgana, Carbon Coal, Vines, Time Arena, Witch Night Melody, Fun Bun, Electo, EB the Purple, Benifer the Potato, Elk Owl, Dad, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Vox Syndicate Vines, Bill Portley, good to see you again, Saul Gracchus, Punk Corpse, Posadas John, Jazz Dog, Marceline Flowers, Vox Syndicate, Eddie. You guys want to see my new shirt? Take a look at this shit. Jessica Metal, Captain Eve, Sprodman, Baphomet, I remembered, Angel Brat, Electo, Joey Ravioli, Sturquilinus, Laia King, and from the YouTube chat, we have Marceline, Eddie Spencer, Valhalla Vidia, Lillian, Shannon Williams, Dank Prol, Neb, Espen M, Ivy Evans, Shannon Williams, Nachtalb, Cummy Nipples, wow, nice one, Mesmerized, Melchior in the Void, Jolliver, Leanne Scott, Eddie Spencer, Sunny Joe. God, YouTube chat is so active these days. Theos, Hannah Angelina. You know what we need to do? We need to add some spice to YouTube chat. I need to get the YouTube chat bot up and running, and then we need to add more emotes so that YouTubers can have all of the, or not all, but so that the YouTube chat can have some of the cool stuff that we have on the website. Mama's getting popular. Oh yes, Mama is getting popular, and that's only going to continue as long as we keep on this path. Chatbots allow us to do some pretty cool things. We can do polls in YouTube chat now, which is pretty cool. For example, watch this. I'll just do one right now. Did you remember to be based and press like? Ask the community. Look at that. Were you based and did you remember? We can start winding down the music now, I suppose. We basically welcomed in everybody. Don't forget to press like if you're here. I got the soundboard a little bit fixed. I have a lot of work coming up. We're gonna talk about that here in just a minute. Philly Wonk with the tier 1 sub, thank you very much. There exists no lower form of gnosis than drama. Not gonna stop me from gobbling that shit up though. Well listen, drama can be fun to talk about. And sometimes it's even necessary to talk about drama. And one of the things I've always liked to do is try to make the drama segments as productive and educational as possible. Yeah, so, you know, but I try not to overdo it. I really do. Yeah. Dojo salute. I was doing a dojo salute, yes. Oh God, that made me cringe. Actually though, I wanted to talk about that a little bit. Aw, good dog. Good dog. Seems like you are a good dog. We have a lot to talk about today. My goodness, we have a lot to talk about today. But as all of you who've been here before will know, the first hour or so of my stream is the warm-up. I warm up my voice. We talk about random stuff. Sometimes I go on really interesting rants that end up becoming video segments, but there's nothing ever really hard, hard planned for these segments. This is for the true fans. The opener is for the people who really, really love the mama content. And as it turns out, there's more and more of you every day. Gonna boost the same thing that someone suggested to look at one day, stuff happening with the Atlanta forest. Yes, I will be talking about that at some point in the near future. I was not prepared to do it today because I have a backlog of stuff that we need to get through before it falls out of everybody's head. And so we're gonna do some of those things today. But yes, we do need to talk about the Atlanta forest. For those who don't know what people are referring to, there was an attempt to clear a large forest in Atlanta, and a number of environmentalist forest defenders basically chained themselves to trees and various other things. Now, during the protest against the clearing of this forest, the police killed somebody. Yeah, that's right. The police actually killed one of the protesters. And then, after the killing of the protesters, they decided that they would continue by arresting every single protester involved with the protest and charging them with domestic terrorism charges, which is certainly a decision. Let's put it that way. That is certainly a decision that was made. Now, there's a whole lot more to the story that I would like to talk about in the near future, but we're not going to do that today because I don't have that prepped, and I want to make sure that I'm able to do it justice. Yes, indeed, a cab. Yeah, isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting how we have the literal First Amendment in the Bill of Rights? The First Amendment to our Constitution is our right to free speech and protest, and yet every single cop treats protest as if it's a crime. Isn't that so odd? It's literally enshrined in the Constitution. It is one of the most ironclad pieces of the American constitutional, like sort of constitutional myth. And yet, every protester in America is genuinely treated like a criminal, or worse, like a terrorist. Is this connected to Cop City? I believe, yes. I believe the forest was being cleared to build what is so-called, what has been called Cop City. It's a massive police, hyper-militarized police training center, which is part of the reason why this forest has gained so much attention and there were so many people protesting it. Yeah, it's really bad. Shannon Williams says, I have big feelings and people are really kind to me, especially other queer people. Well, that's a good thing. See, that's one of the things we try to foster in this community, I've always said this in the past. I always say this in the past. I've always said this in the past, but I am supposed to be the meanest person in this community, okay? That's it, me. I'm the limit. I'm the meanest one. Everybody, the rest of the community is supposed to be nicer and more well-behaved than I am, okay? Does that make sense? See? I'm the ultimate limit. I'm the limit, okay? You don't cross how mean I would be. Otherwise, what the hell's going on, man? So, 10-letter name with the incredibly generous 6 gifted tier 1 subs. I got you up on my TV to body double for me while I clean my house for a house inspection. Thank you for allowing me to clean. You're very welcome. Sturquilitis with the $10. I really want to get 1312 on my knuckles, but we live in such a cucked society. I'm afraid my bootlicking community will notice and reject it for me. Maybe you could come up with your own code that doesn't have to be exactly like that, but when people ask about it, you can tell them what it means. You could probably get something that doesn't, you know, this is one of the beauties of art, and one of the reasons why the left sometimes has an advantage is that we can communicate very creatively through art. We're all as far as things go, the left is very creative, and that means we can get really creative with our messaging. It's cool. We can avoid their weird attempt to choke out all culture. Yeah. No, art is when statue look like Greek Chad. Oh my God, listen, that thing has been going around like nothing. That dude's been getting clapped. Not that it really matters, because I'm sure that's kind of what he was aiming for anyway, but you know, it is very silly when people behave like that. Did I miss a dono? Did I miss a dono? Apologies if I missed one. Draco System with the $5. So this is local politics for me, but I do find it interesting. Oh, New Mexico official grateful after candidate is arrested in shootings. Huh. I will have to take a look at that. Wait, I did open this. Sorry about not reading that. I apologize. It looks like I clicked it, but I didn't properly read it. Thank you very much. Genuinely appreciate that. I actually had it open. I don't know. I must have clicked it, but just brain skipped on that. Hey, thank you for joining as a member. Both Joestar and Cummy Nipples have joined as members of the channel. Thank you so much. Happy to have you. Very happy to have you. Mama's a little broke this month. It's been an expensive month. Christmas followed up by 3 days of mod streams, plus bills just came. So if you want to help out, now's the perfect time so that I don't have to panic as much, because goddamn has this month been expensive. Let me just say that much, okay? I am not poor, I'm just broke, if that makes sense. So, you know, I hope you all know the difference. I am not poor because I live with a bunch of other people who all help me, and I don't ever have to really worry about, at least for the moment, I don't have to worry about being housing insecure or anything like that anymore. I was at one point in my life for quite a while, but not anymore. But if you want me to not be broke, especially because I'm about to redesign this goddamn set. That's right. That was one of the first things I wanted to talk about today. What a perfect segue. What a perfect segue. This is the last stream that the Impmas tree is going to be up. It is about time that we sort of pack up the Impmas festivities and begin the new year in full. And the tree is getting very, very dried out. So I'm gonna take it down after this stream. This is the last stream we're gonna be hanging out with the Impmas tree, so enjoy it. It was a beautiful year. We got some new ornaments this year, which was really, really nice. And next year, I'm sure we'll get even more. It's been incredible. So that means Impmas is officially over today? Yes, Impmas is officially, at least for as far as I'm concerned, going to end tonight. But that's okay. We've had our fill of festivities, and it will be around again next year. Are we finally transitioning into fuck you, it's January? Yeah, we are. See, that's the cool thing about celebrating Impmas into January. See, we carry Impmas on a little longer so that we have a shorter fuck you, it's January than everybody else. Isn't there a specific day for removing the tree in Christian lore? But yeah, but who fucking gives a shit about that? Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that shit. I don't give a shit about that. That's dumb. Yeah, fuck you, it's a year. That's how I feel sometimes. So that's the first thing I wanted to talk about. The second thing I wanted to talk about is that I'm going to be rebuilding the set. So since we're taking down the tree and we rebuilt the set for Christmas, I'm not just going to be returning the set back to where it was before Christmas, before Impmas. We are actually going to be totally reworking the set. So there's probably going to be a mild disruption to the normal streaming schedule. As you know, that happens from time to time as I rework my set. Don't worry about it. I'll be back. There's going to be tons of videos to go up, so you will get your fill of Mama. Just know that I'm going to be coming back with a banger set. We've got some really cool ideas we're working on. It's probably going to be even better than this one was. And I'm pretty proud with this set, to be completely honest. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here completely, but I will say I unironically think that this set is one of the best streaming sets in the fucking business right now. I don't have any of my own merch, which is kind of a shame, but I'm very, very proud of my set, okay? I really, really am. But it's gonna be even better. You guys have no idea. One of the things I really wanna do with my stream is take the set design to a next level that most streamers do not care to do, but I do. So, yeah. Acelaces says, the DM experience has grown and refined so exponentially compared to streamers with a comparable length of run. Yeah, that's right. That's because that's the fucking demon power. That's the demon power I'm talking about. Hell yeah. And yes, this year we are going to be getting Demon Mama merch. It's going to be, I believe we're going to start with some stickers and a patch and some things like that. And then we are going to try and get our first piece of clothing out. And as I said before, my goal is to make clothing that is very, very comfortable, that's not scratchy or fades very easily. I want very high quality clothes that you can wear where you won't feel like you're a walking advertisement, but you can still rep that you are one of the imps. And it's a pretty cool thing to be an imp these days. Even though our community is still growing, our immediate community is still growing, we are famous on this corner of the web. I mean that, we're actually famous on this corner of the web. Now, I am infamous, and you all are very well known. There are a lot of very, very well-established creators that know about the imps because you all are so cool, which is fucking awesome. So, I think it's only fitting that you should be able to represent that you're a part of a sick-ass community. So, let me read some of these messages that I missed while I was ranting about that. Hey, Vermin, great to see you. It's so good to see you. And yes, it has been absolutely a very, very pricey month. Christmas is always really pricey. I bought a lot of gifts this year for people, which felt good, but also makes me broke. So, you know, that's how it goes. Elk Owl with the $5. All the D&D OGL news has been really motivating me to work more on my own TTRPG project. I'll be getting ready for my first playtest in the coming season. Elk Owl, that's awesome. Congratulations. There is a lot of hunger for small, independent projects, and I'm glad to hear that you're going to be one of them. Aska says, let me see what this is. This is a link. Oh, yes, true! Fucking true! I'm not gonna show this on stream because it won't make any sense to anybody else. Actually, well, fuck it, who cares? I'm showing it on stream. Here we go. The fact that pathologic people, wait, hold on. The fact that pathologic people are so horny for Daniel's garter socks is very funny to me. I'm noticing widespread patterns here. The gloves and the garters are hot, okay? Why, thank you for reminding me that I wanted to make this. Pathologic fans, Disco Elysium fans, being horny for leather gloves. Fucking true. Fucking true. Absolutely, unbelievably true. Jessica Metal says, I can vouch for the quality of the fabric that White Forest uses for merch. Talk to them when you want to start doing merch. Oh yes, I will, don't you worry. First bit of Demon Mama clothing merch just dropped. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure, I remember this meme. I fucking remember this meme. Yeah, sorry. Unfortunately, I have a feeling we might get fucking landed in copyright prison for that one, all right? Jesus. Vermin says, we have vet bills piling up. Pigeon's HCM screening was $550. Fuck! Then we have a dental appointment for Artemy that's gonna be $400. Yeah, pets are expensive. Yes, they are. Pets are expensive, it's true. My God. Remember when you ruined everyone's eyes with this one? I love this meme. This is a great pathologic meme. This one, I get so much use out of this. I use this meme all the time. Straight up, it's so good. It's so fucking good. And it only really, it's funny. The cool thing about this one is that it's super funny even if you don't know what the story of Pathologic is, but once you play Pathologic, it becomes twice as funny. It's already funny because of just how visually good it is. Have you seen Vosh's new cat? Yeah, it's so cute! It's named after a Pathologic character, Daniil Dankovsky. What a cute cat. What an absolutely adorable little goblin. I have to say, yeah, here, I'll just show the picture. Here, you guys can all enjoy. I'm sure that most of you who are interested in this sort of thing have already seen it. But if you haven't, look at this fucking cute kitty. Look at this fucking cutie. Wow, what a great kitty. Just so cute. Little goblin. I love animals so much. Animals are so cool. They're so sick. Did I get the email from Happy Healthy Vegan yet? I haven't, but I didn't check my email today, so I'll check tonight, and if not, I'll shoot an email over to Happy Healthy Vegan if I can. Thank you. I'm sure that would be a very, very interesting conversation. And the cutie is brain damaged. Aren't we all? Aren't we all just a little brain damaged? Literally, it's just true. It's how we are. You gotta be loving towards those who have a certain amount of brain damage. Everybody does, okay? It's just true. So, oh yeah, I wanted to talk about something else. Recently, many of you were probably here for it. I did a big talk about Hannibal. I have now finished Hannibal season 3, which is the final season of Hannibal, and I fucking loved it. It was It was great. It wasn't as good as the second season. The second season is really where the show is at its absolute peak, but it was very, very good. And oh my God, I really enjoyed it. I don't have as much to say about the third season because I said most of what I loved about the show in the second season, and they just sort of carried that forward, which is, just for those who weren't there, the show is incredibly critical of institutionalized justice, of institutionalized psychiatry, institutionalized medicine, and it is highly critical of the idea of sane versus insane. In fact, one of the things that the show draws a lot of attention to is the idea that nobody perceives Hannibal as insane until it's too late. While they immediately assume that Will Graham, who is a beautiful angel of a character, I absolutely love Will Graham. He is arguably the most, like, I mean, he's the protagonist, so obviously they usually do a thing where in most shows the protagonist is supposed to sort of be the moral ideal of the show. Yeah, he's so good. Will is so incredibly good, and he's treated like he's crazy and insane from the moment the show begins, just because he's autistic, and that is explicit in the show. In the show, it is very explicit that he's autistic, and they talk about it all the time. This is also present in the books because I've been reading the books as well, but it is the show is where it most shines. That sort of message of of drawing attention to the way that we categorize sane people versus insane people, and how that is used not in any way, not actually to help anyone, but to strip agency, and that a lot of the people who are in the business of declaring who is sane and who is insane are doing so for their own personal benefit. In fact, there are 3 different psychiatrist characters in the show. No, 4, sorry. 4 different psychiatrist characters in the show, all of whom abuse the people that are put in their care in different ways. And it just spends a lot of time showing how this is a structure that is designed to assert a certain worldview, that that institutionalized psychiatry doesn't actually help people feel better. It asserts worldviews. It is a way of controlling action and deciding who is good and who is bad versus actually helping people or anything along those lines. Shenanigans. Oh my God. Shenanigans with the incredibly generous $50. I am Shannon. Thank you so much for helping me believe in myself. I ripped out the rod in my brain that wanted me dead. Healing is coming along. You were totally right. They is a favorite pronoun. Thank you. You're very welcome. Just remember, I can only serve as a catalyst. I can only serve as a piece of inspiration. You are the one who's done all of this. I want you to remember that. Thank you very much for supporting the show, genuinely. Thank you so much. Did you watch any of the movies yet? Yes, so let me talk about the movies real quick. Vermin with the $50. Give Demon Mama money. She has more pets to take care of than I do. That's true, technically. Although, actually, you might have me beat on lizards, but my pets are uniquely expensive. That is true. Thank you so much, Vermin. Oh, also, Vermin, sometime in the next week or so, I gotta swing by your place and drop off all your gifts. I have a pile of gifts for you and Ian and Conyer. Yeah. So, let me talk about the movies real quick. Let me talk about the movies real quick. So, we did, okay, so on just the other day, 2 days ago, I watched, Manhunter, which is a Michael Mann movie from 1986, which is an interpretation of Red Dragon, which is, I know this is gonna be confusing. It's like cinematic universe stuff. So the original book trilogy, book quadrilogy goes Red Dragon, Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal, Hannibal Rising. And Hannibal Rising is like a prequel. And there have been a lot of media interpretations of the Hannibal series. The first the first one was Manhunter by Michael Mann. It's the same P.O. box. Yes, it is, Shenanigans. It's the same P.O. box. We've kept the same P.O. box, and please never be ashamed. You can shoot me an email about stuff like that anytime. Manhunter was super, super, super interesting. It was weird. It was very different. I had already seen Silence of the Lambs. I saw Silence of the Lambs when I was younger, then I saw it again in film school, and I've seen it, I think, at least one other time, but we watched both Manhunter and we watched Silence of the Lambs on Thursday of this week. Both are fantastic movies in very different ways. Manhunter is weird. Manhunter is one of Michael Mann's earliest movies, and it shows in some ways, but in like endearing ways. There are some very weird like editing decisions. There's actually editing mistakes in the film, which is not something you see like as obviously anymore. And I actually find that quite endearing when there's like editing mistakes in a film. It just goes to show that like it was a very different time. Movies had a different level of scrutiny on them, and they didn't have 900 you know, passes before the final product was released. But in addition to that, there's a lot of really good performances. Will Graham is played by the same actor who played Grissom in the original CSI, which is like awesome and totally fits. And he does a great Will Graham, but he does a very different Will Graham from the book. He does a very different Will Graham from the TV show. And of course, I don't know if Will Graham even appears in like, I don't think Will Graham ever appears in any of the newer Hannibal movies, I guess. But he does a really good job. Yeah, Edward Norton, yeah. I remember people on Tumblr being super horny for Hannibal, and that one guy on Tumblr. Oh, yeah. I should say, okay. Hannibal, the TV show, the one that I was talking about, like the thing that I was talking about most, was that show is incredibly horny. Okay, I don't want to give out explicit spoilers, but it is about as explicit as it gets. In the second to last episode of the show, there's a conversation that Will has with another character where where Will is literally just asking if Hannibal is in love with him. And the answer, of course, is yes. But they like literally just look at the camera and don't give you an answer to the question. They're like, is Hannibal in love with me? And he's like, yeah, it's an incredibly, incredibly gay, incredibly horny show. Oh, it's okay. It's actually not paywalled. Oh my God, this is cute though. This is a Dulce, a painting by a 17-year-old fan. That's actually awesome. I love this. This is so good. Here's the original. Kathleen Palmer Sr. submitted her Cubism painting. She based her Cubism style off a television show she's currently watching. Kathleen won. Her painting will be on display in the U.S. Capitol. Well, worthy. Yeah. They totally know. They totally got it. Kathleen Palmer totally nailed it. Got gay fan art into the Capitol building. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. That's absolutely amazing. Oh yeah, and then last, it's funny, I guess I've been on a bit of a crime movie kick, because last night I watched the film Zodiac, which was the movie, when was it from? Let me make sure I got this right. 2007, with Jake Gyllenhaal, Robert Downey Jr., Mark Ruffalo plays one of the main characters. And and Zodiac is actually, I actually enjoyed the movie. I had some issues with it, but one of the things I could not complain about is it had a fantastic soundtrack, and the cinematography was fantastic. I don't know how I feel about the pacing of the story itself, because part of it, like the story felt like it kind of wanted to be a documentary, but also needed to be a dramatization, and the movie ends very abruptly. Very abruptly. It's just like it ends, and it has like one of those things that they never do it in movies anymore, but they used to, where they put like a wall of text that tells you what actually happened in the real world at the end, you know? It's like, after the events of the film, etc., blah, 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 went up and did this and did this and did that. And it's just like, ooh, that kind of sucks. But I mean, that's kind of the problem with making real crime movies. And also part of the reason why I enjoy Hannibal so much, because Hannibal is not like it's not trying to monetize an actual murder. It's trying to talk about the subjects around it without like being a vulture. Yeah. I have some problems with true crime. Not to go on a huge tangent, but I grew up watching a lot of true crime. My grandmother was a huge fan of crime media, and my mother was a huge fan of like court TV, of crime media, but like real true crime media, the predecessor to what we now know as true crime. True crime now is like a gigantic industry, but previously there were a couple of channels that people sort of fixated on. And when I was younger, I watched a ton of true crime, and in fact, I got scared a lot by that shit. Even though it's like framed as news reporting, something you should know about like crime media is that it is not news reporting at all. It wavers between horror, like where they're trying to scare you, and glorification, where they're basically trying to convince you that the serial killers are actually hot and sexy and crazy. It is not, I have a lot of issues with true crime as a genre. And one of the things that I have the most problem with is the sort of disgusting exploitation of victims. And interestingly, Hannibal actually talks about this. Not a whole lot, but it talks about it. It depicts it a number of times. There are a whole bunch of, every time there's a murder, there's a whole bunch of people, and one character in particular that is always trying to get in and buy the story of the person who was just recently traumatized. Hey AJ, hey AJ 20. Sorry, wow, I stumbled on that a lot. Sorry about that. Yeah. And yeah, so there's this is mainstream true crime, because I watch indie YouTubers who cover cases, major studio produced ones. I think there's problems with all of it. Like, so of course there's a big history of like, I mean, the Zodiac is one of those examples where the spotlight almost assuredly encouraged him to kill more. The Zodiac killer was obsessed with the public spectacle. And I remember learning about the Zodiac killer when I was younger. So like the movie, the arc of the movie was like no surprise to me, because I already knew what happened in the actual case from having watched it so much when I was younger. What's your political stance on serial killers? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? What's my political stance on serial killers? Wait, hold on a second. Are you trying to ask me if like I approve of serial killers? Wait, what? No, I do not approve of serial killers. Are you trying to ask me? Are you trying to ask me if I'm like for or against? Against, okay? I'm against the serial killers. Jesus. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Oh my dear God. Yeah, so, I only approve of cannibals. I don't approve of cannibals. I pointed out, excuse me, I'll have you know, in my last segment, I segued our discussion about cannibalism into a genuine question about consumption in general, which is I think is fair. I think that's fair. Is Jesus a serial killer? God is certainly a serial killer. I agree with that. If you believe in the Christian God, what are your favorite go-to vegan meals? I love like pad thai and peanut spinach a lot. I love like, okay, this isn't technically vegan, but I like tofu and fish broth because of course obviously there's fish in that. It's pescatarian, but it's certainly vegetarian. Let's see, I'm trying to think. I have never been able to successfully make seitan, but I've heard that seitan is really, really good. But I've never actually been able to do it, but I fucking love pad thai. Pad thai is like my go-to where I'm like, oh, I'll never be unhappy with that. Yeah. No, it's S-E-I-T-A-N. It's a meat replacement that is made with gluten. With like flour gluten. It's very interesting, but it's very difficult to make. You have to get it just right. It takes a lot of practice, and I have not been able to get it to work correctly. Vermin says, I saw a very cool cannibal history exhibit in a museum in San Diego. It was very interesting. Cannibalism was pretty commonly accepted by white people. They loved to consume dried brains, fat, and bones, or use them in medicine. That doesn't surprise me, even a little bit, unfortunately. Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me. Yeah, white people ate brown people, of course, because, well, I mean, as with serial killers, as with many things, it's a lot of the time about power. It is about a way of communicating and asserting and convincing yourself of your power over other beings. Yeah. So, again, like I said, if you believe in the Christian God is undeniably a serial killer. He is a mass killer. He is the ultimate killer, which is one of the points that Hannibal brings up in the show. But of course, that is not original to Hannibal. That is something that anybody who has actually studied the Bible will find out. That God, as the ultimate power, cannot murder. He cannot kill unrighteously. That because God is the source of all morality, anybody he kills is killed for a good reason. Anybody who lives only for a good reason. It is a very fucked up way of looking at things. Hey, we have a custom version. Listen. Okay, I like this. This is actually, this would not get us in trouble most likely. I do actually like this. I think it would need some quirks to fit on a shirt properly, but honestly, what if, imagine this. Imagine this shirt right here, but instead of this random demon's face, it's my face there. An all over print, you know, goes around to the back as well. Boom. But my face. There you go. There you go. That would take some work though, because all over prints are actually quite challenging. But I imagine there's somebody out there who would be able to help me design that. Uncle Gumbald says, did you find Gillian Anderson's performance boring or riveting in Hannibal? I thought she was great. Some people found her boring. Oh, I love Gillian Anderson. Like first of all, I love Gillian Anderson in basically everything that she's in. I thought her performance was very good. I don't think there was a performance in the show that I didn't like. Even Dr. Chilton. Dr. Chilton is a character in Hannibal who Doe described him as Foghorn Leghorn when he was first introduced in the show. And I completely understand where that comes from. His initial appearance is so over the top, that it's like, it's almost like a cartoon where I'm just like, what? What's going on? I say I'm gonna lock you in my insane asylum. It's so ridiculous. It's so over the top. But I actually end up liking him because one of the things that you find out about his character is that he's just like his core trait, his biggest flaw, Chilton's greatest flaw is that he is the most self-loathing person you can possibly imagine. The man motherfucking hates himself, but he won't admit it. He cannot acknowledge his own psychological failings, which is that he despises himself and he is incredibly insecure. He is like the embodiment of insecurity. Yeah, he's the warden of the Baltimore the Baltimore Hospital for the Criminally Insane. And he's also an evil person. He is almost assuredly a psychopath by almost every definition of the word, but because he is a functional and a person who has achieved a lot, he is regularly, over and over again throughout the series, put in a position of power, despite literally intentionally breaking his patients' brains with experimental psychological experiments. He's just given power by the state. He's just never, his power is never removed from him. Yeah. Anyway. He somehow seems more evil. I wouldn't say more evil, but at least as evil. Chilton is like, he's framed to be as evil as the killers, even though he technically never kills anyone. He doesn't murder anybody with his own hands. But his actions do end up torturing and leading to the deaths of tons of other people. Accidents, people would say, but they are, if he had not done his actions, those deaths would have never happened. So he is a killer. He's just a killer who can't own up to the fact that he's a killer. And Chilton is compared throughout the series to Hannibal. Hannibal is a character who is, in every single way, he knows exactly what he's doing. He literally, to the point that like the only way that he ever gets caught is because he confesses. Not to do too many spoilers. I know there's going to be little spoilers in here by accident, but yeah. Would it be ableist to call them nanners? No, maybe. I don't know. You tell me. Yeah. Uncle Gumbald says, oh, Gillian Anderson's character was originally offered to Angela Lansbury. The creator always had her in mind for the role. That would have been trippy as fuck. Wow, that would have been absolutely wild. I actually would love to see that version of the show. Too bad it doesn't exist. That would have been wild. That would have been super wild. Is this a Drama Mama stream? No, but it's gonna be similar to a Drama Mama stream once we get started. In that I'm going to be going deep on a thread of receipts. And yeah. Yeah, so it's not a Drama Mama stream. This is too serious of a topic for drama to be a Drama Mama. But it's going to follow a similar format, which is that we're going to be going through a lot of receipts, and then afterwards we're gonna cool off with some more chill stuff. Are you watching the video? What video is this one? Oh, shit. I didn't know that this came out. Danny, thank you for this. I didn't know that this had come out. Are we covering Keffals versus Bad Bunny? I can't. I can't cover Keffals versus Bad Bunny, at least because last I checked, all of the VODs were taken down. And I don't know why. Viet Pam 17, would you eat Hannibal's food? It would be hard to turn it down. I don't want to be a cannibal, but he doesn't, as we know, he doesn't always cook with human meat, not always. The VODs are members only, but I'm a member. But I'm a member. Well, you have to remember, if you're, wait, hold on. Let me defend myself here before everybody goes off on a fucking, before everybody goes off on a tangent on me. If you're at Hannibal's dinner, the one thing that is true about Hannibal across all versions of the media is that if he thinks that you're rude, he will kill you and eat you. That is one of his things. His main thing that drives him, besides his need to eat human flesh, is that he hates rude people. So if you have been invited to Hannibal's dinner, you're gonna probably eat. I didn't kill nobody, okay? I know that I didn't kill anybody. If Hannibal Lecter invites me to dinner, you better bet I'm gonna smile and eat some of that food. I will be the most polite person in the world. And also, he's a good cook. His food looks incredible. Have you seen any of it? Here's a link to it. Is this to the, oh wait, is this a link to the VOD? Ah, actually, I would love to react to this. Okay, I was hoping to be able to react to this today, but wow, we are really stacking up things that we need to react to. Okay, we're gonna have to get to work here soon, everybody. Everybody wants me to get to work. The food stylist on that show deserves millions. The good news is I'm sure they're probably doing very well for themselves. Hannibal was a very successful show. Can you do the Alex Jones impression? You want me to do my Alex Jones impression? Is that really what you're asking me right now? Are you fucking asking me right now? Are you telling me, you little fucking goblin in chat, are you telling me I should fucking do my Alex Jones impression just off the cuff? You think I can do that? I'm broke, motherfucker. Did you see what happened? The globalists took me for everything I'm worth. Sorry. Sorry. The globalists took me for everything I'm worth. If you don't help me now by buying Brain Force Plus, there is no way that we're ever going to get revenge on the globalists. But you want me to sit here and talk to you as Alex Jones, hawking my brain pills at you, while the globalists are out there fucking up your lives? Best of luck, Danny. Thank you for that link. Alex Jones and Beetlejuice are the same person. People say Beetlejuice, but the problem is that Beetlejuice and Alex Jones are almost the same. The only difference between Beetlejuice and Alex Jones is the region of their southern accent. Because Beetlejuice has more of a drawl, whereas Alex Jones is like a cultivated, you know, he's cultivated a specific accent for his show. But they're almost the same. They're so close. Oh yeah, and Beetlejuice does probably burp more. That's true. Did something happen to last stream's VOD? Yes, we had an issue. It has been re-uploaded now. So if you just go check the video list, it's in the playlist of the VODs. We had an issue with last stream's VOD and we had to take it down and oh my God, and re-edit it. How did I feel? Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about that. We have two more things I wanna talk about before we do the Andrew Callaghan segment. And then after the Andrew Callaghan segment, we're gonna talk about 3 different subjects, okay? Are you guys ready? First, we're gonna talk about Keffals Keemstar. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. I'm just gonna tell you my thoughts about it and I'm gonna listen to your thoughts and we're gonna have a little discussion about it. Then we're going to talk about the WhiteNervosa ChudLogic Nazi editor drama, which is a wild ride. So we're gonna talk about that briefly. And then the final thing we're gonna talk about today is Bad Bunny versus Keffals, which I'm very interested in. I have not seen that, but I have heard about it. People have been sending me saying, you need to look at it, you need to hear about this, and I will do my best to do that. I did hear about that, Killjoy. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. But yes. Yeah, so, true, Shannon Williams. Shannon Williams says, anybody who wants to hang out during stream, you should jump into the voice channels in the Demon Mama Discord. You absolutely should. We human critters can be pretty cool sometimes. We are cool, guys. It's really fun. It is really fun. Lots of people love to chat while they listen to stream, and you should do it. Is it okay to watch it? I don't know. I assume people said that it was just paywalled, so I could be wrong, but if we find out, we have time. I'm not gonna watch it yet. So if anybody here is like a part of, if anybody here is a part of Keffals community or, you know, is a little closer with Keffals, you know, then you can ask. If I'm not supposed to watch it, I won't. I'll be polite, but I thought that it was removed, but apparently people are saying it was just put behind the paywall, which is legitimate. I don't care if people want to do that. Yeah, if you want to pop over and ask her, sure, that's fine. But yeah, we have a lot of stuff to do today anyway, so. I heard about that, Somniostatic, but I didn't see anything. I only saw like a couple of tweets about it and almost nothing else, so I hope they resolved it. We have a lot of stuff to talk about, oh my goodness. Okay, so before we get into the main content of the day, there's, like I said, there's a couple more things I wanted to talk about. First off, the conversation with the Minecraft kid. I have received an absolutely unbelievable amount of positive response to that debate, to the degree that it actually made me feel really good. Like, people were like, thank you for taking patience with this guy. I actually learned a lot. I learned a lot about how to talk to people like this. I'm very, very proud of that conversation. And it wasn't, it's not like it wasn't bloody. There was definitely some banter and some insults thrown, but it ended up being a really, really good conversation. And actually, I ended up talking with that content creator for a tiny bit, a very little bit after stream. And I have a lot of hope for Acheeto. I'm not gonna lie, just to say, I do have hope. I get the feeling that he's very much in the commentary sphere, and that there are a lot of bad behaviors that are encouraged in the commentary sphere, one of which is that you mock first and you think second. I think that's a problem on YouTube as a whole, which is that people see something they're not familiar with and their first reaction is to mock it as opposed to try to understand it. I think that's an unhealthy mentality to have, but I also think it's a mentality that is actively encouraged by a lot of the spaces on YouTube. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is that like, I don't think that he's like a lost person forever. I don't think that he's like some sort of hardline Nazi or anything like that, not even close. In fact, I just think that he hangs out in a social milieu in which mocking people who are different is okay. And I think that you have to teach people that that's not okay. And I'm hoping that this conversation with him will help him do that. I really do. I know that like sometimes I've talked about this particular aspect many times on my show, but I'm going to talk about it again, which is the fact that on the internet you never know if you are talking to a bot. You never know if you are talking to a literal 14-year-old. And you do not know if you're talking to a celebrity on an alt account. You cannot, there's no real way most of the time to know who you're talking to on the internet. And the simple truth of the matter is, I'm not gonna be ageist here, but life is a journey. And the longer you spend on the journey of life, the more things that you're likely to learn. And young people haven't had much time to actually learn everything yet. So some younger people, like, I mean, this kid was 19. So some younger people are just straight out of high school and they happen to have, in this case, he happened to have a lot of success on YouTube in a community that is also very toxic. It can be very hard to learn alternative perspectives when you are like surrounded by that at all times. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean that it can be excused, but that it has to be challenged in a certain way. It's funny, actually. It's super funny that like we just had the discourse like 2 weeks ago, maybe 2.5. I can't even remember now, about the men in the left and the online right pipelines and all that stuff, because I imagine that a lot of people probably took my video that I made on that, and in fact I know because I read the comments. A lot of people said that I'm like trying to say that we shouldn't, that like you shouldn't coddle people, which is true to a degree. I don't believe you should coddle people, but I think that conversation proves that I know what I'm talking about, proves that I know that I'm very, very aware of the lines between people who can be talked to and people who can't. There are pipelines, there are environments that can trap people in, but also there are opportunities where you actually make a connection with somebody and you can actually help them rethink things, and they can actually give you information on things, even if they're not somebody you agree with. You can learn from them. Oh, well, that's not a sentence I expected to read, Peanut Butter Blondie. But yes. Punk Corp says, people bring up the meme of the left being like, it isn't my job to educate you and show you how to learn empathy. And that's true. It isn't anybody's job to do that. But I think you guys will acknowledge that my level of patience is very high. And it felt good to see people recognize that in the comments. It felt very, very good, in fact. But what I'm trying to say here is that I have a lot of patience. I have more patience than most people have. So I completely understand where people are coming from when they say, like, I can't educate every single right-wing dumbfuck who stumbles into lefty spaces and starts, starts shit. I can't, and you can't expect every person to be able to do what I did there. That's like, it took me literally 4 hours of my life to do that. And it required me to not look the other way, but to temper my frustration at this person who just made fun of me and made fun of autistic people and said that I was ugly and called me a bunch of names. I had to endure through that in order for the opportunity for this to happen. And that is not a rational or reasonable standard to put on the average person, especially to put on the average person just trying to enjoy themselves on social media. And this is part of the reason why I got so frustrated with that discourse, is because I am somebody who does do the educational thing. Even when I respond to videos like ChudLogic, I take the time to explain my arguments out so that people can understand them. And it actually annoys some people. Some of you all watch my stuff and get annoyed when I spend a lot of time reiterating basic concepts, but I do it anyway. And I don't know. I just hope that makes sense. I was very happy with the conversation in the end. I had a good time. It was funny. And I feel like I learned things, and I feel like, especially, I do feel like Acheeto learned things. And I should say something else. This part goes directly to Acheeto. Hey, Acheeto, by pure chance, I happened I was watching a episode of How to Cook That with Ann Reardon. How to Cook That is a phenomenal show, by the way, my lovely Imps. It is amazing. I cannot recommend it enough. And it's a huge, Ann Reardon has a huge YouTube channel. Ann Reardon actually featured one of Acheeto's videos in a segment about fake news. In the pink sauce video, there was a pink sauce debunking video, which was an amazing video, to be completely honest. And How to Cook That with Ann Reardon, your video was one of the ones that they found as an example of somebody just doing fake news. So be careful, dude. Please learn from this conversation. Learn to think first and speak second. Because if Ann Reardon was a mean person, Ann Reardon is not. Ann Reardon is like the nicest person on the planet. But if Ann Reardon was a mean person, that could have gone very, very poorly for you. And in fact, it could have even led you to getting in some trouble with YouTube. So please be careful. Please. Yeah. the pink sauce was a very controversial sauce that was made by a TikTok influencer. I learned a lot from Ann Reardon's video, which is that there were no actual examples of anybody getting sick or dying from the sauce. There were a lot of issues with the sauce, predominantly with the nutrition information was faked. There was no, like, it's very clear that they just made up nutrition information that wasn't accurate at all. But nobody got sick. There were no actual recorded incidents of anybody getting sick from it. Nobody died from it. And there wasn't even any actual recordings of it being spoiled while sealed. There were incidents where the packaging got damaged in transit, but that's hardly the pink sauce lady's fault. The pink sauce lady does have some issues. There's a lot of product inconsistency, or there was. It's now being created by somebody else. But I see big channels. I even saw Critical reporting, repeating fake news, repeating the idea that people got sick and died from the pink sauce, but actually nobody did. Ann Reardon went really far into it. Also, this is totally a tangent, but on that same subject, can I just say fuck Matt Pat? Matt Pat's food theory video on the pink sauce was fraudulent. Like, Ann Reardon proved that Matt Pat was an idiot in about 5 seconds. She literally was just like, Matt Pat, you just lied. Like, Matt Pat was like, you can't make the sauce at all. It's completely fake. She must be adding something else. And then Ann Reardon just did it on video in 5 minutes, recreated the sauce. It's just like, oh my God. Fuck, Matt Pat is like, God, fuck. But that's just a fake news theory. Yeah. Stone Zebra 666. I discussed it slightly earlier in the stream. I would like to do, I'm planning on doing a larger segment on it in the near future, but I mentioned it on stream. Thank you very much for reminding me of that. I don't have time to do it today because I have not prepped for that, and I want to make sure I have all the information on hand, but I do plan on doing it in the near future, so. Okay, all right, everybody. Last thing before we do the actual content. First off, before I even do that, give me them likes. Go down right below. It's just one click. Give me the like. If you're not subscribed, please press subscribe. And if you are subscribed, go check the bell and make sure that you have it rung onto all. YouTube is very finicky lately, and I've been hearing reports that YouTube is bumping people off of the all notifications. So if you're here, it takes 1 second, click the bell and make sure it's set to all so that you don't miss any of my notifications, because that would be a shame. I do great stuff for you all. Yeah. What's the sauce supposed to taste like? It's supposed to taste like ranch. It's like a slightly, it's like a ranch with fruity and spicy tones. It's like a spicy ranch basically. But yeah, that's the pink sauce. Somebody asked about pink sauce. Okay, so the last thing before we get into the actual content of the day is a comment. I have to read a comment. There's a comment that I absolutely need to read to you. It is one of the funniest comments that I've ever seen in my entire life. And I just really need to. Oh yeah, hold on. I'll go over the donos in just a second too. Oh, hey, wait, this is not it. Oh yes, it is. It started playing, but this is not it. Okay, I'm gonna read you a comment, okay? Hold on. Hold on, let me read the dono first. Oh, I missed it. Okay, God, I'm getting overwhelmed today. This is gonna be one of those days where my brain is all over the place. I don't know why, it just is. Let me bring this open. Hold on. Let me read the donos. Mr. Krabs with the $5. Here's the full trailer for the Super Mario Bros. Reboot. And also the Quivering got banned off of Twittering today, and he was begging Elon for Elon to cuck unban him. Wow, that is, whew. That is spicy. I'm very happy to hear the quartering is getting clapped again, and that he's on his hands and knees groveling like a worm. get fucked. The quartering is a piece of shit. Dr. Jaggy with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Boon of Tyrants with the tier 1 sub, thank you so, so much. Spectacular Snyderman with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Nuts with the tier 2 sub, it's okay to be a white name, Pepe, it is. Peanut Butter Blondie with the tier 2 sub, thank you so very much. And of course, Uncle Gumbald with the amazingly generous tier 3 sub. People Papers, maybe if I turn my name red, we'll make a better chance for blood. Papers Thonkers, make the hate watchers cry. Indeed, I will. And 10-letter name with the 6 incredibly generous gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you all very much for helping me not be broke this month. I spent a lot over Christmas, and I also paid the entire mod team a large sum of money. So thank you. I really, really do appreciate you making sure I could pay for things this month. Thank you so much. All right, real quick, this is a comment that I wanted to read for you guys, okay? This is so amazing, okay? And I want you to guess what video this is from, okay? Here we go. Oops. Here we go. So, motive matters unless a trans person's feelings are hurt? Stop saying the fact of the matter. You use it to artificially bolster claims you don't support. Go watch real intellectuals like Hitchens, William F. Buckley, Chomsky, or Sam Harris, and listen closely. You couldn't pass a high school philosophy class. Which is amazing, especially considering Sam Harris's recent work in being an insane anti-vaxxer, which is, yes, very intellectual. Super intellectual Sam Harris, who wrote one extremely racist book and then became a right-wing grifter. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible. Is this from the Acheeto debate? Nope. Hold on, I'm gonna give you all, I'll let you know. Are you guys ready? Take a look. It's right here. There's the answer for you. There it is right there. Of course. Of fucking course. Of fucking course it is. Go listen to a real philosopher like William F. Buckley. Oh God. Oh, incredible. Been more than 2 years now. It's been more than 2 years. So incredible. Anyway, what are your feels to grift the right to further the left? You can't actually do that very well. I should actually answer that question. Copioid Crisis says, what are your feelings about grifting the right to further the left? It's very difficult to actually do that because you have to understand that the right operates off of creating a never-ending echo chamber. If you are helping in that echo chamber, even if you are grifting, generally you're actually just contributing to the mob mentality that they need to do the violence that they want to do. And when I say that they want to do violence, I mean that 100%. There's a bunch of stuff that we're going to be going over soon, but I've already gone over some of this in the past. The current right-wing movements that people are getting radicalized into are extremely explicit. Recently at the Young Republicans Club in New York, there was a speech about how they are trying to bring the violence to the streets, how they are trying to bring people into the streets. They want to bring war to the streets. They want to bring war to all of the liberals around the country, all of the groomers around the country. So they require a feverishness that is only created by an incredibly loud, incredibly difficult to escape echo chamber. And so while I think it's funny to part right-wingers from their money, it's actually very difficult. The way that the right is set up, it's very difficult to do so without accidentally just helping them. Yeah. Yep. The GOP is a terrorist organization. I think that the GOP is one of the most evil organizations that has ever existed in the history of the world. Destroying the GOP as a political entity would be is tantamount to a free future. The planet will never be free if we cannot move past the GOP as it stands. I mean that. It is holding back the entire planet. The GOP is probably the single entity that is most responsible for the destruction of the planet Earth. I mean that in every single way. The GOP unilaterally supports oil infrastructure expansion. The GOP unilaterally has fought against every single major environmental reform. They have supported companies that literally pump forever poisons, forever chemicals into our water systems. They do not care. It is a organization of mass death, and there is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I would debate anyone to the absolute bones on this particular topic. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Ducky. I'd appreciate that. Okay, everybody. Let me get some water in me. I keep seeing this on Twitter, and there's no way it's real, right? Let me see. A teacher in Texas was fired after he gave middle school students an assignment full of racist and offensive slurs. No, there's no way this is true. There's absolutely no way this is real. There's no fucking way. There's absolutely no way. There's no fucking way. This has to be fake news. Here, I mean, I can show it to you. We won't be able to show this on stream any other time. Like, it just has the N-word. Also, it says trigger word scramble. It's too unhinged. There's no way. There's absolutely no way that they put trigger words on there. I just don't think it's real. I think it's fake. I call fake news on this one. It has to be fake. Did you watch the Zan bit about trans people literally trying to escape the US? Oh, I keep saying we're gonna do things. No, I didn't watch that particular video, but guys, shit's getting seriously bad here. There has been a slew of Oklahoma and Utah are currently in the process of completely banning HRT for people for adults, by the way, like up to the age of, I think they're going to like 26 in some states. It is absolutely off the rails, and I want to talk about it at some point, but I'm gonna be completely honest. I covered transphobia topics for like 2 months straight, and we need to talk about some other things for a while while we work on actual solutions to this, because if I just talk about and react to what is happening in the States every single time, it will burn everyone out. I want us to keep abreast of the news, but I can't devote my entire show to covering this shit because it will just destroy my morale and it will destroy everyone else's. We have to keep fighting without doing a daily news section on it. That's just how it goes. It's really bad. It's very, very bad right now. But yeah. Yeah. A lot of the focus right now, for those who are really interested in the topic, which is me, if you aren't keeping up with it on your own, there is a large focus on banning drag in public spaces. But you'll notice that in order to ban drag in public spaces, you then have to legally determine what constitutes drag. And once you start legally determining what constitutes drag, you have to start legally determining what constitutes women's clothes. Specifically is what they're fixated on. So in some states, they are attempting to legally define what a woman's clothes should be, which is actually how it used to be in the 1700s and early 1800s in the United States. that there were laws banning people from wearing women's clothing, even though at that time there wasn't really a very good set of case law to determine what women's clothing was. In fact, one of the most notorious occurrences in early American history was the tarring and feathering of a transvestite. There was a guy who lived his daily life most of the time as a man, and then he would occasionally wear mixed clothes. He would wear like half women's clothes and half men's clothes, and he got tarred and feathered for that, which is pretty fucked up. Why is the US regressing so rapidly? How is this even allowed anymore? Because what we are living through is we are living through what I like to call a reactionary seizure. The culture of America is seizing up and in fear and psychotic paranoia. They are reaching for they are reaching for what's being extended to them, which is the religions of yore. This happens repeatedly in American history. There have been a number of Christian revivals throughout American history. I think we are on the 6th or 7th one now, is what people would consider. But this is it is severely magnified by the fact that we live in the era of the internet, where kids can be fed content from Matt Walsh as their everyday entertainment, and their parents won't even know it. I don't know. Ajay says, Ajay20 says, how long do you think this period of reactionary seizure is going to take? I don't know, but we have to fight it, and we have to fight it very hard, or else it could be permanent or pseudo-permanent. It's the 80s, but with internet, yes, it is. It is very, very unfortunate. And we have to take that seriously. It's something I talk about on the show a lot, and that I will be talking about in the future. Baphomet, I will see you soon. We are about to talk about Andrew Callaghan. So, are we all ready? Are we ready to do this? Are we ready? I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to stop doing the random warm-up topics. We did a bit of an extra long warm-up. We need to do the Andrew Callaghan segment. Now, let me just wind up to this, I guess. My lovely imps, today on the show, we are going to be talking about Andrew Callaghan. Andrew Callaghan is a left-leaning content creator, formerly associated with a show called All Gas, No Brakes, formerly or currently associated with a show called Channel 5 News, and also currently affiliated with HBO for a show that I constantly forget the name of. It doesn't really matter all that much. That part doesn't really matter all that much. Now, as a warning, this section is going to have some pretty severe discussions of sexual assault and rape. This is so trigger warning, genuinely. If this is something that bothers you, please do not feel like you have to stay present. The purpose of this section is to get all of the information in one place, because Andrew Callaghan is an incredibly popular figure, and also appears to have been a very prolific practitioner of sexual violence. Let's call it that. We are going to go through as many of the receipts that I have been able to find. We're going to discuss it, and then we are going to wrap it off by reviewing. I already watched this on stream a couple of days ago. The apology/response video that Andrew Callaghan recently released. Now, this is a pretty fucked up situation. However, I want to say a couple of things before we get going. The first of which is, despite there still being a lot of Andrew Callaghan stans who are going about and defending Andrew Callaghan, disparaging the victims, and other things like that, I have to say that by and large, I think that the online left has responded quite well to this. And in fact, I think that the online left does a pretty good job, by and large, of responding to situations like this. And the reason I want to say this is because I want to point out that being a leftist does not make you immune to doing bad things. And being a leftist does not mean that somebody is intentionally intrinsically a good person. There are lots of ways that you can arrive on the left, and also some people just don't follow what they preach. They outwardly believe one thing and they inwardly behave a different way. That said, I think that as a general space, the lefty sphere is so much better at dealing with these sorts of things than basically any other space that you can think of, specifically than the right, obviously, which is, you know, the things that we talk about because American politics is polarized into more or less two political sides, broad political sides. The right, I want to compare the allegations that have come out against Andrew Callaghan and the response to Andrew Callaghan versus the allegations that came out against Matt Gaetz and the right's response to Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz is still in a position of power. Matt Gaetz has suffered essentially no major consequences socially for his actions. Matt Gaetz was involved allegedly, strongly allegedly, in the sex trafficking of a minor, and his Republican comrades more or less still embrace him. Of course, there is some quipping, of course, there is some insults, but Matt Gaetz is nonetheless in a position of power, and his compatriots in the right-wing MAGA movement still support him. This cannot be said about Andrew Callaghan. And Andrew Callaghan, to my knowledge, at least there is no confirmed evidence, at least that I've seen. I may stand corrected as we go through all of the evidence today. But as far as I know, has not been involved in any form of sex trafficking and has not been involved in any sort of sexual abuse of minors that I know of. But the reaction to Andrew Callaghan has been basically every person associated with him calling him out and taking his victims seriously, which I think that's a victory. I think that's something that we should take note of and that we should be proud of. There is a lot of conversations right now going on about the left being bad in this way, the left being bad in that way, all of the problems with the left. And of course, the left, when it is used as a incredibly broad boogeyman that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. However, to borrow the often opining about the left, I think this is something where we can look at the left and say, wow, the left did do a lot better. The left and leftism as a whole can never prevent bad things from happening in whole. Nothing can. There is nothing in the world that we don't, you know, we're not, no one, I should hope, is trying to build like a Minority Report type world where there's like psychic pre-crime and all of that stuff like that. I should hope. You wouldn't be I wouldn't argue you're a leftist if you believe in that sort of thing. However, what we can do is we can decide how terrible things that happen are handled. And I have to say that all in all, I'm pretty happy with the fact that major content creators on the online left have really taken Andrew Callaghan to task and also have been more than willing to give his victims, his alleged victims, a platform from which to speak and to make their voice heard. Lady, oh, hey, High Progressive, it's great to see you. Lady Kelgana says, it's very unfortunate to me that we've lost the potential good that Andrew Callaghan could do. He really wasted his light and it's altogether just sad. That will happen. Sometimes, a person can be a very, very skilled at a certain type of work. Sometimes a person can even be artistically and intellectually like talented to an unbelievable degree, and they're just a bad person. They're a bad person who can't be trusted with power of any sort of type. Andrew Callaghan, as we are going to see, seems to be one of those people, at least from what I can tell. And we're gonna get in, we'll make our final judgments at the end, of course. But Andrew, a lot of what we're gonna see here is examples of Andrew Callaghan using the small amount of fame that he has, which I say small because he's not like a Hollywood celebrity, but he does have a lot of fame, and he has a lot of fame, especially along the left. And he seems to be willing to use that to do harm to others for his own personal gain. Aj20 says, do you think it's still okay to watch Andrew's work? I never really think that like refusing to enjoy good things that have been made even by a bad person is like a I don't always think that's a good tactic. Like refusing to watch something because a bad person made it or whatever. I think there are times where boycotts, etc., can be very valuable to send a message, but like there's a lot of bad people who make a lot of stuff. And also, most of these projects are not truly solo projects. Channel 5 is not a solo project. He might be the, you know, the sort of leading man and the face of the brand, but there's a lot of other good people working on it. If there's stuff that you can still enjoy, sure, enjoy it. However, I think you should enjoy it with the knowledge in your mind of exactly what type of person you're dealing with. I know that I am like that with certain things. There are certain problematic media that I quite enjoy, that I think is valuable even, that I would even recommend to people. I mean, hell, I think for an example that's not quite the same, but is similar, I think Stanley Kubrick's work is fantastic. I will watch Stanley Kubrick's movies, even though there is no doubt in my mind that Stanley Kubrick was an abuser, that he abused his crew, that he just grossly abused his actors. Like, I mean, mentally and psychologically severely injured the people that he worked with. The way that he treated people was absolutely horrible. And nonetheless, I think that his work is not just good, but also valuable to film as a whole. I just don't buy into the idea that you have to be an abusive person to be a good person. It just sometimes happens that way. Oh, Alfred Hitchcock was even worse. Alfred Hitchcock one time actually like tortured one of his crewmates, one of his crew members. He had a crew member who had a drinking problem, and he got that guy extra drunk, and then he chained him up in the basement of a studio set and left him there overnight. And when the crew came in the morning, this crew member who had been drunk had vomited and shit all over himself because he literally could not escape. He had been chained up while drunk by Alfred Hitchcock. It's actually one of the most insane things, one of the most insane things I've ever heard. Yeah. He's a terrible person. And yet, his films are nonetheless valuable and incredibly useful and educational, in fact. Yeah, it's really, really bad. Yeah, people are bringing up all kinds of examples, of course. Let me get some water. So, I have been doing a bunch of research for this Andrew Callaghan, segment, and as far as I can tell, the most useful sort of jumping off point is going to be this thread right here. So this is a thread. Let me put the text back up. Andrew Callaghan. The full story. Here we go. This is a mega thread that has been going for almost 2 weeks now on the Channel 5 subreddit. And I have to give credit to the people who put this together, because there's basically no other single place that I've been able to find that does such a good job of putting them all together in one place. You will now see just how much they've put together here. Now there is quite a wide variety of things that we're going to be going over here, and we're going to be hopping over to other things from this thread, but I wanted to let you know that this is what we're going to be jumping off of for the most part. If you in chat are aware of something that is not in this thread that I may have missed, please feel free to bring it up and ping me in my chat as we go through this. I will try to review it to the best of my ability. Other than that, let's get started, okay? Oh, actually, I should say this. I am not going to be doing my typical promos and stuff like that throughout this section. So I'll do this before we get into the heart of it. If you are enjoying the video, just press like on the vid. That's all I need. I'm not going to be asking for donos or anything like that during this segment. I'm going to be focusing on this. And also, I will most likely be a little bit less immediately reactive to chat. So I apologize about that portion. But this is a pretty important topic, so I want to make sure that we're able to get through it. Okay, so the first story that we are going to be diving into here is the story of a woman named Caroline, okay? Caroline is the person who basically, as far as this particular chapter goes, ignited the series of allegations against Andrew Callaghan. And one thing I want to talk about with this is that because there's going to be a lot of people watching this, this is a very common thing to happen. When there is someone in power, it is very difficult to actually sort of come out and tell your story if you were harmed by that person. The best example of this, of course, is the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement, which focused initially on Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein was an incredibly powerful producer in Hollywood, one of the richest people in Hollywood, who abused a lot of women. I mean, we're talking just years of this. And while people did come out at various points, many of them were completely buried and had their careers destroyed. And their stories didn't always end up catching any sort of mainstream eyes. And this happens a lot. It's actually surprising how long a lot of people can keep these stories under wraps when they're in a position of power or when they have a lot of influence. So what you end up seeing sometimes is that when one person gets an allegation that manages to reach mainstream attention, or at least manages to gain a lot of attention, that you will see other people come out in the wake of that. And that's a good thing. This is called emboldening. If you see someone standing up for themselves, you are much more likely to be willing to stand up for yourself, even if the consequences will still be the same. And the reason for that is because there is an understanding that you will be seen, that you won't be alone, even if there's repercussion and retaliation. Then the fact that there are other people there means that you won't be alone in receiving that, in dealing with that retaliation or whatever. Some people, let's say those who are more charitable or perhaps even defenders of Andrew Callaghan or other similar abusers, will say that it's a bandwagon. But this is not true. It is not charitable. It is not accurate in any way to say that people are bandwagoning on accusations that could end up destroying their lives. While it is true that false allegations exist, and in fact, false allegations do happen to all kinds of people, the fact that people come out in like one after the other when there's one person whose call out reaches a level of strength is not evidence of false accusations, not even close. And I wanted to make sure that I got this out of the way at this moment, because we're going to see that the dates on these are all very close. They all happen in rapid succession. Yeah. So yeah. I just wanted to make sure that people who are coming into that understand what I'm talking about and my rationale on this. It is very common for this to happen, and it does not, a number of allegations coming out in close proximity does not in any way indicate a lack of trustworthiness of those allegations. So, let's continue. Caroline's story. On January 5th, TikTok user Cornbread Casserole, real named Caroline, posted a TikTok accusing Andrew of sexual coercion. In a later Rolling Stones interview, she states that she first met him at a dive bar called The Benz in St. Petersburg, Florida, and came up to him as a fan. At the time, he was with a woman who appeared to be his girlfriend. After DMing each other a few months later, March 2021, the two agreed to meet up again at the same bar. She assumed the meeting would not be sexual, as she thought he had a girlfriend. She says that once at the bar, however, the vibes changed, with him seemingly trying to impress her. He bought her lots of drinks and tipped a server heavily, saying, "Did you see that I tipped him $100? She also later felt as if Andrew had been trying to get her overtly drunk. Now, this is the first one that a lot of people saw. I'm gonna grab the video here real quick. Hold on, I have it over here. Let me bring up the video. We're gonna watch the direct story being told by Caroline. I just need to grab it real quick here. Sorry, I should have had that ready, but you know, these things, there's always a million links. Oh, did it get deleted off of Twitter? Let me re-get the link. Go. Wait, where'd it go? Why is it not? Oh my God. I hate when this happens. I hate when I lose a link. I very apologize about that. Here we go. I think this is the one. Oh, that goes back to this one. Well, that sucks. If anybody has that link, can you grab it to me real quick? The link here is literally not working. I think the link that I had went to a deleted post, which really is frustrating. If anybody has the link to the first one, that'd be absolutely fantastic. Anyway, we'll continue here with this and then we'll get back to it. We'll watch the actual whole thing. My apologies. Yes, so did you see that I tipped him $100? She also later felt as if Andrew had been trying to get her overtly drunk, specifically recalling that he bought her a lot of tequila. She says at the bar that he asked to kiss her and she politely refused. At some point in the bar, Andrew states he had a falling out with his crew members and he needed a place to stay for the night. Now, this right here is going to be something that you're going to hear a lot throughout this entire event. The sort of, there's an excuse, a pressing excuse that needs me, that requires that I need a place to stay. Now, people looking at this, on the surface, that might not seem like such a major, it might not seem like such a major thing. However, it's a very core manipulation tactic. People are generally good, okay? Like, that's just, like, people are generally pretty helpful. Not everybody, but a lot of people, the average person is generally amicable and they don't want to see other people suffer, especially people that they have familiarity with. And so something like this, where it's like, oh, crap, something really bad just happened to me. Can you give me a place to, can I stay at your place? Because I don't have a place to stay. You're put in a position. You're not just being asked to, you're not just being asked for something. It's not like, hey, can you give me a ride around the corner? Hey, can I borrow $5 from you? You're being asked for something for which there is a large repercussion for that person. For you, having somebody stay over is an inconvenience, but for them, they might not have a place to sleep that night, which is pretty, which is a pretty hard thing to do to somebody. A lot of people are going to feel some level of pressure from that sort of thing because of the stakes, because you're saying, oh, well, I'm not gonna have anywhere to stay. This is one of those things that makes it hard for people who've dealt with manipulation to like resume normal social interactions with people, because sometimes people really do have a falling out with their group of people, and they really do need a place to stay. So we assume often that people are acting in good faith. Does that make sense? Anyway, I'm actually going to read the rest of this from the article itself, since that's actually a little bit better in my opinion. So here we go. When Charlotte was 18, she matched with a then 19-year-old man named Andrew Callaghan on Tinder. The now 24-year-old, who requested a pseudonym to protect her privacy, was familiar with Callaghan, as they had attended neighboring high schools in the Seattle area. Though Callaghan would later become well known as the host of the popular YouTube channel All Gas No Brakes in Channel 5, as well as the filmmaker behind This Place Rules. There's the name of it. At the time, she knew of him as a goofy, aspiring rapper who went by the name Trek God. The view I had of him was like, haha, look at this dude, she tells Rolling Stone. But in 2016, she agreed to go out to coffee, both of them returning to the apartment she was staying at to drink wine and watch a movie. Okay? What happened next, she said, was an abrupt shift of tone in the evening. Charlotte claims Callaghan kissed her, then poured wine on her chest and licked it off. They were acts she said that she had consented to, even though she was somewhat uncomfortable. It wasn't until Callaghan grew more persistent, placing her hand on his crotch, that Charlotte started saying no. He wasn't taking a simple no for an answer, and consequently, it turned into me trying to make up an array of excuses as to why I didn't want to have sex, she said. He kept insisting that I needed to get him off because I was giving him blue balls by not having sex with him. Eventually, Charlotte says, Callaghan got the message. The two never spoke again, but she says the incident left her feeling violated and confused and incredibly disrespected. For the next few years, Charlotte watched with growing discomfort as Callaghan's platform grew, first with All Gas No Brakes, in which he traveled across the country in an RV interviewing various eccentric subcultural figures, then with his follow-up channel, Channel 5, which garnered more than 2.26 million subscribers, and last year's release of This Place Rules, which documents the events leading up to the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Over the years, Charlotte privately told people who shared Callaghan's content on social media about the encounter, messaging one friend in 2019 that Callaghan had tried to make me do sexual things that I didn't want to do, and another friend in 2020 that Callaghan was really sexually inappropriate with me, according to screen grabs and screen recordings reviewed by the Rolling Stone. Okay, so this is something to note that's important. When a lot of people like to say, oh, allegations on the internet are super fraudulent and you can't trust anything. And in fact, I can understand where people are coming from with that. As all of you know, basically every single internet public figure of any size or import is going to get accused of strange things. But that's not really what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is someone who has a provable history of telling other people about this event, of coming out to other people, a record of their engagements with Andrew Callaghan. This is an example of somebody who has been trying to have their story be heard for some time and has not been able to, and they have the receipts to prove it. This is what makes an allegation credible. You know, when I say things like credible allegations, or when I say things like verifiable allegations, this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. These art documents were pored over by the journalists at the Rolling Stone. They were looked through by tons of people. They were shared publicly as well, eventually. And while that doesn't necessarily convict Andrew Callaghan in a court of law, while it doesn't necessarily even prove that he did the thing that he said, this makes this a credible allegation. And these things should be taken very seriously. When people, no person is like a mobile CSI unit, okay? Bad things happen to people all the time, and there are often no evidence of the bad thing that happened. In fact, really severe and heinous crimes often occur, and no evidence is really left to record that it ever happened. But that doesn't mean that something bad didn't happen. And that's why it's important to pay attention to credible allegations. This is also, by the way, where the sort of adage that I'm sure many of you have heard over the years, you know, believe victims. You've probably heard that adage. Believe victims does not mean that that anytime someone says anything bad about somebody else that you have to believe everything that they're saying. Believe victims is encouraging people to take seriously allegations that are brought against other people, not necessarily to jump to conclusions, but just to actually listen. Because unfortunately, people, especially people with influence, or some level of social power, are often able to mobilize machines to suppress allegations, machines to respond to them. So it's important that we take serious allegations seriously, that people listen and understand with compassion and recognize that this is something that could be true. And this becomes especially true when when credible allegations start piling up. Sometimes there is no answer in a court of law. Often there is no answer in a court of law. Often there is no way to prove or undo the crimes or the misbehavior of the past. But what we can do is we can take allegations, credible allegations, seriously, and we can ensure that people who have a huge stack of credible allegations against them aren't put in positions of power where they can do it again. And also, even if they're not like removed entirely from public life, that at the very least, people are aware so that they can keep their distance to the best of their ability. Does that make sense? Let's continue. Charlotte's ex-boyfriend, whom she told about the encounter with Callaghan in 2016, tells Rolling Stone that Charlotte told him that Callaghan was kind of aggressive. Then, while scrolling through TikTok, Charlotte saw another woman that had posted a video recounting a similar story about Callaghan. It went from giving this 19-year-old goofy dude who doesn't understand consent the benefit of the doubt to, oh, this is a person who holds societal power and platform now, she says, explaining her decision to speak out. A popular creator with more than 150 million views on his channel, Callaghan earned fame by posting videos of his deadpan interview with conspiracy theorists, far-right extremists, and members of other fringe subcultures. He expanded his profile with last December's release of This Place Rules, which has drawn acclaim for exposing the absurdities of the far-right in the United States specifically. Neither Callaghan nor his reps responded to repeated requests for comment from Rolling Stone. Now, we're going to talk about that as this goes on. But in a statement to TMZ, a legal representative for the filmmaker said, Andrew is devastated that he is being accused of any type of physical or mental coercion against anyone. Conversations about pressure and consent are extremely important to Andrew, and Andrew wants to have these conversations so that he can continue to learn and grow. Now, some of you who watched me reviewing the apology the other day will note I think that this is very, very deliberately safe, controlled, and arguably legal language. I don't take these types of statements as very valuable, especially when there's no actual direct addressing of what happened. He's not responding by saying, no, that didn't happen. He's not responding by saying that's mischaracterized. He's just saying the things that happened were regrettable, and I regret that people feel the way they do about the things that happened. It's very vague, intentionally vague, which, like I said, is a way of using legal language to avoid getting in trouble in court later, because you don't want to accidentally you know, if you're in that position, you don't want to accidentally confess to something that you are going to contest in court. Does that make sense? Bill Cosby is going on tour again. This is not enough. We will talk about that. Yes, we will talk about that. Anyway, On TikTok and on the Channel 5 subreddit, other women have come forward with their own alleged experiences with Callaghan, alleging that they felt coerced or pressured into performing sexual acts with him. As previously reported by the Rolling Stone, one of these women, Dana, who goes by the handle Moldy Freckle, alleged in a video that Callaghan had touched her inner thigh, kissed her neck, and attempted to put his hand down her pants while she was giving him a ride home. I told him to stop. I told him to get off me multiple times, she says in the video. He tried to put my hand down his pants and I was fighting against him during this, telling him to please stop. Eventually, she says, Callaghan did leave her car. Another woman, a TikTok creator who goes by Caroline Elise, this is the one we were just talking about before in the thread, posted a video last week recounting her own experience with Callaghan in May 2021 that received more than 189,000 views. It was seeing Caroline's video that prompted Charlotte to come forward. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Caroline says that she initially met Callaghan at The Benz, a dive bar in St. Petersburg, Florida. She approached Callaghan, who was with a woman who appeared to be his girlfriend, as a fan of his content. A few months later, they agreed to meet up when Callaghan was in Miami and exchanged Instagram DMs. Screen grabs of which Caroline later posted to TikTok, along with a photo of her posing with Callaghan. Callaghan appears to be in distress, telling her that he had a falling out with a crew member, she says, and asks if he could stay at her place, which she agreed to. So now we're back up. We've caught back up to the point where we were before. You see what I mean? That there is a false sense of urgency being created here. I've fallen out with my crewmate. I'm gonna have to sleep on the streets. Can you please help me? Can you please help me? But they don't actually care about having a place to stay. They're aiming at something else. It's a manipulation tactic that works because people assume the best in others. And this ties in with what I'm saying about why it's important to believe victims, because we build our ideas of other people off of what we know about them. And if there's if somebody has a string of credible allegations against them, you might be more likely to say no to them coming to your house if you know those things. You might be more likely to be immune to the manipulation attempt that could put you into a dangerous position. Do you see how these are how these connect together? Why it's important to listen to people, why it's important to take credible allegations seriously? Because it's not, a lot of people are very legal minded. They focus very much on the courts and on the convictions and on the going to jail and all this, but that doesn't happen most of the time, unfortunately, especially in sex crimes. Sex crimes are, most of them go unpunished, most of them go unknown. And protecting people is about making sure that information is available and also that information is credible and well evidenced. Let's continue. Caroline says that because she had met Callaghan while he was with another woman, she did not initially think that the meeting was romantic. When they met up again at the same bar a few months later in March 2021, however, the vibes shifted. He was buying me drinks to try and impress me. People who wouldn't have talked to me at the bar were kissing my ass. Do you see? That's the entourage. That's the effect of an entourage. If you have a bunch of people around you who are agreeing with you, they gas you up, you know, they get you all charged up, and then, you know, the person can go right in, right? Their friends are softening you up, and then they can lure you in with that. At the bar, she says that Callaghan tried to kiss her, and she says she politely turned him down. When they ended up going back to her place, Caroline says, Callaghan became persistent, allegedly badgering her for sex. He was very pushy and not taking no for an answer, she says. I was like, no, I'm not feeling it. Eventually, she relented, she says, and was coerced into various sexual acts. I was sexually assaulted when I was 14 by someone else. I fought back hard against that person. I pushed that person off of me, she says. I think that in that moment, that's why I didn't fight Callaghan off of me as much as I could have. And I tried to turn him down politely until he begged and begged, and I finally let him touch me. When Carolyn woke up at 4 a.m. having a full-blown panic attack, she kicked Callaghan out of her apartment a few hours later. For the next few months, she says she blamed herself for the encounter and felt guilty for inviting him over. I internalized a lot of disgust and anger at the situation, she says, adding that her mother bought her a new comforter because she didn't want to sleep in her own bed afterwards. Now, this is something that I want to talk about as well. which is, why don't people fight back? If you have never been in a situation like this, which I hope that you haven't, a lot of people like to imagine that if they were being sexually assaulted or if they were being raped, that they would fight back immediately. But the truth is that that survival isn't always about immediately fighting back. And in fact, especially if you are physically overpowered or socially overpowered, fighting back can actually put you in more danger. And that sucks, but it's simply true. People don't, you know, it's not like people choose to like not fight back. They're trying to survive. It's actually remarkably common, as it turns out, that if that people progress. You know, that like assaulters and rapists progress. They first try to get it, and if you say no, then they keep pushing, and if you keep saying no, then they keep pushing harder, and then if you physically refuse, then they physically impose. And as it turns out, sometimes the violence can literally be deadly. It can often be deadly, or it can be violent such to the degree that it's incredibly painful, and people make the decision that they would rather give in and save themselves from physical pain, and instead suffer emotional or lesser physical pain. This is not really a hard thing to understand if you put yourself in that place, but a lot of people sort of instinctively, unfortunately, this is what we talk about when we talk about rape culture. When we talk about a culture that says, well, you didn't fight back, that means you couldn't have had your consent violated. This is what that's what we mean when people say things like rape culture. It's a culture that ultimately supports violating people's consent, that supports breaking down people's barriers, pressuring them, threatening them implicitly or explicitly. So I just wanted to make sure that we touched on that so that people who are watching who maybe haven't heard these terms or maybe aren't familiar with these concepts can take those home and think on them, okay? This level of manipulation is nothing short of a violation of consent. And another thing that we're going to encounter throughout this is that we're going to encounter we're going to observe the line between rape and sexual assault. Ethically, there is not much of a difference between rape and sexual assault. To me, I believe that from an ethical perspective, there is not really much of a difference in most cases. If you are grabbing someone's body, if you are taking someone and touching them against their will, if you are, molesting them, that, in my opinion, is the same thing ethically as rape. But a lot of times people get very cagey about these definitions where, for example, rape has often in the past been defined as only penetration, forcible penetration and nothing else. But as far as the actual acts are concerned, I do not think I don't think that there is any significant difference between somebody who is going all the way to penetrative sex and somebody who is aggressively molesting somebody else. I think that these are, as far as the actual act is concerned, very, very similar. I just want people to understand that sometimes there is let's just say there is bad faith play with these words. Oh, he's not a rapist. He just, forced himself on somebody else and touched their body over and over again. I don't care about that distinction. And I just want that to be on the table, because what we're talking about here, for the most part, is not going to be legal distinctions. We're going to be talking about moral and ethical distinctions. Yeah. Mixed Dizzy says, the word rape itself comes from a Latin word that means to seize, and before it had a sexual meaning, it meant to grab someone or kidnap them and carry them off as plunder. Yes. Yes. So, let's continue. A friend of Caroline's, who asked not to be named, told Rolling Stone that Caroline had shared the details of the encounter with her shortly afterwards. In the spring of 2021, the friend posted about Callaghan on Instagram, accusing him of sexual assault and urging people to unfollow him. The Instagram story was intended as a warning to other women in the area, she tells Rolling Stone, although she did not name Caroline directly. Caroline's boyfriend also confirmed that Caroline had told him about Callaghan in the spring of 2021, a few months after that night in her home. So Caroline, the person whose TikTok video sort of ignited all of this, is somebody who now has multiple people who have signed off on her version of the story. They have said, yes, I was told about this here, and they've been able to, many of them have been able to prove that she talked to them about it. So again, when I say a credible allegation, this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. It's not just her own story. She has people who she's told this story to before who can say, I was told this story in 2021. This isn't coming out of nowhere. Yeah. All right. Hold on one second. Okay, here we go. I found the actual TikTok. We're gonna watch the TikTok now. This is where we're gonna watch the actual TikTok itself. Yeah, at least here we go. Let's do this.
In regards to the whole Andrew Callaghan situation, this is the last time that I'm gonna be talking about it.
Before I give my thoughts on this.
Hey, wait a minute. This isn't the one. Have they all been removed? Why is all of my links broken? Does anybody have the actual original one? This is so annoying. Her account appears to have been locked completely, which I mean makes sense, but I thought that these were going to be publicly available. This is the second link I've gone to that has been not the actual link itself. That is so frustrating. We're gonna have to cut this part out, I apologize. Here we go. This appears to be all of them. Thank goodness. Somebody has a backup up here. Here we go. All right, let's do this.
And I'm shaking because...
So this is Caroline, the person who was interviewed by Rolling Stone, for whom all of the things that we've been discussing so far has been verified by major journalistic outlets. So this is about as credible of an allegation as you can possibly get. Let's go.
I never in a million years thought that I would be making this video, and I'm shaking because I've tried a couple different times and haven't been able to get my point across, but I don't like seeing abusers get platforms. And my abuser, Andrew Callaghan, also known as All Gas No Breaks, Channel 5, and whatever his new HBO show's called, I forget, has been plastered all over my news feed, and I've tried to come to him person to person and try to get him to take accountability for what he did, but his version of what happened the night that he assaulted me is so skewed. So I will tell you that he did eventually get consent. And that's the main point, is that he eventually got consent because he wore me down. He told me he needed a place to stay for the night. He had some sort of falling out with one of his crew members or whatever, and I was very clear about the fact that we are not hooking up. He gets in my bed and wears me down to the point where I eventually do agree to do things that I wasn't proud of. And I wasn't proud of them and thought it was my fault for so long that I continued to be nice to him after the situation. He wouldn't leave my house the next morning. And then as time went on and I processed things, I thought, you know what, just because eventually I said, okay, whatever, because I was trying to just get the whole night over with so that it could be morning so that he could leave, it doesn't discount the fact that I told him no. So I told him no so many times prior to this. I said, I'm tired, I'm not really feeling it. I came up with any excuse that I possibly could to just get him off of me. And he still found a way to coerce me into things that I didn't want to do. And this is really hard for me to say.
When someone is in your house, it is incredibly difficult to tell them no, especially if you are alone in your house, especially if you believe that person has intent to harm you. It can be incredibly difficult to tell them no. This person, Caroline, has been telling, according to her version of the story, she has been telling him no over and over and over again, and he wouldn't take no for an answer. And of course, like I said, all of this starts with the setup of not being able to go back once you've made the decision. Ah, shit, I volunteered to let this guy stay at my house because I don't want him to have to sleep on the streets, but now I'm basically stuck in my house with this person. It's the middle of the night. There might not be anybody I can call for support. There might not be anybody who can come here to be with me. Let's continue.
I never thought I would come forward, but it's even more hard to have to relive the trauma that I endured every single day by seeing this man as a social justice warrior, as someone who cares about human rights, get a platform. You shouldn't be supporting him. And at the end of the day, like, I've told close friends of mine, I've tried coming out about this before, and he texted me saying that it basically ruined his life and that his life was over now because of things that I said, and other women have come forward to me, but this is my first time publicly talking about it on a platform like TikTok because I hope it gets traction. I hope people listen to me. I hope that if something similar has happened to you, that you know that that's not your fault. It wasn't my fault what happened to me, just because I eventually caved. This is so hard to do, but I eventually, I was really hoping that he would eventually take accountability, but he just texted me this skewed version of what he thought had happened, and in that moment it wasn't.
Now, this is another thing too, which is that him responding in real time to this, confirming that the event did happen, but then going with a completely other narrative, a narrative that is not, that no one else can attest to. She told people immediately what horrible things happened with Andrew Callaghan. He obviously would not. So he has no witnesses on his side because in his mind, he didn't do anything wrong, and he's going to continue asserting this. But Caroline here has clearly discussed this with other people immediately after the event happened. Her boyfriend, or her ex-boyfriend, her friend who ended up talking about it publicly, both of these are people who can verify that right after the event happened, Caroline told them this version of the events.
Fight or flight, it was freeze. I froze, and I couldn't control my body anymore. Not to mention, he got me really drunk that night. He was trying to buy me all kinds of the best kinds of tequila at the dive bar we were at. And a lot of people don't believe me. I've got receipts, I've got photos of us, I've got text messages, but you shouldn't need that. You should believe me, and you should stop supporting Andrew Callaghan. Take away his platform. He doesn't deserve it. In regards to the whole Andrew Callaghan situation, this is the last time that I'm going to be talking about it. A friend of mine texted and asked if I was okay because she saw my post on Reddit. That wasn't me that posted on Reddit. I'm getting a lot of hate. You guys, seem to need receipts. Someone speaking up about their story isn't enough, so I'm going to share with you some, evidence that I was with him that night. I didn't have a camera set up in my bedroom, so I don't know what to tell you. You're just gonna have to take my word for it, and if you don't, that's okay. This is the last time I'm ever gonna talk about this. And I've made my TikTok private, so if anyone wants to share what I'm saying with the people on Reddit, feel free to do that, but I can't mentally handle this anymore. This was Andrew and I agreeing to hang out when he was in St. Pete.
And again, at this point in time, just know that these screenshots and messages have been verified by the Rolling Stone at the very least, in addition to other newspapers that have picked this up. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. We now have the knowledge that that all of this has been verified by people going and looking at them. These are not faked. This is in her app that she was able to show these journalists.
This was us the night at the bar.
There's a picture of them together. Okay, there you go. That right there is gonna be what we call a pretty heavy piece of evidence that adds to the credibility of these claims.
We went into the bathroom to take a photo because this bar, the bathroom has its own Instagram page, and it's just something people do at that bar. Also, like I said many times before, I trusted him. And people are blaming me for trusting him, and I did, and it is what it is. This is a comment from someone who I've been speaking with about what happened to her. This is a message I got about a year ago from someone who...
No, it sounds cheesy to say, but you're very brave for even reaching out to people because that's very hard to do. That is true. It is very hard to reach out and talk to people about this. And for a number of reasons. The first of which is, like I said, the aforementioned rape culture. There is a very bad rape culture in the United States where basically women are treated, generally women, but any rape victim, to be completely honest, is treated as devalued or as like damaged goods for having gone through the thing. So people don't talk about it because they don't want to have the perception of being damaged goods. It's incredibly fucked up, but it's an incredibly common sentiment here in the United States. It's also wrong, very wrong. Let's continue.
said that...
Oh, sorry. Can I ask some people I know if they would be willing to talk to you and I can give you them your Insta? Also, my friend has mutual friends with his camera guys and I hear that he's basically sleeping with girls who looked very young and live with their parents. So 99% underage while on tour. I don't know. I don't know about this particular thing. This one is a pretty major separate allegation I would be careful about. Looking very young is not a good thing, but nonetheless, this seems to just be evidence of her connecting with other people.
That
Let's continue.
Has been known to associate with underage girls. This is the story from the same person of her experience. You can pause to read any of this stuff.
The situation that I was in was at a party probably 3 years ago. I thought that Andrew Callaghan was cool at first and we had a pretty good conversation. Then we went into a room kind of isolated from everyone and he was really pressuring me to go to his house. I said no multiple times and he kept pushing and pushing. As you know, he's a very tall guy and I'm only 5'4". I was pretty drunk obviously because we were at a party and I feel like he was blocking the doorway so that we were in there for a really long time. Luckily, my friend came to check on me. So you're starting to get a picture that there are multiple people who have been verified at these parties or at these events with Andrew Callaghan who have had these experiences where Andrew Callaghan simply cannot take no for an answer.
This is about how he was canceled on his French Quarter confession show when he went to Loyola because of the same sorts of allegations. You can pause to read that.
I just want to let you know I went to school with Andrew. He pulled the same shit with me and a friend of mine. He frequently Airbnb listed his place and did the I need somewhere to stay tactic, which feels very intentional. So this is other people saying that he was using this tactic, people who knew him who say that he was using the same tactic in the past. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, but this type of tactic, like for the reasons I mentioned before, the manipulative power of those statements is an unfortunately common thing that some very, very ill-intentioned people do. And somebody in chat said that it kind of ruins it for everyone, and it does. Part of the problem with this type of manipulation is that manipulation only works because it's able to disguise itself as genuine intentions. People don't choose to be manipulated. You know what I mean? They're manipulated because they're being manipulated. They're being deceived. Let's continue.
Another story. He's got a list of women who he gets to give him head. Another instance of sexual assault.
I'm sorry you messaged Tim and he didn't do anything. That's incredibly disappointing. We're listening to you in New Orleans and in Austin. My friend lived with him for a while and he apparently sexually assaulted the other roommate who has been terrified to come forward. You're helping a lot of people sharing this, and I'm sorry some people are so thick in the head that they don't have compassion and can't educate themselves on consent. People out here really pretending to care about women until their favorite public figure violates a woman, and then it becomes inconvenient for them. I just think that a lot of these statements in here are just truly in analyzing the situation. Unfortunately, despite my praise of the overall general left response, there can be no doubt about the fans of Andrew Callaghan going to defense for him and a lot of other people going to defense for him, despite the fact that there are a large number of credible allegations at this point, which we're going through right now. So let's continue.
And I'm keeping these people private and they've all consented to me sharing their stories. And I'm doing so because I've already put my face out there. I'm already getting all the hate. It is what it is at this point. There's another story. More people saying that they've heard about this before. Another story.
Andrew Callaghan and I are the same age. He went to a high school in Seattle near mine and at the same time as me. So I know a lot of the same people as him. He also frequented local kickbacks and spodies, basically parties with jungle juice in a park. And he was doing some rapping stuff back then, which we know that's true, so a lot of people knew of him. It's pretty common knowledge in Seattle social circles that he's committed sexual assaults. I don't know his victims personally, but I have friends who do, and to my knowledge, alcohol and coercion have been a pattern. He's known to a lot of people as a predator. Also, you have my consent to share this. Now, this particular tweet or this particular message does not have a whole lot of supporting evidence. However, it can indicate where people can go look, where people can go ask. And to be honest, there's not a whole lot of benefit that you gain from anonymously supporting somebody saying that Andrew Callaghan sucks. You don't gain anything personally from that. This type of message to me comes across as someone who is genuinely concerned, someone who has heard this sort of thing a lot and doesn't want to see other people get hurt. Even if I will admit this particular one does not have a whole lot of supporting evidence to it. But it does point people to people who, it points us to groups, to areas where journalists, such as the ones who work for the Rolling Stone, etc., can go to further verify these stories. Let's continue.
My inbox is flooded with people saying that they are proud of me for speaking up because they're too scared to, so I'm sharing their stories for them. This is absolutely taking a huge toll on my mental health. I can see that a lot of you don't want to believe women when they come forward about things, and I've just got to say that says a lot about your personality and who you are.
I have no doubt that this woman has received an absolutely endless amount of harassment over this. I just know for a fact that that's the case. Even mentioning subjects like this often gets you an incredible amount of negative response. Okay, so let's see here. Here we go. We're going to continue from the article here, just so we make sure that we get all of the evidence that's been verified by Rolling Stone out in the air, okay? After the release of This Place Rules, Caroline recorded her TikTok video recounting her experience with Callaghan because she says it was painful to see everyone praise him. That's what we just watched right there. Absolutely Productions, the company founded by Eric Wareheim and Tim Heidecker of comedy duo Tim and Eric. Yeah, that Tim and Eric. And A24 produced This Place Rules. A rep for A24 did not respond to a request for comment. However, on Thursday, Tim Heidecker addressed the allegations against Callaghan on his weekly podcast, Office Hours. It's been a very painful week for us, he said, adding that he and Wareheim have no professional relationship with Andrew at this time and no plans going forward to have any relationship with him. Tim Heidecker and Eric dropped Andrew Callaghan, which is respectable. We believe these women who came forward and of course totally condemn the type of behavior that Andrew is being accused of, he says. In their statement to TMZ, Callaghan's lawyer alleged that one of the accusers had attempted to extort Callaghan. While every dynamic is open to interpretation and proper communication is critical from those involved, repeated requests for money should not be a part of the conversation, the lawyer said. TMZ further reported that a source with direct knowledge had suggested it was Caroline who had asked Callaghan for money. Caroline denies the claim. He's trying to act like I blackmailed him when I really was just trying to remind him that I'm still here and still suffering, she says. Texts were provided to the Rolling Stone show that Caroline requested that Andrew Callaghan help contribute to the massive amounts of therapy bills I have accrued due to the night you coerced me and the resulting trauma, before including her Venmo. So that's a pretty dirty tactic from Andrew Callaghan's lawyer team and Andrew Callaghan himself, claiming that you were being blackmailed because somebody who has been telling you that you hurt them for a long period of time says that you should help pay for the therapy bills. That is not extortion, and that is not blackmail. That is just not what that is. And for them to make that allegation is hilarious and also disgusting. Let's continue. Caroline says that while she has been attacked online by many of his fans who have questioned her story, she has also received a lot of messages of support, including from some women who have alleged similar experiences with Callaghan, including Charlotte, which was the first person that we read about in this story. For her part, Charlotte says that she would not have come forward at all had Callaghan not amassed such a tremendous platform or built his following on seemingly progressive bona fides. The blurred lines of their encounter also contributed to her decision to largely stay quiet until now. This is something that has bugged me for years. It has left me with a bad taste in my mouth, but there has never been a reason to come out and announce this guy had harassed me because, quite frankly, every woman I know has had an experience like this, she says, which is very bleak, but that's the world that we live in. It wasn't until seeing Caroline's video, that's this one that we just watched, this lady right here, until seeing Caroline's video, as well as a video made by other creators alleging that Callaghan had ignored their boundaries, that Charlotte realized this person is making content with the intention of making change and justice and is seemingly using their societal power to get laid. And I think that's really nasty. So Charlotte is somebody whose story happened years ago, and she told other people about it, but never made a public call, only made it public once she realized that there was a pattern here. I think that speaks very strongly to Charlotte. And I think that it's pretty gross that people would try to imply that, you know, Charlotte was trying to get something from this when she's been sitting on the story and telling only her personal her personal friends and people who she thinks might be in danger, and only came forward once she realized there were other people who'd been hurt by him in the same way. So, by the way, this is another thing, okay? I wanted to note this. This is written in the Reddit thread, which we are going to be, like I said, revisiting multiple times. Carolyn would reply to, the text that has Caroline's Venmo and asks Andrew to help pay for her costly therapy bills. Carolyn's friend stresses that this is the only text Caroline ever sent to Andrew requesting any money, and there is not multiple, as Andrew's team claims. Now notice, I want you to notice something, which is that Andrew's team has not presented these texts. Caroline, who does not have a lawyer team, has presented these texts. She gave these texts directly, I should say this text, a single text in which she made reference to her therapy bills to Rolling Stone. There is no evidence that multiple texts exist. So Andrew Callaghan's team is simply trying, I can't help but say, unless they are withholding evidence from the public eye, which would be a very strange decision to do, I should note, especially given that Caroline is not suing. That's another thing to keep in mind here. Caroline is not suing Andrew Callaghan. Caroline simply wants to stop people from getting hurt. So his team has no reason not to release these texts if she was so-called blackmailing him. She's not suing, so why would they not release them? The answer to me seems quite obvious, that it seems like it's an attempt to muddy the waters and to discredit Caroline as a victim, which I think is very disgusting, personally. So, one moment here. I got to bring up a couple other things. See here. This is let me get this up real quick. Hold on. Oops. Oh, damn it. No. Okay. Hold on. To get the actual posted video on TikTok. Okay. That's where I needed to search it. Here we go. All right, so this is the story from Moldy Freckle. This is the second person who came forward, okay? So we're going to talk about this real quick, and we're gonna watch the TikTok. On January 7th, 2 days after Caroline's story, TikTok user Moldy Freckle, real named Dana, posted a video on TikTok. Her story starts on January 29th, 2019. Here you have a screenshot of the message of her messages with Andrew Callaghan on January 19th, 29th, or January, sorry, what's the date? January 29th, 2019. We could fuh sometime. Sorry, that was the best way for me to slide into your DMs. Sure, you're cute. So they started talking, okay? Flirting, fine. Okay, now let's hear what she has to say. We're gonna listen to her story right now. This is Dana, AKA Moldy Freckle.
Okay, so as I said in my
Hello,
last
Aiko.
TikTok,
Good to see you.
I'm going to be talking about what happened between me and Andrew Callaghan. But I want to start off by saying that I wouldn't have been able to do this without Caroline posting that TikTok first, honestly.
Again, Caroline was the one we just watched previously, the first one who managed to get any sort of major attention on it.
She gave me the opportunity to feel comfortable enough to actually show my face and talk to a bunch of strangers online about something very personal that's happened to me. I had actually posted about it publicly, about, what happened between me and Andrew the day before Caroline posted her TikTok, because I didn't really know where else to talk about it that would reach, more people than just my close friends. I don't have a really big following on any social media. I keep a lot of accounts private because of my professional life. And but I just want to, say thank you to Caroline first off. She was, there was positive, supportive comments on her post, and, then someone took her post and posted on Reddit, and then everyone is having a heyday with it.
As Somniostatic in chat points out, as we can see over and over again with all of these victims, they do put their own jobs and their own lives at risk by coming out. The narrative that you can gain clout or make money from like coming out with an allegation like this is so false. It's not even funny. It is not something that any of these people do. As we discovered just a few minutes ago, because of the broken links, most of these people have privated their accounts entirely. They have not gained anything from any of this. They have only been sort of run over with harassment and then forced to hide. This is an attempt to prevent harm, not an attempt to gain anything. And the evidence just shows that no one is gaining anything from any of this. So let's continue.
Saying hurtful things and not believing her, which really hurts. And I know that really hurt her. And so I'm not gonna let someone else go through this alone. Like, if y'all want to shit talk about somebody, you can do it about me. You can say mean shit to me. I really don't care what you have to say, because I'm just saying the truth right now, and I don't care what you believe, but I want other women who he's affected to feel comfortable about talking about it. I'm not saying they have to talk about it, but to realize that, this isn't your fault. This isn't an isolated event. This is a pattern that this guy has, and your feelings are valid, and whatever happened to you is valid. Now, the main thing is that, people are like, where's the evidence? Where's the proof? With sexual assault and things like that, it's kind of hard to provide proof unless, like, you get raped and go to the emergency room and get a rape kit right after. I don't know why y'all think that we would have receipts for experiences. But anyways, here I am backing up my girl Caroline, because it's already a really difficult thing to talk about, and some people are like, well, why are you just now coming out with this, that he has a HBO Max special? So I will say personally, I ignored him, blocked him from my life, ignored everything that he was doing after what occurred to me. And this was, I'm gonna estimate, about 3 years ago. This was when he was living in New Orleans. Anyways, the thing is, this is not the worst thing that has happened to me. I've experienced worse. Most women experience some type of sexual abuse or assault in their lifetime more than once.
I'm just going to take a moment to pause and say, I want you all to understand how fucking real that is. Not only has basically every person in this that we've talked about so far has mentioned that. Three different people who've been involved in this have mentioned that fact. But I, like, as somebody who, you know, I'm 32. I've met a lot of people in my life, and I've met a lot of women in my life. It is horrifyingly common. Sexual assault, coercion, violation of consent is horrifically common. It is so unbelievably common. It hurts so much. And I need you guys to understand that this is not like, that when people talk about rape culture and people talk about rampant misogyny and people talk about, people having entitlement to others' bodies, this is not a thing of the past. This is a right now thing. This is a thing that is going on every single day, and it has to be fought against harder. We have not successfully defeated this. We have only managed to make a small dent in the never-ending violation of consent that is going on in our culture right now. So please, please take it seriously and seriously think on it, because Killjoy says rape and sexual assault is the #1 crime committed in the military between fellow servicemen and women. Yes, unfortunately, that's something that I know remarkably personally. It is rape and sexual assault is unbelievably common in the military, in the U.S. military. It is horrible. And yeah, let's continue.
So my previous coping mechanism for that was to ignore them, forget about it, never think about it again. It kind of fades away in your memory. I tried to do that with Andrew. I don't even know what Channel 5 is. I knew him first from Quarter Confessions. But yeah, I would see like a snippet of a video of him or something, and I would immediately just like scroll away from it. So I actually had no idea how popular he was becoming. But when I went on my HBO Max to put on fucking the new Sex and the City season, which sucks, by the way, but that's why it's great. Fucking this dude's creepy ass face or animated face is on my TV. Like, this dude has a fucking HBO Max special? Nah. I can no longer ignore it, and I'm not gonna fucking put up with this. Anyways, I have a lot to say, and I have a whole story, but I don't want this to be dragged out for too long because I want people to pay attention to what I'm saying. So I'm just gonna, in brief, say that I had hooked up with Andrew previously. He creeped me out, made me feel weird, was mean, demanding. He hit me up again after this time, to hang out with me again, and I said, no, I don't want to hang out with you anymore. I don't want to sleep with you ever again. Asked me why. I told him why. He invited me to go out to dinner so he could apologize. So
Holy fucking shit, that is so manipulative. To get told no, to get told to have like a failed connection, and then to go, well, let me apologize to you, let me make it right to you, and then use that as an angle. That is so disgustingly manipulative. That is so sickeningly bad. Using an apology as a pretense. By the way, that's the type of behavior that indicates that this is calculated and that you should never believe that he just doesn't know what he's doing. That this is obviously calculated. To be able to use an apology as a false pretense to try and have sex with somebody desperately, which we're going to see the full level of what happened here, is so disgusting. It is a next level disgusting manipulation tactic.
So I went to this dinner because honestly, I don't care about an apology because I wouldn't believe it anyways. But I was like, free food, whatever, you know? Turns out he invites me to a really shitty diner. Like, I've never been to a diner this shitty. This is besides the point, but I'm just saying, like, what the fuck? It's not that hard.
Pooch Patrol Pooch says, are we talking about Andrew? Yes, we are. We are talking about Andrew Callaghan. Yes.
To fuck up breakfast food. Anyways, so I go to the dinner. He's not really talking to me. And then I'm like, so did you have something you wanted to say? And he's like, oh yeah. Do you want to have sex in your car after this? And I was like, no, I don't. Is there anything else you want to say? And he was like, oh, yeah, sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. Are you joking? You really don't want to have sex in your car after this? And he asked that like probably 5 more times.
So disgusting.
Like, you're joking, right? Like, you want to have sex in your car after this, right? And I was like, no. So I told him I would take him home because he lived close by, but that I did not want to have sex in my car at all. I did not want to have sex with him again, ever. And after we got to my car, he started advancing towards me, started touching my inner thigh, and pulled me forward and started kissing my neck. So I really couldn't move out of the position. He was holding me like tightly. And he proceeded to put his hand down my pants. I told him to stop. I told him to get off of me multiple times. He tried to put my hand down his pants, and I was, fighting against him during this, told him to please stop. And he said, you could at least suck my dick. And I said, no, I don't want to do that. Get out of my car. At that point, it was, I'm not taking you home anymore. Get the fuck out of my car. And he just got mad, really. He was mad that I would even say that, but at the same time, he was laughing at me and continued to try to kiss me and was like, are you serious? Come on, come on. Yeah, it was not fun. So I told him to get out of my car again. He wouldn't get out. And he said, you could at least take me home. So I realized at this point I would not be able to physically push him out of my car. So I started driving.
See? You see the situations that you can find yourself in? Also, notice that there is a specific line that's being fought. Oh, you're going to either have to do what I want you to do, or you're going to have to call the cops, which, look, dealing with the cops is a very, very stressful event, and there's a good chance that the cops show up and say, hey, leave her alone, and then do nothing else. Or they don't even help. They just say, what the hell's going on here? Or you have to run out of your car and go scream for help from a random bystander. That's a horrible event, a horrible situation to be in. Physically incapable of getting rid of somebody and given only options that are incredibly extreme and very humiliating. Wild. Jenkins Donut says, I was hoping to see your stream about this. I'm glad that I've tuned in. Funny how the more factual evidence pops up, the worse it looks for Andrew. Gee, I wonder why. Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. Hey, Merrick, good to see you. We're going over some pretty heavy shit right now. I'm happy to see that you're here. Hope you're doing well. Killjoy points out, it gets even worse when the cops take the man's side of the story, and in fact, it's crazy how often that happens. Yeah, cops are not as we all know, on this channel, cops do not necessarily help you. That's not their job.
Quickly and erratically down the road, I pulled into a busier street and I stopped abruptly, thinking, you know, like maybe someone will realize something is wrong, or if someone is honking at me, like he'll feel uncomfortable and want to leave the car. But I guess it did make him uncomfortable that I did that, and I told him to get the fuck out of my car. And he was like, can I at least get a kiss goodbye? And I said, fuck no.
That is disgusting.
Get the fuck out. He left. Never spoke to him or saw him again.
Have it. So those are the allegations from Dana. A highly detailed story with a, and again, this is one of the ones, keep in mind that Andrew Callaghan himself has not denied that these events occurred. He's only denied the character of these events. All of the ones that we're watching so far. In fact, Ethan Klein, which we will be watching this clip in just a little bit, Ethan Klein confirmed that in a private conversation between him and Andrew Callaghan did indeed confirm that relationships did occur with all of these people who were accusing him, but that he contested the character of them. And to me, it beggars belief that you would have 3 highly detailed stories, people who then were subjected to an incredible amount of harassment, not telling the truth. Sorry, that's just nonsensical. These are highly evidenced stories. These are extremely personal. These are very humiliating to have to tell in public. But yes. So down here, what we're gonna see is we have now heard the stories of Caroline, we have heard the story of Charlotte, and we have heard the story of Dana. Now, in here, we have heard some of these already. This is the 2021 allegations. This is the stuff that was from Caroline's friend. So this is the pictures of the story this was now confirmed. We now have evidence that this 2021 call out post was made by a friend of Caroline, the person whose TikTok we watched first. And this is the record of when it was posted. This was posted saying, he knowingly sexually assaulted my friend and got away with it. Please stop supporting his dumbass and unfollow him. This has now been confirmed by both journalists and by Caroline herself to have been her friend attempting to warn people from her account. Okay? In addition, in 2020, there was another set of allegations. In 2020, a woman revealed that Andrew attempted to sexually prey on one of her friends. Just more context on the last post, I hung out with all gas, no brakes. Last night as he was in Nashville and he was trying so hard to fuck my drunk friend who made it clear that she said no. Manipulative ass motherfucker who is using his platform to get girls to sleep with him. He's currently touring and living in an RV, so watch out if he comes to your city. Notice that this has been verified as having been posted in 2020. This is a random Instagram person just warning people, like, they weren't saying I didn't have anything. They were saying, hey, my friend was drunk and this motherfucker was trying to fuck them against her will. Like, that is wild. That is absolutely wild. So this next one is called The Navy Story. We're gonna read through this one real quick and we're gonna look at some of the evidence here. This allegation was posted on January 7th to the subreddit, that's this subreddit. This was posted here originally and takes place in New Orleans during 2017. So you can actually see, I believe this is the original post right here. Yeah, this is the original post that you can see that was made here. A friend of Dana's came forward and spoke about his own partner's interaction with Andrew while she was 17 in college. Said partner being the woman who sent the 2020 DM. She describes how Andrew DM'd her to hang out one day and she agreed but brought friends. He took them to a local abandoned Navy base, which it looks like this is a real, yeah, this is a real location that was talked about. The Bywater abandoned naval base. So this is a person talking about a real place that Andrew has been confirmed to have gone, okay? He took them to a local abandoned Navy base, which was known to be a fun place to explore and do graffiti. During the hangout, he acted oddly possessive over her, grabbing at her all day and trying to isolate her from the rest of her small friend group. The group decided they did not like this weird behavior and took an Uber to a music venue / bar called The Willow. Andrew followed them in his own Uber to the same venue. Holy fuck. And kept ordering the underage girls shots. He then later pulled her around the corner and forcibly tried to make out with her roommates until her roommates came over and intervened. Okay, this is the part of the stream where I have to make a small correction. I did not know that the Navy story was about an underage girl, so I have to make a small correction to what I said earlier. Actually, it does turn out that it does seem like there is a sizable amount of evidence that Andrew Callaghan has preyed on minors. So that's my mistake from not realizing that the Navy story was about a 17-year-old. I did not realize that. Andrew followed them in his own Uber to the same venue and kept ordering the underage girl shots, then later pulled her around the corner and forcibly tried to make out with her until her roommates came over and intervened. They got her to get away from him, and the girl kept repeating she had a boyfriend. Andrew responded, "It's cool. I have a long-distance girlfriend and we are open. Do you want to have a threesome with us when she comes to town next week?" And kept her in a corner, pushing her on the idea until her roommate's boyfriend went over and tried to fight him. The two broke away from Andrew and left the bar to go home, but Andrew followed them halfway home to their dorms until they started to sprint off in fear. Another odd note is that Andrew, for some reason, lied about his age. He told the girls he was 22, but taking place in 2017, that would have been impossible. He would have been roughly 20. He also must have had a fake ID because he was buying them drinks. Another note, some commenters have questioned how the 17-year-old got into a bar. One, it was an 18-plus venue with a bar attached. And two, that specific bar was notorious for being packed with underage people, according to a Redditor who has been posting in the New Orleans subreddit for over 2 years. Just because I've also seen a few people question it, the venue bar Andrew followed girls to from the Navy base was at the time notorious for being packed with underage and high schoolers basically every night. Basically saw very few actual college students, even at most some freshmen. Very believable that a 17-year-old would be there. So this is somebody who is a verified local giving their personal account. Now, none of this is hard evidence. Yeah, however, people have noted which bar it is. Yeah, liquor laws are very lax in New Orleans, says another New Orleans local. And let's see, real quick, I just want to make sure what we have here. Here we go. And this is all, of course, been accounted in a large series of texts, which, you know, we can go over. We read the story. They transposed the texts that we just saw. This was the text that was sent originally and posted to the Channel 5 subreddit. Now, while there is not as much hard evidence for this story, there is a number of witnesses to this event, people who've signed on to it, and it does seem to be a credible location. It does seem to be a place where he was at the time, so all of that stacks up. It says they were 17. Yes. Friend of Dana's came forward and spoke about his own partner's interaction with Andrew while she was 17. So according to the person who brought this story forward, which was the partner of the victim, the partner of the victim told the story for the victim so that the victim could remain anonymous. And this is also, by the way, a friend of Dana, who is the person who we last watched. We just watched Dana's story. Again, a very credible story. And Dana has, you know, said this is a friend of mine who came forward to me about this, who also had an issue with him because he was there at the time. Yeah. So yes, this is right here. His own partner's interaction with Andrew while she was 17. Okay. Here we go. So this is another post. This post was posted 11 days ago. This is a direct post which was posted to H3H3. And this was posted after Ethan confirmed that in a private conversation with Andrew, Andrew had admitted that the major allegations, the relationships that were being alleged did happen, and he seemed to doubt the characterization of them, but not the relationships themselves. And this person posted their allegation directly to H3H3. We're gonna read through this one real quick. Andrew's allegations are true, as painful as that is. As all the victims come forward and I see constant cycles of victim blaming continue to perpetuate, I feel that it is my job to come forward and say that I also had a similar experience with Andrew. Before people come for me, I can message the mods with proof that I met him, texts with our plans, everything that proves that we did in fact meet up several times. I was a fan, and when I saw on Instagram that he was in my city, I DM'd him and he asked me to hang out. We hung out one night, had a good time, nothing sexual happened beyond kissing, and I felt comfortable seeing him again. I told him multiple times that I was not wanting to have sex or do anything that night, and he listened. A few days later, we made plans to hang out again. After a while, he asked me to come into his RV, and I did. At this time, he started kissing me and asking me to have sex with him. I repeatedly stated that I did not know if I wanted to have sex and that I really didn't think that I wanted to have sex. He continued to pressure me, asked me to blow him or have sex with him. As a survivor of multiple sexual assaults, I started to hope that maybe if I just blew him, it would stop. While I did that, he called one of the men he worked with to tell him he needed a condom. He then continued to ask me to have sex until finally I gave in. So notice there's another thing that keeps coming up in these stories, which is that Andrew seems to like to take advantage of his entourage. He has friends who do not care what he's doing, who will help him, who will apply pressure, who will make sure that the people that he is victimizing, allegedly, don't feel like there's any way out. Like they're alone and that he has support and they do not. Anyway, after so many requests, I felt that I had no other option, or that it was the only option. I remember dissociating and hoping that it would just end soon. Afterwards, I felt so uncomfortable about the situation. I saw him again, hoping that I would feel better about the situation. Eventually, I talked to my friends about how I did not want to have sex and was supported by my friends. I was so embarrassed as I was a huge fan and I couldn't believe it had gone so wrong. I don't think Andrew is an irredeemable person, as I think accountability and change is important, but the victim blaming has become too much, and I was stunned yesterday to get a text from my friend that others were saying that he did the same to them. So this is somebody who didn't even hear about this through the buzz, like through the direct internet. They heard this because a friend saw these allegations and said, that happened to you. Other people are coming forward. I don't doubt that this post will face the same scrutiny, but I felt that I should come forward for others that had been so re-traumatized by those who choose to call survivors liars. I am overwhelmed by the sheer amount of support by many of you. It means a lot to me and I won't forget it. I'm a big member of this community, being H3H3 community, on my main account, and it was special to see grace and kindness given to survivors in prior situations. I messaged the H3H3 mods to send my text and photo as proof, as I don't want to be doxxed, as this post is now being reported in online news articles. When they get back to me, I will update. In regards to the slut-shaming comments, I don't know what to say beyond I hope you learn more about assault and rape culture before continuing to attack others. So, as we can see here, this is another person who contacted and did their best to reach the mods and went through every single path they could to verify their story. All right, and now we have another TikTok, okay? Oh, that account has also gone private. Let's see. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it terrible how many accounts came forward about this and had to go private immediately? Do we have the texts here? So this person verified with texts. They verified with their texts that they did indeed. Holler if you want. Here's Andrew Callaghan. Holler if you want a party when we arrive on January 10th, 2020. I'm down for a few beers. Can't go hammy. Come to the Golden Gopher downtown. Real place. I need a few. Let me know when I'm ready. Okay, cool. Phone gonna die. I'm here, but you're invited. Golden Gopher. Calling Uber soon. Patio. Lol. Okay? Now I'm gonna see if I can find this TikTok real quick, because all of these TikToks have gone down, it seems. Or at least a lot of them have. Let me see if there's any that are backups. Let's see if we got this up here. Unfortunately, it looks like we're not gonna be able to find this one. This one seems to have been locked down entirely. Yeah. Okay, so we don't get to watch the original story, but we can at least see the account of it, okay? Andrew invited her to a dive bar called the Golden Gopher in Los Angeles. She met up and was drinking with some friends. Then later they went to a house party. Obviously, she had been drinking. After the party, Andrew repeatedly asked the woman to let him come back to her house. She refused, saying she just wanted to be friends and didn't want to have sex. However, Andrew continued to ask and pressure her. Eventually, the woman gave in. Now we get to Charlotte's story. We read Charlotte already in the Rolling Stone. That's the one that we already read already. Charlotte was the person who had this happen when she was 18 and Andrew was 19. Charlotte has verified her entire story with Rolling Stone and a local newspaper here in Seattle called The Stranger. So you can actually see here that The Stranger also, more women accuse YouTuber Andrew Callaghan of sexual misconduct and assault. His lawyer won't let us publish her response on his behalf. In videos posted online, the Seattle Rays document. So here we have it again. This is the whole story. Here is his statement. We've already heard his statement. And this is them going in and verifying the various stories, including Charlotte, which is the name that she's using. Charlotte or Anna are the two names that she used, that she was known by, the pseudonyms that were given to her so that she could remain anonymous. After providing many physical cues of, here we go, sorry, I'll read the whole story one more time just so we have this in order. She went out for coffee with him and eventually he brought her back to his apartment with plans to drink wine and watch a movie. She states that once they got into the apartment, there was an abrupt shift in tone in the evening. The two started kissing, which seemed okay, at least okay with Charlotte, but then she describes at one point Andrew purposefully poured wine on my shirt, proceeded to take off my shirt, and then lick the wine off of my chest. This happened very abruptly and I completely froze up. I felt unsafe and incredibly violated. That is indeed a huge advancement in the situation. And if somebody expresses discomfort with advancing the sexual the sexual thing, that's an idea that you should stop. Yeah. Andrew then placed his hand on her crotch and Charlotte started to verbally refuse his advances. After providing many physical cues of my discomfort, I eventually made it very clear verbally that I was not interested in continuing things. He wasn't taking a simple no for an answer, and consequently, it turned into me trying to make up an array of excuses as to why I didn't want to have sex. He kept insisting that I need to get him off because I was giving him blue balls by not having sex with him. He repeated that phrase many, many times. It was a long back and forth of him trying to guilt me into sexual acts. Charlotte eventually left, giving a car ride to Andrew, and the two never spoke again. Rolling Stones has confirmed that Charlotte has sent them proof that she had been complaining about Andrew's behavior to friends since at least 2019 via screen grabs and full screen recordings. She also states that she came forward because of Caroline's story. That's the first TikToker we watched. This is something that has bugged me for years, left me with a bad taste in my mouth, but that's never been a reason to come out and announce this guy had harassed me, because quite frankly, every woman I know has had an experience like this, which is bleak, but that's the world we live in. Okay? Next. Okay? Here we go. A woman under the alias of Jane did an interview with The Stranger. She said she first met Andrew in Seattle at the Madison Park Dock during summer 2017 while with friends. In their meeting, he was charismatic and easy to get along with, but she made him know early on she was not interested in him. She also describes hearing from a friend that Andrew was frisky. Next year, a very drunk Jane met Andrew again at a Lower East Side bar in New York. They went to a more isolated upstairs area, and she describes what happens after her friends left and she was alone. Now again, this is an interview that was done and verified by The Stranger, a local, very, very famous newspaper in the Seattle area. He just started making moves on me, kissing me, groping me, moving my hands to touch him, forcing my head down. Jane tried to move away, but Andrew followed her. I stood up and walked out of there and went straight to the train. I was sitting there while waiting for the train, and Andrew showed up. He had followed me there. He had followed her to the train. While I remember him saying throughout the night that he was staying somewhere nearby, he also was saying it wasn't a good situation and asking if he could stay where I was staying. He was pleading with me to go on with him. I yelled at him to go and told him to go away, and I was like, leave me alone. He did eventually leave, and I feel like part of the reason he did was because there were a lot of other people on the train platform that heard me screaming at him. She describes the encounter as traumatizing and a personal hell of my own flashbacks. She said only a week later that she ran into him again in Seattle. He came right up to me and sat next to me and was being really touchy. I just felt frozen in that moment. Jane sent Andrew a message the next day where he said, our interaction got a bit uncomfortable and I'm only interested in being platonic friends with you. Andrew responded by saying, yeah, I didn't think yesterday was uncomfortable, and also that he was drunk as fuck in New York, before sending a heart message along with a request to see her again. Jesus fucking Christ! Jane said his response made her uncomfortable as she blocked him. After that, she felt that he had dismissed her concerns. I remember hoping that he would take accountability for making me feel uncomfortable and making moves while I was too drunk to consent, and it was not an easy message to send. I felt that his response brushed it off. So what we can now see is that through 4 heavily verified stories, there is a repeated pattern. I mean, we're talking about people telling about him not taking no for an answer over and over and over again. They have screenshots and videos of the texts that they sent at the time. This was back in 2017. This is years of separate people having the exact same experience of this guy following them, stalking them, pressuring them with fake with fake situations like, I don't have a place to stay, and then never taking no for an answer, pushing and eventually advancing to physical violation. It is unbelievable. Okay, let's continue. So we have another one next. Let me see if this TikTok is even able to work. Let's see. No. Okay. Hold on a second. Every single link to TikTok has been broken. All of these accounts have gone private, which is wild to see, even for a situation like this. Will I be able to even find this one? I am unsure if we will be able to find this one either. Unfortunately, they've all been deleted. Seems to me like there's been a pretty severe backlash to most of these people. Yep, unfortunately, it looks like these are totally gone as well. Yeah. Okay, we'll read the story. Wait a minute, hold on. Hold on a second. I think I know where I can find this one. Hold on. I know that I believe Vosh actually watched this one on stream, if I'm not mistaken. We could crib from Vosh. I saw this video before, which sucks. I watched this one before this, and unfortunately it hadn't gone private yet. See? I want to see if I can find it real quick, because I know what the video looks like. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be up anymore. Okay, we're gonna read the account. We're not gonna look for, I'm not gonna spend forever searching for the actual TikTok. I apologize. Naktalb says, we have somebody in chat who's been doing Andrew Callaghan apologia. Yes, he will be muted. I apologize about that. I have not been watching chat closely because I've been trying to go through this. On January 14th or 15th, a woman posted a series of TikToks while using a face filter to stay anonymous. She states that she met Andrew on a dating app Hinge in July 2021. After making contact, the two planned to meet up at an LA bar. They planned for Andrew to pick her up and then go out to the bar together. However, Andrew came to pick her up in pretty much pajamas and asked if they could go upstairs or inside. She asked if they were still going to the bar, and Andrew said that it was too late. The woman invited him upstairs, saying that he seemed harmless. After a conversation about his work, without asking, he went in for a kiss pretty aggressively, but the woman didn't stop him. After a few minutes, Andrew asked to go further. She tells him she's on her period, but Andrew says that he was fine with that. She describes feeling frozen, but decides to continue. Andrew then asks to film the act, to which the girl was reluctant again, but eventually agreed when Andrew said that she could use her own personal phone to record so that she could decide whether or not to send it. After performing the sexual act, he made her send the video before he left, which she states felt pressuring. Yeah, that's coercive. That's very coercive. The two continued a sexual relationship after that. She describes feeling led on, emotionally manipulated, because even on the first date, Andrew described seeing a family in his future and didn't have any problems with her son. After a few more dates, the woman tried to cut Andrew off because she felt like she was being treated like a hookup to him, but states that when she refused to meet him again, he would emotionally manipulate her into letting him see her again. She also states that she would have been okay with just hooking up as long as Andrew was more upfront about his intentions, but felt that Andrew complicated and manipulated things for whatever reason. The woman then states that Andrew stealthed her the last time that they have sex. And it says here, stealthing is the act of secretly having sex without a condom when the recipient only consented to sex with a condom. Stealthing, by the way, is rape. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Stealthing is rape, as far as I'm concerned. Andrew was expected to wear condoms during sex, and all of their previous sex he had used them. She also describes Andrew knowing that she wasn't on birth control and at this point in her life did not want to have an abortion. Mid-sex, she found out that Andrew had stealthed her, but she let the sex continue because in the moment it felt like him taking their relationship more seriously. After the date, she felt that Andrew took advantage of the fact that she liked him, wanted a relationship, and he was consistently pushing boundaries and pressuring her in ways she was not okay with, even outside of the stealthing incident. She also stated the two were not drunk during the event and posted an image of their DMs. So here we have an image of her initial DMs from February 5th, the dates that she stated. So stealthing is a fucking horrible thing to do to somebody. It's incredibly dangerous to women's health because obviously you have a right to have control over whether you're going to get pregnant or not. Yeah, really, really bad. Okay, we are approaching the end of the allegations for now. So there's one more that we need to read through, okay? This is Evan, Andrew's producer. This is Andrew's producer, Evan, sexual assault allegations. An anonymous woman DM'd me to let me know that Andrew's camera and main producer, Evan, had sexually assaulted her. She states that she was invited out with Andrew and his crew after one of their live shows in 2022. Talking with Evan, she suggested a bar she knew because it's literally right on the same block as my apartment. Once at the bar, she describes that while she chose to drink, Andrew's team definitely pressured her to drink. An example being when she refused to drink, they would mention everyone else was drinking and would make her feel bad. At the start of the night, she describes that everyone was buying her drinks, but at the end it was just Evan buying them and specifically buying her drinks. She also describes the drinks just being handed to her and not even knowing the alcohol content. One of her friends stated that at the end of the night, Evan was talking to her while she was nearly incoherent and was leaning heavily against the bar. Unfortunately, shortly after, the woman's friends decided to leave and the drunk woman eventually blacked out. Okay, small thing. This is not me putting the blame on anybody but the rapist. However, if you are a friend, never leave your friend behind if they're drunk, okay? Seriously, never leave your friends behind if they're drunk. Just don't do it. Just be the honorable one. Be the brave soldier who stands and makes sure that your friends get home safe. Just never leave your friends alone, even if you think that they can take care of themselves. You never know in a situation like this what could go wrong. You should always try to stick together with your friends. Yeah. Knowing where she lived due to her mentioning it earlier, Evan carried her home and none of Andrew's crew stopped him. That is insane. That right there is fucking ridiculous. Evan carried her to her home and nobody stopped. The woman had a habit of leaving her door unlocked, so Evan was easily able to get inside. Whether she mentioned to him she left her door unlocked earlier in the night or Evan took a guess, the girl does not know or remember. When she awoke, she was being groped and touched. Immediately, she said no to Evan multiple times, but he continued trying to coerce her, even grabbing her hand and her head in order to try and force her into a blowjob or hand job. As she describes it, I kept saying no, and he only stopped when I finally started crying. He then left her apartment. The woman had to piece together what happened to her the next day by talking to her friends and going back to the bar to speak to the bouncer. Hopefully you can see me as a reliable narrator, as I can say the woman sent me a picture of herself with Andrew as proof. So this is the writer of this thread confirming that they were sent hard evidence of this. Now, we can't see that necessarily. As of right now, she's not comfortable with her picture being public, understandable, although I will share a compilation of her comments that she made to me. So this last one here is we're taking the word of the person who's been running this thread. Okay, now the rest of these are a number of smaller allegations that that support these stories but don't have as much evidence. So we're not going to go into these as they don't really have as much evidence, or even I guess they're not as credible as I would like to. I'd like to fixate on these ones here. So you guys see why I thought this was important to go over? Yeah, they don't have as much corroboration, unfortunately. And also some of them are about different things that aren't about this core issue. So as you can see, the allegations against Andrew Callaghan are quite credible. They are quite numerous. I think that it is fair to say that every person who is looking at this should consider Andrew Callaghan a very dangerous person to be around, a very, very dangerous person for women to be around, until a significant amount of further information, which may or may not even exist, comes forward. I don't see. I can foresee almost no situation in which Andrew Callaghan can produce evidence contrary to what he's already said. Because keep in mind, once again, that Andrew told Ethan Klein, which we are about to watch in just a second here, Andrew told Ethan Klein that these encounters were real, but that he didn't agree with the way that they went. So we're going to do two more things before we get to the end of this segment and move on to something else that's not going to be as stressful and potentially triggering as the topics that we've been talking about for the last few hours. Which is, we're going to watch what Ethan from H3H3 had to say about this. So let's watch the segment of Ethan Klein's testimony about what he talked to Andrew Callaghan about, and then we are going to wrap this up reviewing once again, Andrew Callaghan's response video, and we'll have a short conversation about this. So let's watch this.
I believe both girls. But when the second girl came out, I was like, okay, I need to talk to Andrew about this. I mean, listen, he is my friend. We do have a relationship. I'm not just going to go to the internet and start talking about all this without even reaching out to him. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, I needed to hear from him what happened. So I talked to him, and he was, you know, look, he's in a really bad mental headspace. Obviously, he was like soaring on top of the world, and now he's like canceled. But I wanted the details. I said, yo, what's up with these allegations? You got to tell me what's going on. I talked on the phone with him. The first girl, he told me, I'm just going to tell you what he said. By the way, I was hoping to wait to talk about this till he put out a statement. He told me that he was going to put out a statement today at 12. I think he's working on a statement. I guess it's going to come out today. I can find out. Maybe I'll text him and find out when. So I'm sure he wants people to read his statement. So if I could read it on stream, that'd be good. I wanted to make sure he was like in a safe place, that he wasn't, why are you guys saying stop? Don't say anything. I'm just telling you what happened, okay? I'm just being transparent. Oh, you don't want me to say what he told me? The fuck? Why? I don't understand your guys's... I don't understand the logic, but a lot of y'all say don't say anything. So... No, it's not private. He listen, guys, it was a private conversation, but what he told me, he sent me stuff that he wanted me to convey. Okay? You know what I mean? I'm not like saying stuff that was said to me in private, if that's what you guys are afraid of. Like, he was sending me stuff to show to Hassan, text messages and stuff and stories, like, cuz he's saying that he wants people to hear his side of stuff, at least if people are talking about it. And so he told me this stuff with the understanding that I might share it.
So what we have right now is Ethan saying that he believes the victims that came forward explicitly. He's very clear about that. And also he is saying that he had a private conversation with Andrew Callaghan. In my experience, at least being online, Ethan is a very trustworthy person on topics like this. Ethan is is not going to lie about having a conversation with Andrew Callaghan. I do believe that he went to Andrew Callaghan, and I do believe he asked him pointed questions about this. So, yeah. Let's continue.
People are saying, why are you conveying things from him? I'm just literally saying what he said, but if you don't want me to talk about it, then I won't. I don't understand that necessarily.
From YouTube chat, says, not gonna lie, I hate how many guy friend groups tend to do this, where they have a blasé or lenient attitude towards creepy behavior and not warn or tell the women around them about it. I will say that is again what we talk about when we're saying things like rape culture, where it is not seen as pressing to warn people about the behaviors of your friend. Instead, well-intentioned guys will often sort of quietly try to take it on their own shoulders to like keep that guy out of trouble, which is like, interestingly, sometimes it has the reverse effect of actually assisting. Like I mentioned before, this whole entourage thing where where Andrew Callaghan keeps people around him who increase the pressure on any girl because he's there with friends and they're alone. Yeah. So, yeah. But I don't think that's really what, I don't know that that's what Ethan is doing here, but I understand what you're talking about, and I wanted to touch on that.
I mean, I'm reading chat. I'm trying to get some logic here. No, he did not say they're lying, guys. Let me at least fucking explain before you'll jump down my throat. Like, hello, let me talk. It's so hard to talk about this stuff, which I get, you know, the people get really, there's high emotions and stuff when you talk about this stuff. So it's hard for everybody. I'm not, you know, I totally understand the people in the chat have strong opinions about this, right? Like that I get. And me too. That's what this whole is just very hard to talk about. But I just want to be transparent. I mean, he's going to put out a statement that is more detailed and obviously the way that he wants to say stuff, but I'm not betraying his trust or anything. I'm sure he would be fine to know. Look, chat, yeah, I mean, listen, it's okay. I understand why y'all are getting emotional. I'm not even mad. I'm just trying to understand why you guys said. Planet Kaylee said, sadness, I don't know what to think. I've been essayed and worse. I do feel men can redeem themselves and is responsible to be a great interest to women like me. I appreciate that comment, Planet Kaylee. Chat needs to calm down. Ethan's doing his best. Tough situation. It's all good. Say whatever you think needs to be said on your part. Ignore the chat. You're doing great, sweetie. My feelings as a fan of all parties, we don't want you to defend him and help him if he wants to misconstrue the party. Listen, I'm not doing that. It's not my intention. I said straight out the gate. Let me just say it before everyone makes assumptions and shit. Let me just say what I was going to say. So, first, I just wanted to make sure that he told me he was like at a psych ward. He was not doing well and he was having panic attacks and stuff. And I, first of all, wanted to make sure that he was safe, that he wasn't going to hurt himself, that he was with people that cared about him. Obviously, I don't want him to die. I'm hoping none of y'all think he should die for this, do you? And so I did confirm that he's doing okay. So that was a relief to me. Again, I'm not defending him, and I believe those victims 100% since they came out with their videos. So what was I saying? So, well, what I was going to say before y'all jumping to conclusions is that he confirmed what they're saying is true. Okay? Y'all fucking, you know what I mean? He confirmed that he knew the girls and that he had encounters with them. So right out the bat, you know what I mean? He was pretty open, and basically that's what I wanted to hear, right? Like he confirmed that this stuff basically happened. What do you mean he's gaslighting me? He literally told me it happened. Like, what the fuck? Guys, listen. Oh no, the abusers isn't mentally well. Listen, I know it's not about him being the victim, but I don't want him to die. Okay? Like, I have a obligation as a human being to another human being to make sure that he's not, like, suicidal. And I'm just gonna not check on him. Like, you guys gotta pick. Anyway, what the fuck? I gotta stop reading the chat. Y'all are getting in my head. Stun locking me. Yeah, don't look at chat. Fuck. Now I know what it's like to be stun locked. But anyway, it's not about him, right? So, sorry, I gotta stop reading chat. The one time I read chat, I gotta stop reading it. All right, let me get my fucking thoughts together on this. So, I mean, my main takeaway is that he confirmed he knew the girls, right? And basically that's all I'll say. I mean, I talked to him a lot. I wanted to hear from him what happened. And that's all I'll say is that he confirmed he knew them. So like that's not defending him at all. I mean, if anything, it's corroborating what they said. So I basically am just waiting. I really just waiting for a statement to kind of, there's not even really a conclusion. I mean, it sucks. You know what the fuck? I mean, what the fuck can I say? It sucks. It's very upsetting. It's weird because, like, I'm both a fan of him and a friend of him. So it's just, it really sucks. What can I say? I mean, y'all fucking in the same boat as me. That's it. That's all I got to say about it. I mean, I don't have any other fucking thing to say about it this time. Some of y'all want me to, like.
So as everybody in chat is pointing out, there was a lot of preamble in that video, but I just wanted you to see it in its organic form. That was the section in which he talked about it all, and you got a sort of an idea for his chat and also how difficult it was for Ethan to talk about this. However, he confirms that Andrew Callaghan in private to him both confirmed that the events were real and that the people were not lying about the encounters. So if you add that up with everything else, that none of these people who came forward, none of them were lying about ever having been with him. All of them are now confirmed to have been with him from him. I think that gives us a pretty clear path as to the credibility of all of these things. These people came out independently. They tried for years to have their story be told, and Andrew Callaghan himself in private has confirmed that they were not lying about the events happening. Although, of course, as we are about to see, we are going to watch his response. I'm going to try to avoid to, yes, at the time, yes, Vox Syndicate, sorry, I should be clear. At the time, there were only 2 stories that had happened so far, which was Charlotte and Caroline. Those were the 2 stories that had come out at that time. Afterwards, Dana came out, then the Navy story came out, and then finally a story which we were not able to watch, which was from the lady who was stealthed, who was completely anonymous. We did not have her name, although, again, she was confirmed by a number, by you know, as credible as you can get. And she also originally posted a video, but that video is no longer available. So Ethan confirmed the 2 first stories, both of which contain some extremely troubling things that establish a pattern of behavior. Now, the final thing we're going to watch here is Andrew Callaghan's response. And we're going to listen to this. And now many of you heard this the other day. However, I want you all to listen to this, and I want you to think about the way that he talks about it, and I want you to sort of reflect upon all of the receipts that we've gone over today, all of the stories that we've gone over today, the reasons why these stories are credible, and I want you to think about how he responds to them, and then we'll talk about it. Yes, this is a rewatch, but this is important because when we watched it the other day, it was without the context of all of this. Let's go.
All right. I never thought I'd make a video like this, but I think there's an important conversation to be had, and I just want to be fully accountable, honest, and transparent with all of you guys. So I'd like to start by thanking every single person who's came out in the past week to speak about different ways in which my behavior has made them feel uncomfortable or pressured during a sexual situation, and to people who said that I've made unwanted advances and had a hard time with rejection. I'm sure this was not easy to do. It's never easy to speak out, and it was hard for me to hear as well, because to be honest with you, up until this point, I didn't even really realize that I had this pattern that had affected multiple people. I'd also like to apologize for my silence. I think that when
I want to just point out here that these stories confirm that It's not just about a pattern. It's not just about a pattern. This guy followed people back to their house. This guy pushed people to the degree that he was pushing himself on them physically. It's not just about the pattern. The pattern is for our information to avoid him. The pattern is not in and of itself the problem. The problem is the behaviors that he did, the crap that he did to other people. Notice how he sidesteps that entirely. That part really irks me, and I want you to pay attention to that.
This stuff first came out, I was in a state of denial and shock. I was, just riding the high from my movie that just came out. And then within 48 hours, I was denounced by my closest collaborators. And my name was printed in 40 different news outlets next to the words sexual misconduct. And I just kind of spiraled into a mental health crisis. I'm okay now, but I don't really think this is about me. This is about the people that I've affected. So I just want to express my complete sympathy, respect, and support for anyone who I've done wrong by. And I really want to do better and be fully accountable for everything that I've done. So
yes.
That being said, I want to make a few things clear. I've always taken no for an answer. As far as consent,
So he says that he believes the victims, and then he refutes the main claim of every single person who came forward. Every single person who came forward claimed that he was definitively not able to take no for an answer. So he says, oh yeah, my sympathies go out to you, but you're lying, is what he's saying here. He's not saying it outright, but that's what his words link together to mean.
Never overstepped that line. But I think I want to have a more nuanced and important conversation about power dynamics, pressure, and coercion. Because, like I said, I think for a long time, I was behaving in a way that I actually thought was normal. I thought that, going home from the bar alone made you a loser. I thought that persistence was a form of flattery. And I thought that, if at first somebody was reluctant, they're playing hard to get, just try harder. And if you think someone's feeling you, make a physical advance and see if they go with it. And I think that, especially I realized when so many young people, especially young men, rushed to defend me when this stuff first started coming out, that this type of sex pest behavior is normalized. And a lot of people think this stuff is normal when I don't think that it is. And I think that
this is not sex pest behavior. Let's be clear. Now that you can sit here with me and we have looked through all of the evidence, we have looked through all of these things. We've seen the evidence with our own eyes to the best of our ability when the videos had not been removed, and some of them we found anyway. We've now heard from verified, highly respectable newspapers that have written about this, and this is not sex pest behavior. This is rapist behavior, not sex pest behavior. Rapist behavior. Let's be clear about that.
I want to be fully responsible for not having a fluid understanding of consent and what enthusiastic two-way consent looks like.
This is not about enthusiastic consent. Enthusiastic consent is a very good topic to discuss, but this is not about enthusiastic consent. You went so far as to follow people, as to refuse to leave their cars. This is not about enthusiastic consent. This is about explicit violations of consent. People telling you, no, no, stop, no, and you still went on anyway.
That being said, a lot of the things that have been said online about me are not true. A lot of things are missing really important contextual information that I think would change people's...
Provide it. Put it out there. Where's the evidence? You say there's context that changes this? Put it out. Where is it? It's still not out. It's very strange, isn't it? None of these people are suing him, but he won't provide the evidence that he supposedly has. Let's continue.
Interpretation of a lot of these situations, but I'm not here to invalidate anybody's lived experience.
You already did. You already fucking did.
If you feel pressured, that's just what it is. I hope that young people and young men in particular can use my mistakes to learn and move through life with a better understanding of consent. As far as what I have planned, I'm not really sure what comes next. I mean, obviously, reporting is my one true love, and I'm 25 years old and I have my whole life ahead of me, but I really think that I need to do
It's interesting. You know, it's interesting that he put that part in there. I'm 25, I got my whole life ahead of me. That is literally the stereotype of what somebody tries to say to not get in trouble for something heinous that they've done. It is literally a stereotype. He's got his whole, Your Honor, he's got his whole life in front of him.
Some serious work on myself and figure myself out. So I'm gonna start therapy sessions pretty much immediately. Also, not to blame alcohol, but I truly believe that alcohol was a contributing factor to my...
You gave the alcohol to other people. You gave alcohol to other people so that they were more drunk than you. This has been corroborated across all of these stories, that you used alcohol as a tool to predate on people.
Poor decision making. And I think that alcohol in general has had a devastating impact on my life. So I think I'm going to make the decision to join the 12-step program for Alcoholics Anonymous. And during this journey into sobriety.
Notice also he says, I think I'm going to. This is so terrible. Doesn't this response seem even more terrible now that we've gone through everything? Those of you who are here when we reviewed it, when it first came out, when we reviewed it live without any prep, now that the entire cases have been laid out in front of you, doesn't this seem even more disgusting? Especially knowing that we know that he allegedly used a apology to try to get himself into a position where he could victimize someone. An apology that is calculated. I want to apologize to you. Get them into the space, get them into the car where you can take advantage of them. That's fucked up. And this is what we get? Disgusting.
I want to take a serious step back from public life. And like I said, figure myself out. And I hope that this reaches the ears of anyone who's felt affected by me. I'd love to reach out to you, or
I
you
hope
can
not.
reach out to me, even just for me to say I'm sorry, and I really apologize, and I appreciate you all. I also want to apologize to my closest collaborators, you know, my friends, my family, and people who will have to wear this stain on their career forever.
No one else but you will have to. No one else. Everyone else made the correct decision. Tim and Eric dropped your ass. H3, dropping your ass. Hopefully Hassan will drop your ass. Hopefully everyone will drop your ass because they don't wear the stain. You do. You're the one who did the thing. They're not doing it. Don't try to fucking implicate other people in this.
You guys don't deserve this, and I love you guys. That being said, if you never want to watch Channel 5 again, I understand. I hope you remember the missions of radical empathy and media literacy that we have.
Do you think Andrew Callaghan was practicing radical empathy as he badgered and literally physically forced himself on other women? Do you think he was on women? Do you think that he was practicing radical fucking empathy when he pretended to use an apology as a pretense to get someone in close contact and then he proceeded to rape them, allegedly?
Tried to put into the world through our coverage. All right, that's all I want to say.
A genuinely garbage bin, terrible, rotten, just absolutely fucking rotten response. Just beyond terrible. Oh my God, what an absolute embarrassment of a response. Clearly, God, I feel like I did a pretty good job addressing all of the issues as we dealt with them, but there's one thing I want to bring up, which is I've made multiple notes throughout this investigation, whatever we want to call this deep dive. I've made multiple references to the fact that none of the people, to our knowledge, are attempting to sue him. And yet he is using incredibly controlled legal language. Which makes me think, do you think that it's possible that he's going to try to sue them? Do you think that he's going to try to do the Johnny Depp, I'm going to sue you for defamation approach? Because I think that's a legitimate possibility. I think part of the reason that his apology video is so lawyerly, is so carefully worded so as that he never admits any actual fault outside of making people feel bad. Do you think it's possible? Because I think it's possible. I think it is possible that he tries to go that route, that he tries to like turbo gaslight these people, and especially because so many of them have gone private. It makes me wonder if there are lawyers who have contacted the alleged victims and who have said, we need to get you a legal defense for defamation ASAP. Because we live in a very strange period of time where a whole bunch of people who are very credibly accused of sexual assault are beginning to try to use the law as a way to further silence their own victims. Very strange. JFK Jr. says, I think it's either prep in case he gets sued or so he doesn't walk himself into a lawsuit by accidentally admitting things. That's possible. It could be purely a purely defensive move. But I think it's weird because none of the people involved have made any indication that they were going to sue him for anything. And most of them acknowledged that there is no lawsuit that can happen because it would be very difficult to prove any of the actual events, that they are staking their reputation on this truth, not for any personal gain. Very obviously, all of their accounts are now locked and not accessible, but rather that they are doing so to warn others. I think it's very strange. Now, of course, we're going to have to wait and find out what happens. There's likely to be more developments in this story at some point, but now you've seen it all for yourself, and I've given you my opinion, and I've talked about some of the core issues. Andrew Callaghan, in my opinion, should never be given a platform on any segment of the left, no matter how broad you go. That he should not be given a platform until he can, until or if he can prove that that he is a person who can be safe around other people, or he can prove that there is something, like he says, that there's evidence that would change the interpretation of the situation, which, let's see it. Where's the fucking evidence? Where's the evidence that would change what you did to these people, allegedly? And very, very credibly, allegedly. I don't think that Andrew Callaghan is somebody who can be trusted with any sort of platform. It is very clear to me that given this history of allegations and the detail of these allegations, that using his platform is key to the way that he victimizes people. That he targets people based on their fan status. He targets fans. He tries to use his clout and his notoriety as a way to pressure people. He uses his little entourage as a way to pressure people. He uses his clout to lull people into a false sense of security, and then he hurts them very badly. I don't think Andrew Callaghan should ever be allowed to be given a platform. I think that as far as I'm concerned, he should find a new line of work. Maybe he should just work a normal job as a burger flipper or a meter reader or something along those lines, because this type of behavior is very clearly, if all of these allegations point to him using his power as a micro celebrity to harm people. He uses the small amount of power that he's received, social power, to harm people horribly. So that's all there is to say on this particular issue. That is all of it. I've laid out everything that I was able to find so far. We watched as many of the videos as we were able to get. I did not know that I would need to download all of them in advance, so I didn't do it this time. So I apologize that we weren't able to watch the TikToks of the last two people because they are completely privated and hidden now. However, we were able to read transcripts of those events, so you are able to get the full story. Fake Alec Kyle Parker says, in other words, Andrew Callaghan is basically the definition of a predator. As far as we can tell, he is basically the definition of a predator, of somebody who is completely unsafe to be around, somebody who targets people who are vulnerable and exploits any vulnerability he can to try and get what he wants, that he will literally ignore every single level of boundary, that he will ignore every single level of refusal, that he will push through to the point of physically assaulting people, according to these allegations. Here's hoping that Channel 5 gets a new host. I'm sure they will be able to. Naomi says, thank goodness that this is over. It was honestly mentally exhausting. Tell me about it. I've been sitting on this crap for days. It's been on my mind, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy that we've managed to lay it out here in a single video that people can go watch and they can share with other people in order to get the information out there. Is the Channel 5 name tainted? Well, isn't that what happened with All Gas No Brakes too? Didn't they both get that? Unfortunately, it is too bad that there's also it's too bad for Channel 5, for people who like the show Channel 5, that it seems like there are other members that were at least tangentially involved, including the producer, who has allegations against him as well. Should I save Andrew's videos to archive.org? I don't think that's a bad idea, honestly, Emo Anon. I don't think that's a bad idea at all. If it's work that you're passionate about, which I can understand, because I will agree that a lot of his videos are very, very interesting, entertaining, and informative, regardless of the fact that he appears to be a rampant and dangerous predator. Yep. Great show run by a horrible person. Yeah, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. All right, that's the end of the segment. Okay, that's the end of the segment. By the way, this is not gonna, of course, that's the end of the segment, so this is not gonna go in the video. If you wanna support me, please do. This month has been very expensive, and I would appreciate any sort of support via donations or PayPal, or not PayPal, Patreon, or anything like that. Also, please, press like on the button. I do a lot of work for this show, and I would like to be able to succeed as a result. I'd also like to get this video out there so that people can actually see all of the evidence in one place. This is one of the things, by the way, I'm just rambling. This is not, again, not part of the video that we're gonna post, but part of the reason why I do segments like this is because it's incredibly, incredibly hard to actually get all of the information in one place and have it all put together where you can then go and look at this stuff for yourself. What ends up happening is stories like this get broken across a whole bunch of videos and pieces get lost. Even in this particular case, I wasn't able to get all the TikToks because by the time we got to the story, the TikToks had already been privated, a lot of them had already been deleted. So part of my goal with stuff like this is to make sure that there are single chunks that people can go and look at and learn and make decisions for themselves. Yeah, so, yeah. I didn't know the extent of the evidence. This is a good segment. Thank you. I try to do my best. Obviously, I'm not perfect. I'm just a streamer. I'm not some sort of, I don't have like a journalism team. I make mistakes and things like that, but I do my best to make sure that you have all the evidence on hand and that you know where to look to find out more. So yeah. Yep. Yeah. So that's the way that I look at it. And yeah. Okay, everybody. So again, that's the end. We're done with the Andrew Callaghan stuff. So real quick, I'm just gonna take a step over to the bathroom. I'm gonna stretch my legs a little bit, go to the bathroom, and then when we come back, we have some drama stuff to go through. We have actually a decent amount of drama to go through. So yeah, we're gonna do that. So don't tune out, don't go anywhere. We're gonna do some wild stuff. We gotta talk about Keffals and Keemstar, and maybe, I don't know 100% yet, maybe the Bad Bunny thing. I know that Keffals yesterday published a video about Bad Bunny, but I haven't actually seen the video's gone down. So I don't know if Keffals doesn't want people to react to that or what. I'm gonna try and find that out. Maybe we will react to that. But we're gonna talk about Keffals and Keemstar, and then we're also gonna talk about the WhiteNervosa versus ChudLogic situation, which is pretty wild, I gotta say. Yeah, the ChudLogic leaving the left and all of that sort of stuff. Okay, so real quick, I'm gonna put on the bathroom song, which will be a nice, refreshing break from all of the doom and gloom. Enjoy the bathroom song. I will be right back, and we will continue from there. Don't go anywhere, and don't forget to press like. See you soon in just a second.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out. Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's
Just
give her
barely
and her
looped.
bladder a little
Just
fucking
barely
break.
looped. I sipped so big I almost yacked. Be careful. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Please, don't hurt yourself. That would be so sad. There is 0% chance that I left my hands unwashed. Stop asking me if I washed my hands. You have the wrong creator. And by that I mean you've made it an almost independent meme. It's a referential, but ultimately an independent meme, which is strange. Oh boy. Okay, so oh wow, there's some discourse happening on Twitter, but then again, when isn't there? When isn't there? Huh. When isn't there? Huh? Okay. Let's find out real quick. Okay, so there's a couple of things. Fuck. We want to react to the ChudLogic one? Let's react to the ChudLogic and WhiteNervosa one. Let's do that, shall we? I'm gonna send Keffals a message real quick. One second, let me send Keffals a message real quick. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye out on that. We'll see what Keffals has to say. But in the meantime, we are going to talk about something else. So, guys, let's talk about this ChudLogic shit, shall we? Some of you guys may know of ChudLogic. I used to consider myself quite good friends with ChudLogic, and I in fact did a video a bit ago about my relationship with ChudLogic and how we sort of started splitting and going our own ways. When I first came to this space, ChudLogic was very supportive of me, and I spent a lot of time actually as my channel grew. I spent more time hanging out with ChudLogic. We became friends. We talked about all kinds of stuff. We would shoot the shit. We would play a lot of games together. We would talk about drama, etc., etc., etc. And as time went on, his content took a very different philosophy, a very different turn. He used to describe himself as a Marxist. He used to describe himself as a communist, in fact, at various points. And as we can tell, that is certainly, as most people will know, that is certainly no longer the case. He doesn't really stand by either of those identities, despite that being what he kind of built his stream on initially. We split and started going separate ways because he was very, very avidly partnering with a content creator named Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl, of course, being the content creator who wrote the song, and I'm going to quote the title of the song, "I Am a Pedophile." That is Mr. Girl who wrote that song, and also Mr. Girl who goes around the internet doing defense, rhetorical defense for pedophiles, which I think is disgusting. Now, I have talked to Mr. Girl exactly once, and other than that, I have had zero interest or desire, and I have actively refused to participate in any other thing besides the one thing that I had a conversation with Mr. Girl as a part of a charity stream, and the only reason I even did that was because his fans paid a lot of money to the charity, directly to the charity, in order to make that conversation happen, and we talked about gender. So, ChudLogic and I started going our own separate ways over Mr. Girl, basically. And he had a different approach to the way that he wanted to do content, and sometime around that point, he hired an editor. An editor by the name of DK, aka Drift King Edits. Now, I've done a video on DK already. I did a video reacting to a conflict between DK, ChudLogic, and another content creator that many of us are familiar with by the name of President Sunday. I've talked about DK in the past. I do not think highly of DK. In fact, I think about as lowly of DK as is humanly possible. I think DK is a terrible and dangerous person in the sense that he is incredibly emotionally immature, unstable, and has been given a certain slice of power over ChudLogic's community. Now, he's not dangerous to me or to any of you because you're not a part of ChudLogic's community. But what many people don't know about DK, aka Drift King's edits, or Drift King's edits, is that he actually threatened to leak personal and private information to what he implied were doxing forums. That he actually not just threatened the entirety of ChudLogic's mod team at the time, who have mostly resigned, but also the entire membership of the ChudLogic Discord. We covered this in my previous video where I said that this is like an actually dangerous thing that should be taken seriously. Needless to say, ChudLogic has continued to employ Drift King edits, and Drift King edits has continued to be an unstable and immature and strange individual. Now, recently, Drift King's edits decided to take shots at a online figure that many of us know and love by the name of WhiteNervosa. For those who don't know, WhiteNervosa is a programmer who helped create the site format that me, Xanderhall, Keffals, Shoe on Head, Vosh, and many other people use. It's called White Forest. White Forest is a co-op that has created a fork of a small open source project that has grown into a much larger project, and the features that you enjoy on the website, the chat, the emotes, the easy donations, all of that sort of stuff, being able to change your pronouns, all of that was created by WhiteNervosa. Now, yeah, the serfs, just a lot of people. WhiteNervosa has helped create the websites of a lot of people, the tools that make the website possible. I don't want to get too much into technicals. Now, Drift King's edits, DK, who works for ChudLogic, and let's just be clear, ChudLogic is aware of the way that his editor behaves, his editor and Discord admin behaves, and doesn't seem to really concerned by it. In fact, he seems to be doubling down right alongside of DK. But DK went after WhiteNervosa the other day, and let me just grab these screenshots for you real quick so you can see the type of stuff that was being said to WhiteNervosa by DK. Hold on, I've got all of them right here. I'm gonna just bring these up real quick. Let me just grab this real quick. I'm gonna get them all up in advance so we can just go through them one by one and take a look at it real quick. Yeah, here's the document. Okay, all right, here we go. This is all of the stuff. All right, so we're gonna go through these sort of one by one, and I'm just gonna show you. Okay, here we go. So here's the first one, I believe. I believe this was the inciting incident. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. So Drift King's editing says, I'm not really sure what's going on, but Andrew Callaghan definitely didn't rape that young lady. And then Drift King's wrote it again and said, I'm not really sure what's going on, but Andrew Callaghan definitely raped that young lady. So he's making two jokes about the Andrew Callaghan situation, okay? And WhiteNervosa responds, I'm out of my mind, and added ChudLogic. Irrational Chad, but is there any reason you're paying a person who felt the need to tweet this twice? Are you too lazy to find another editor, or are they doing it for scraps off the plate so that it's worth it? Is there no connection you feel whatsoever? So what WhiteNervosa was saying is, why the fuck are you employing a guy who's making jokes about like as your editor is just making jokes about the an ongoing situation of like where there are active, credible allegations of rape, and this guy's making a joke of it. Personally, I don't think WhiteNervosa is out of line by asking that. I think that that's a reasonable thing for people to be concerned about, given that, well, just keep in mind, we just did, all of you who are here now and who are in the live stream, some of you who are watching this later maybe won't have been, but we just did an entire segment going through all of the evidence, and let's just say the case is very, very, very strong against Andrew Callaghan. And Andrew Callaghan, it wasn't just one person. So I can understand why people would be frustrated with that sort of comment coming from an editor, okay? Let's continue real quick, okay? And WhiteNervosa has me blocked. So although they are acting as though they are talking to me, they are actually virtue signaling to their followers. It's very simple. I will never kowtow to the gay, retarded sensibilities of leftoids. Now, let me remind you once again that I would say about a year ago, ChudLogic was online being one of the leftoids that he is so angry about here. He's not too far from his history of being a literal Marxist. But as you can see, as far as behavior is concerned, ChudLogic is totally trying to go to the opposite direction, okay? We're gonna continue, and I'm gonna show you another one that has been shown in this conflict. I wanna be able to outline the conflict for you so you understand where this goes, okay? So WhiteNervosa then tags Twitch and Twitch support and says, Twitch support has explicitly told me that it is okay that the partnered channel, ChudLogic, has called me, another Twitch partner, a gay retard. Take that as you will and do as you wish off platform as long as it's not an imminent threat. So as we all know, it is actually very much against the Twitch TOS to use to target another Twitch partner, or anyone for that matter, but especially a literal coworker, as far as coworkers can be concerned, with this type of language. So apparently Twitch did not take that seriously, and WhiteNervosa simply wanted to talk about that. And while I can understand people being frustrated or thinking that this is a across the line or whatever, I have to say, I mean, WhiteNervosa just said that Twitch didn't respond, or that Twitch did not respond or ban anybody. No one has been banned here. WhiteNervosa is simply making the case that if you are going to make jokes about rape and then you are going to call a fellow Twitch partner a gay, retarded leftoid, you might be in violation of the TOS that Twitch has put out. And people have gotten in trouble for much less. As you all know, I was falsely reported and also cleared of those of a false ban as a result of people falsely reporting me for calling myself the F slur. And of course, it continues. So let's continue with this. WhiteNervosa is a disgusting freak who has demonstrated with the rose wrist situation that they are willing to abuse whatever pathetic measure of power they have access to. Now they are making a concerted effort to deplatform me from Twitch because I was mean to them on Twitter. And then Carissa Avalone says, did you call them a gay retard? And of course the answer is, well, yes, he did. So maybe if you didn't want to get in trouble with the TOS of the website that you make your money on, you should not do things that are out of the TOS of the website that you make your money on. So it seems kind of obvious to me by and large. So, you know, there's this right here. Now, personally, I think that describing WhiteNervosa as a disgusting freak is really across the line. I think that's unfair. I don't think that anything here is disgusting freak behavior. I think WhiteNervosa is frustrated with the continual issues with your editor. Now, of course, ChudLogic here makes some references to a situation with rose wrist. Let me just explain the rose wrist situation for those who were not here for that. Rose wrist was a very small content creator who at one point operated a White Forest website. Now, many people don't know anything about the internal operations of White Forest, and I wouldn't expect you to, but White Forest is a co-op that does not charge people for hosting. Like White Forest selects streamers that they believe in and does not charge them for hosting the websites. Now, that can actually become quite a large expense. And as a result, White Forest has a rule that if your website is not active for an extended period of time, your website will basically stop being hosted until you are active again. Now, as it turns out, Rose Wrist was long overdue past that dead zone. The website was still being hosted, but Rose Wrist had not streamed to his website in some time, in well over the pre-stated amount of time. In addition, Rose Wrist, this content creator, was boasting on social media about having contributed to a harassment manifesto, and that is what it was. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. There was a manifesto that was written about Keffals, myself, and my partner Doe, who doesn't even stream at the moment. A manifesto designed to spread extremely obvious low-level disinformation and drive harassment at us that made absurd claims about our behavior and definitively lied about us. And Rose Wrist was boasting about having contributed significantly to this document. Now, something you'll notice that I just said there is that Hippie Punk says, wait, so Rose Wrist wasn't paying a dime? Nope, Rose Wrist wasn't paying a dime. Now, real quick, I just want to point out, myself, Doe, and Keffals are all three members, we're all three hosted by White Forest. And it's kind of odd for another member of White Forest to be participating in the creation of a harassment manifesto, and yes, it was called a manifesto, a harassment manifesto about 3 other White Forest websites. So, WhiteNervosa cut Rose Wrist's website, said no more. Now, Rose Wrist owns his website, he just doesn't host it. So he didn't lose his website, he didn't lose his domain name, the website just stopped being hosted. And as a, we'll call it a prank, okay? I'm gonna be charitable here and we're gonna call it a prank because I think that's a fair thing to call it. WhiteNervosa had, for I believe about 24 hours or so, Rose Wrist's domain or his hosting redirected to Keffals. This was a little bit of a fuck you from WhiteNervosa to Rose Wrist for Rose Wrist participating in that harassment manifesto. Now, is that unprofessional? Yeah, it's a little unprofessional. Is it a crime? No. Is it a severely unprofessional act? No, it isn't. Again, Rose Wrist maintains full control over all of his IP. He remains full control over his domains. He could have actually stopped that redirect from happening immediately by simply going to his domain, his domain name service and just changing just changing where it was pointing to. But he didn't. So for a day or two, as far as I know, I don't know that, I don't believe it went on much longer than that. There was a joke redirect from Rose Wrist's site, so from Rose Wrist's website to Keffals' front page, which again, Rose Wrist had not used his website in an extended period of time. So nobody was going to this website. Nobody except for a handful of people who got the joke even saw the redirect in the first place. But just keep in mind, this is how it is described by ChudLogic. The Rose Wrist situation, that they are willing to abuse whatever pathetic measure of power they have access to. For all of his crying and whining here, this is an example of, at worst, a prank. A little bit of a fuck you to somebody who screwed you and your friends over while taking advantage of your service that they were receiving for free. So I want you to understand that this entire time, as ChudLogic and DKEdits are trying to pretend that they're the based, take no prisoners, we don't cave to the lefties, we're so cool and based, they're actually just whining about nothing. They're crying about literally nothing. Okay? Let's keep going. Let's keep going in this situation. I want to make sure we get through everything, okay? So here we go. Here's the next tweet in line, okay? So then we have, you know, Irrational Chad, aka ChudLogic, literally don't care, you are a gay retard to somebody else. It's a bit questionable employing someone who admits, yeah, so this is just nonsense here. This is just random, him doubling down on this, calling people these sorts of things, okay? But I wanna look at this one. This is where it gets really serious, okay? Okay, so remember, it's ChudLogic is claiming that everybody else is a snowflake except for him. But I want you to take a look at this next thing from his editor, and I want you to understand what's going on, because there is a lot that we're going to see here. Let me get them all queued up here so we can just take a look at these in rapid succession, okay? This is going to be it's going to be a little bit of a change in pace from a bunch of like silly lighthearted drama into some really fucking weird behavior, okay? Here we go. So, let's go. DK editing. This is Drift King Edits. This is what I was telling you about. This is the guy, okay? I will be taking a break soon. The whole trying to get my life back together thing. Luckily, this last roundabout was with a terrible person, but I haven't always been as fortunate. So I need to get that in check. Love and appreciate you. So this is just WhiteNervosa saying, hey, I'm taking a break from social media, and DK says, attempt reincarnation. Everybody knows what that means, okay? Everybody knows what's being said there. Attempt reincarnation means kill yourself. That's what he's trying to say. He's making a kill yourself joke. And then it happens again. WhiteNervosa, I know you'll see this. You will never get your life back together. You will exist in this perpetual state of self-loathing and imposter syndrome for the rest of your miserable life. Your entire career is based off of stolen code. That's false, by the way. Like been debunked 1,000 times, level false. This is like incredibly stupid to say, but let's continue. Your social circle is just as fragile. All of your friends and allies will eventually turn on you. A new, better chameleon will build a new, better websites for streamers. You will have nothing and you will be nothing. That hopelessness and guilty feeling you have deep down will never go away. It will gnaw at you every waking moment, just like it always had. The mistakes of your past will never leave you. The only solution is God. He is out there somewhere, at the bottom of a 4-story drop, in the back room of a gun range, at the end of a prescribed bottle. Go find him. This is just kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself over and over again, or 3 or 4 times. Yeah. So, of course, now, let's keep everything in scope here. Remember that they were calling WhiteNervosa triggered and fragile, but this is what they get for a little bit of pushback on them making totally unprofessional and pretty disgusting jokes. So, you know, it's just very wild to me that their entire gambit has been like, oh yeah, it's the lefties who are fragile. It's pretty obvious who's mad here. You can see it. The anger and the mauled is sort of like emanating off of the post. And here we go again. DK editing, quoting, gay retards like this are why the leftoids get away with this shit. Annoying woke scold. They are trying to get me fired, remove my income, destroy my ability to provide for my family. If it's me losing my income or them reincarnating, there he goes using it again, I choose the latter every time. Then he has then he's randomly accusing people of crimes, etc., etc. And of course, that's not even what happened. In fact, WhiteNervosa initially did not report anyone. WhiteNervosa actually said, hey, maybe you should tell your editor not to make jokes about an ongoing rape case. And this has been his response. So I just need to, I know I'm repeating myself here, but we got to keep this all in scope because the fragility is so loud, it's deafening. Also, yeah, notice that this is this right here. If it's me losing my income or them reincarnating, I choose the latter every time. This is actually a slight modification because he's not actually saying you should kill yourself here. He's actually saying he wants to kill you, which is a little bit of a different, it's a little bit of a different thing. And then here we go. So here's Xanderhall, based. Xander Hall says, ChudLogic's Nazi editor writing anime villain monologues about how he wants my friend to commit suicide. I have a feeling he's projecting this suicide thing, so my message to him is that he should stop procrastinating. Now, Xander Hall, ever the edgelord, you know, being all shadow, you know, Shadow and Sonic sort of thing going on over here. Xander Hall comes out and fires right back with the exact same, we call this tone matching. You know, when somebody's like really freaking out on you and you respond by giving them exactly what they're giving you, that's called tone matching, okay? That's what our boy Xander Hall here was doing. And then I want you to see what the response here is. I'll do it if you do it, promise, though I doubt you could accomplish even a suicide without your meth addict ex-GF there to mother you through it. Unfortunately, she's probably too busy blowing her dealer behind her back, but behind your back to help anyway. Now, there's a couple of things with this I want to, oh wait, oops, I realize I have this, I realize I have the text up from here. I got to get rid of that. It's all good. Let's get rid of that. All right, there we go. So, first of all, terrible, terrible, terrible banter. Just, this is not funny. Like, this is just not funny. Zan's was much funnier. This is just stupid. It's your ex-girlfriend. She's probably too busy blowing her dealer behind your back, but they're already broken up, so this doesn't even make any sense. And there's one other thing that makes this there's one other thing that makes this extra funny here, which is that ChudLogic and DK published a video claiming that Xander Hall lied about the situation with his ex. Despite Xander Hall and Chud having basically a perfectly fine history, ChudLogic decided to side with Lonnie for seemingly no conceivable reason outside of the clicks. And you can actually go and look at this video real quick. I can just show you what I'm talking about. Let me just show you here.
Why is it that
there's oh, sorry about that. Also, here we go. Oh, damn, actually, this is terrible. YouTuber Xander Hall exposed as blank by racist alt-writer. And then he stole the thumbnail. AIDS patient versus alt-writer. That's Xander Hall's thumbnailer joke. That's the racist versus pedo. Xander Hall and Xander Hall's team made that joke and they just cribbed it while trying to like drama farm. Oh, that's so fucking pathetic. Anyway, let me just scroll down here and see if I can find the original video. Xander Hall bridge burnt. As you can see, he makes a lot of Xander Hall content. Oh, here's him saying that I lied about Shoe on Head, which is hilarious given what we all know about Shoe on Head. What literally every person in this space watched Shoe on Head fucking lie through her goddamn teeth, and they're gonna accuse me of lying. It's literally just embarrassing crap. But let me just see if I can find that video that I was mentioning before. I think it's down here. Oh, damn, cool. Hey, sick, they used my title, Battle Queer. That's awesome. I am pretty awesome. But yeah, let's go down through here real quick. Lots of crap. Where's the Xander Hall video? Oh, here's me again. This was me and ChudLogic's look at that. Okay, I'll give him that one. ChudLogic is a N dash. Okay, that is funny. That's actually kind of funny. I'll give him that one. That one's good. That made me laugh. Especially because it's just literally not even close to anything I said. Oh my God, that's absolutely incredible. We should be getting on it in just a minute. I just wanted to let you guys see for yourselves the like type of tier of content that we're dealing with here at this point. Let's find the Xander Hall thing now. Oops, here we go. He's a thief and a liar. Did Xander Hall steal money? And Xander Hall hater debunks my video. Actual pedophile. Here we have, let's see, where's the next one here? Yeah, Xander Hall lied. Xander Hall's weak allegations. So yeah, as you can, oh, is my text, what the hell? Why'd that happen? Whoops, sorry about that. Anyway, here we have Xander Hall lied. Here's the Xander Hall allegations, confronting Xander Hall on his allegations against ex-girlfriend. This was really funny too, because in this conversation, Xander Hall proves that he wasn't making it up. Xander Hall like hardline busts Chud, that Chud was full of shit. And then of course, it doesn't matter because 2 days later, ChudLogic just publishes a video alleging that Xander Hall lied. So, you can see how this is going. You can see where this shit is going here. All that I was trying to make the point of with this particular little side scroll here is that when DK says, unfortunately, she's probably too busy blowing her dealer, he accidentally contradicts his own narrative. Keep in mind that him and his channel have been trying to push the narrative that Xander Hall is a liar, and DK accidentally admits that they know that they're lying. It's really fucking funny. It's really fucking funny to me that that's the way that things have gone with this. So anyway, this brings us up to now. And today, WhiteNervosa has published a video titled, which I'm gonna show you right here, titled ChudLogic and the Art of the Cry Bully. We're gonna watch this and we're gonna react to this real quick. Let's do it. Let's see what WhiteNervosa has to say about ChudLogic and the Art of the Cry Bully. Hold on one second. Let me restore my text here, which got way too large by accident. There we go. There we go. Let's do this. Okay, that's kind of funny. Content warning, slurs, self-harm, and Twitch reports. True! All right. So this is laying out the input, okay? So ChudLogic's editor made 14 tweets about the situation. ChudLogic made 13 tweets and recorded 138 minutes of content about this. As far as what people said, WhiteNervosa made 2 tweets about this situation. Xander Hall talked about it for a grand total of 12 minutes, and Vosh talked about it for 2 minutes. Just so that we are clear on this.
I tweeted about ChudLogic's editor making a rape joke. Immediately from his first tweet, he starts crying that I blocked him, ending with that I have the sensibilities of a gay retard leftoid. Someone asks if he thinks it's questionable employing someone who'd say what his editor did. He responds,
apologies about the loud. I didn't know how loud it would be. Somebody's got a loud voice, all right?
Don't care. You're a gay retard.
I fixed it. I fixed the loudness. I fixed the loudness. Don't bitch at me. I fixed the loudness. I fixed it.
I click 4 buttons and report him for gay retard. I was soon told that doesn't violate Twitch's off-platform rules, and included that in the same tweet, along with the rules that would lead to a ban. I then moved on, saying nothing else. Little did I know, there was a blizzard over at the Quarterings alt. His third tweet is crying more, saying I was making a concerted effort to deplatform them. The story is pretty short. Their 4th and 5th tweets are crying more. The 6th tweet is trying to involve Vosh because someone in his chat posted the report email.
Another disgusting freak who feels it's appropriate to instigate mass reports using Vosh's chat. Oh, if anybody is wondering why he does this all the time, it's because Vosh gets him clicks. You guys need to understand that ChudLogic exists his entire career exists in one orbit. There is one orbit that encompasses the entirety of ChudLogic's entire career, and that orbit is obsessed with Vosh. So if you put Vosh's name on anything in that particular space, you're gonna get a lot of clicks. That's why he thought it was necessary to bring up Vosh's chat here, a random ass chatter.
Now, to nobody's surprise, all reports got the same response that I included in my first tweet. The 7th tweet,
Any says, instigating mass reports. There were 17 people in VGG offline chat. Is this the voice from the bathroom song? Yes, it is. It seems like it is.
again tries to involve Vosh and some other streamers struggling to find content because they were banned by a moderator. If you're wondering why, Chud's editor has also been busy in the background, but we'll get to that. The 10th tweet, yeah, we just have to skip a few, says that I encouraged others to report him. Ignoring that basic falsehood, the image here is his editor telling me that I should kill myself. The blizzard may make it hard to see, but you can spot him calling others fragile while he's in pieces. There's not much to say here because he needs to stretch 2 tweets, Zan's 12 minutes, and Vosh's offhand comment into an hour. Honey, you may not want to call others sensitive or fragile when a wind blowing in your direction causes your world to shatter. His reaction to Vosh being asked if he's seen any of Chud's editor's tweets that I should kill myself speaks for itself.
WhiteNervosa to commit suicide on Twitter. Yeah, he just seems like insane.
Wait, hang on a minute. Wait. There's a bit more than that, though. Listen, I know that people don't like that, and that's fine.
I wonder why people might not like that.
By the way, you'll notice here, God, Xanderhall is such a pathetic little
It's actually super funny to me how Xanderhall is able to get under so many people's skins. It's really funny too. Like, I don't know. It's just so common to see people get insanely triggered by Xanderhall out bantering them. Oh man, what a refreshing thing to see.
and a gay retard. So, I didn't actually call them that. Sorry, what's the bigotry there exactly?
Woo! Whoopsies! Oops. All right, so obviously that was a pretty straightforward and solid video in my opinion. I see a lot of people in chat saying, damn, I used to like ChudLogic. What the fuck happened? I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I'm very open about my former friendship and also the fact that I really liked ChudLogic's content. I unironically find his show completely unwatchable these days. It's funny too, because ChudLogic is like had talent. He's actually a very talented like comedian. He's very funny and very witty, but if you've noticed, more and more, his channel is becoming basically about cleaning up shits that DKEdits leaves on the floor. Isn't that pathetic? Isn't it terrible to find yourself in a position where you're basically running around on the internet trying to tidy up after your extremely unhinged editor who's burned your own community on multiple occasions is like just leaving shits on the ground? Do you think it's making money? I wonder. I really wonder. We should check and see how the newest video is doing. Maybe we should see if it's like super. Maybe he's getting mega clicks on this. I shouldn't speak first. I should check first. Let's find out. Let's find out how that new video is doing.
Why is it?
So let's take a look. So Xanderhall exposed as blank by racist did 1.7K views in 3 hours. 8.3K views in 3 days. Oh, here's one with Vosh on the cover and why he's leaving the left, and he managed to get a whopping 13K. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's interesting. All of that clickbait, all of that drama farming, and you're not even getting better views than I do. I'm a smaller channel and my views are the same as that, and I don't do this type of clickbait at all. So what is the gain, really? Are you really making any money? Does he just work for you for free? Is DK like a slave under your desk? Does he like lick your feet and stuff like that? What is it that's like makes it worth keeping this guy on? It's sad. Yeah, it's fucking sad. It's like, it's just, I don't know. It's especially sad because, like I said, I used to respect ChudLogic a lot. I used to think he was very funny, and I always thought that he did a pretty good job of like not getting lost in the sauce. And when I say getting lost in the sauce, okay, so there's this term online that's called an A-log. Have you ever heard of it? Have you ever heard of the term A-log? An A-log is somebody, it refers to a specific user who used to obsessively chronicle the actions of CWC, Chris Chan, as they are often known as. And A-Log became so obsessed with Chris Chan that that they actually became a lolcow of their own. That people would actually basically treat A-Log as the person being farmed instead of Chris Chan. So A-Log was so obsessed with the drama, so obsessed with basically memeing on this lolcow, that he became a lolcow himself, arguably almost as big of a lolcow as Chris Chan. Obviously, it's kind of hard to reach that level because Chris Chan is like the OG lolcow target. And I can't help but feel like this is kind of what's happening to ChudLogic. Don't you kind of feel that way? Don't you feel that, like, I don't know, like, look at this, I don't know, like, you look at this content and it's just like, it's like ambulance chasing, but for low hanging drama. Like, is any of this like doing? Ethan Klein throws Andrew Callaghan under the bus. Worst friend ever. Holy shit, bro! Wait, I didn't even see this one before. We just went through all of that. For those of you who are watching this video in the future, we just did an entire 3-hour segment going through all of the allegations. Making a thumbnail and a video title like this after we went through all of that is just, oh my God. Yeah, I really do think that's what's happening here. I think that ChudLogic had some comedic talent and wit, and he's completely become lost in the sauce. Like, just totally lost in the sauce. Holy fuck. It could be clickbait? Yeah, maybe, but maybe. But listen, let me just say, I'm not exactly inclined at this point, to give charitability to his editor who tells people to kill themselves online all the time, his editor who is obsessed with me and has obsessively tweeted about me on multiple occasions, and also who threatened ChudLogic's own mod team and the entire innocent base of ChudLogic's server with having their information leaked to a doxing farm. It's pretty interesting. You know, I don't really feel like I need to be particularly charitable to somebody who behaves like that. Yeah, and also, of course, he calls me a liar all the time with no evidence and jumps on board with the most heinous dog piles you can imagine. But yeah, so apparently he's like doing this like I'm trying to leave the left kind of nonsense, which I'm sure is just a big stupid fraud because nothing that he says seems to mean anything anymore, which is it's a pitiable position, honestly. It's like watching a washout happen in real time. It's like you get to watch someone just, I don't know, become less than they were, lose their talents, sell out to like a degree that like most people can't even imagine. For what? For what? I don't know, man. Yeah, so Lucy says, I don't believe that ChudLogic is a left-leaning person. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's an anything person. I think he goes where he perceives the drama to go, and I think that he's bad at that. Like, I don't even think he realizes that he's circling a drain. Like, it's one of those things where it's actually kind of tragic to watch because it's like, it seems like he really believes he's doing the right thing. When I look at these videos and these dramatic thumbnails that honestly don't look very good. I don't think DK is a very good thumbnailer. Like just on a pure like analysis level, like these are just very, very messy. You put like tiny Twitter text on there with the soy faces. Sure, the soy facing is always funny. Everybody likes a soy face, but like what the hell? Like you can't read any of this. There's a fuckload of text all over the place. There's just sort of nonsense noise on almost all of these. You can't really learn anything from any of the stuff. Like, you know, they're very anti-SJW. Yeah, it's really funny. Like, I mean, hell, you guys have seen my thumbnails, right? You guys have seen my thumbnails. My thumbnails are fucking poggers. You guys want to see the fucking thumbnails? Let me show you some. I mean, fuck, I've shown you guys some of my awesome thumbnails, but you guys saw my recent one that's just sick as fuck. The Dungeons and Dragons one was sick as fuck. See, we put some actual work into it. Like, I mean, hell, you want to tell me? Let's just compare these side by side real quick, you know? Let's take a look. You know, not to be a giant bitch, but hey, this guy isn't exactly, you know, not ChudLogic, but his editor. Like, take a look. Hold on. Let me just put these up for you real quick. Look at that. Damn. My thumbnail, this is the one pre-text with the text on it says Tyranny of the Wizards. What a sick-ass looking thumbnail. And compare it to, like, this mess. Like, here we go. Here. We'll shrink it down to size, okay? We'll shrink it down to size. All right? And this one is with no text on it at first. Just compared to this messy bullshit. Like any of them. I don't know. All I'm saying is it really worth it? Is it worth it to clean up someone's sludgy diarrhea that they're leaving all over the internet for what? So you get like shit tier thumbnails from some weird racist? And by the way, if you don't believe me about the weird video. Seriously, go watch my previous video about it. It is shocking. Oh, we just had a small hiccup. The stream just lagged temporarily. Don't worry about it. Oh, we're good. Yeah, it was all good. Yeah, OBS was just there. Yeah, no, we're not getting any disconnections or anything like that. It's funny. I know that there are a lot of people out there who used to watch ChudLogic who basically sit there and just scratch their head. And I wish I could tell you a good answer. I don't know what the answer is. All I know is that it's fucking sad to behold. Yeah, so I don't know. What do you guys think? Who do you think came out on top of that? Who do you think do you think WhiteNervosa or ChudLogic is beating the snowflake allegations? Because I don't know. It sure seems to me like DK and ChudLogic were way more triggered than WhiteNervosa was at all. It's pretty funny. So, yeah. Anyway, there's not much else to say about that. It's just kind of sad. It's just kind of sad and pathetic. And of course, I personally support WhiteNervosa. What WhiteNervosa does is so much more impactful than anything that DK will ever do in his entire life. I mean, barring that maybe he has a huge awakening and rethinks everything. DK is like an angry loser. Oh wait, there is one funny thing that I could bring up. Hold on. There is one funny thing I could share with you all. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Here's a little video. Here's a little treat, okay? Because I happen to know that it makes DK extremely mad when you bring this up. But DK used to be a relatively successful editor, and by relatively successful, I mean he was making mad bank. DKEdits used to go by a different name, and he used to edit for a League of Legends streamer by the name of TF Blade, and he basically had a public meltdown and started flaming his own employer, and then his employer fired him for that. And after he was fired, he proceeded to have a complete and utter meltdown where he was, we're gonna watch this and you'll get to hear the whole story. But I want you to understand something. When DKEdits used to work for the League of Legends streamer TF Blade, he was making 100% of the channel revenue. As in the YouTube channel, he had a sweetheart deal the likes of which no one has ever heard. There is no channel, no professional channel in the world gives their editor 100% of the YouTube revenue. That is an unbelievable, that is like the biggest sweetheart deal you can possibly imagine. And this motherfucker blew it. And he hates it. He gets really mad. He says that if you do this, you're doxing him, even though it's publicly available information. So I'm sure you're gonna see a video. In fact, here, let me predict it. I'm just gonna read it right now. Demon Mama, they're gonna have a picture of me going like this. Hold on, I'll give them the thumbnail. Ready? There you go. There's the thumbnail for free. They're gonna have me soy facing, and then they're gonna say, SJW transsexual freak. No, that's not right. They won't go that far. Sorry, let me try again. They will say Demon Mama. They have to put my name in there so they get clicks from the from my enemies online. Demon Mama doxes with big scary letters. My editor. That's what it's gonna be. There you go. There you have it. That's gonna be the title. Watch. In like 3 days, that's the video that's gonna come out from this. Anyway, let's watch this real quick because it's really fucking funny to hear. Here we go. TF Blade versus Editor King. He used to go by King, now he's Drift King. Let's go.
Blade drama. You know, TF Blade fresh off his 30-day ban.
The title down here, by the way, the people who are here, Disguised Toast, Pokimane, Sean, and Lily Pichu. This is like the biggest, this is like more people than basically, this is like more fame than this guy will ever have in his entire life. Anyway, let's go.
Banned from Twitch, now involved in more drama.
That shit was so funny.
Yeah,
so,
I can't believe it worked like
there's
that.
no other word that I can use except funny.
All right, to give some context, TF Blade, popular League streamer known for hitting rank 1 on EU, so people are like, they know who he is. He's super skilled, you know, pretty funny as well. Recently, his drama is his editor, his YouTube channel editor, who apparently was receiving 100%
of the channel revenue.
Yeah, of the channel's revenue, which is never heard of, by the way. I don't know a single YouTuber or streamer who gives 100% of his earnings to his editor.
That's actually, by the way, that's like an absurd thing. That's usually, for most people, that is financially unviable. Like if I was to give 100% of my YouTube revenue to an editor, I would be in the red because that's gross. They're taking home everything. Revenue, not profit, revenue. That means he's getting 100% before, or was, I should say, before he royally fucked it up. DK was getting a fucking massive chunk of revenue from this. Yeah, it'd be crazy. It's like not possible. Let's go. Let's continue.
Publicly flamed TF Blade once TF Blade fired him, and TF Blade said like, oh, you know, he wasn't working out, gave him some chances. And then this editor essentially trying to expose TF Blade like a terrible person. And I'm not sure if we can show. Are we able to show?
Yeah.
All right, let's show this editor who calls himself King.
Oh yeah, there's the guy. There's our boy right there. Look at that. It even says it in here. DK Editing. This is the same guy. By the way, this account is still up. He just doesn't use it anymore because he's tried to hide his face in shame.
Editing.
Oh yeah, and by the way, like I said, he literally calls anyone who brings this up as doxing. In fact, talking about this situation that he was publicly involved in with his name and face, he threatened to dox. He threatened to actually dox the entirety of Chud's mod stream because somebody brought this up. That's how fucking fragile this motherfucker is.
I think we know enough about him just by the fact that he would name himself King Editing.
Yeah. He's saying like he's not able to pay rent anymore, you know. TF Blade is putting him, making him homeless essentially.
So TF Blade this evening, out of nowhere with no warning, removed me completely from management of his channel. In the couple of months after my last paycheck, won't be able to properly pay my rent, and a majority of my future plans I now can't do.
I heard different.
Could you click on the others?
I heard TF Blake gave him like
Many
multiple warnings.
Yeah, we'll read
I
through
heard
everything.
it wasn't like
A channel that I myself built from.
It's extremely funny. We're about to see this, but he exposes himself as a liar within 2 tweets. He posts a screenshot of TF Blade warning him, and then he says in the first tweet that he was fired without warning. Oh, it's so fucking incredible.
200,000 in 1 year. I did every single thumbnail, every single video, every single tag and title, with the exception of times I outsourced videos for a couple months to help with production, but I continue to do the thumbnails.
oh, this is long.
And all the management involved has, for the past couple of months now, been telling me how the channel isn't growing, the way I'm handling it is incorrect, and the things of that nature. I want things to be creative, saying no copying other channels, but he also criticizes. What does that say?
I love this. Wait, hold on. Oh, can we get it? Can I get it up on the screen? I just want to read this out. Please be creative with titles, says TF Blade. The last thing I want is you to be copying other people like Road to 1700 LP. We don't need to repeat rank 1 in every video 24/7. Look at more channels and the way that look at Moe channel and look at the way his editor does them. It can be details in a game or something specific, like how to hit rank 1 global with any role is just not fitting, since it doesn't make any sense. And many more titles I've just looked at. Do like something casual, the unexpected happened. So TF Blade has not only warned him about his behavior, but this proves that TF Blade was warning him about being uncreative and stealing from other channels. So, do you think maybe we might be having we might be witnessing a repeat of that in real time, and that DK is a talentless, unstable hack who threatens people randomly and tells people to kill themselves on the internet? Very curious. Let's continue.
Can anybody read that?
No.
Basically, it's TF Blade giving him feedback.
So how is he saying no warning, but then also linking him saying he's not happy with it?
He definitely admits to
literally
like,
exactly. He blows himself out in the second
TF
tweet.
Blade tells him like, "Yo, you're messing up."
The growth, as if the two don't go hand in hand. I'm not allowed to use clickbait titles or things that draw views, but also is mad the channel isn't growing faster and getting more views. I do this for a living, and he checks the channel and randomly thinks he should have
Basically, he's
many
saying
YouTube
like,
subs.
He
you
knows,
know.
I
he
agree
knows
that-
the YouTube world.
I grew the channel from 0 to 200K. It's my content.
he made the
technically.
channel from 0 to 200K is what he claims.
Which is insane, by the way. Like, look, I fucking, first of all, I love my editor. My editor is a fucking absolute pog. I love my editor. I love my editors. I have 2 editors because Jazz Dog and Danny both edit for me, and they're fucking amazing. But also, this is no shit on editors. Editors have to edit something, okay? Something has to be created, which usually requires me to sit in this spot shouting and talking and prepping for hours. Like the idea that the editor that he thinks that DK thinks that he made the channel and brought the channel from 0 to 200K is absurd. Editors do a lot of work. Their work is vital and important, but the idea that like he made the channel that way when he has to have content to edit, that this guy's recording, and not only that, but keep in mind that this is a rank 1 League of Legends streamer, like he's like a real pro. TF Blade was a real pro. Like this guy's like recording himself actually making like the world of League of Legends move. And this guy's like, I made your channel, you'd be nothing without me. Well, as it turns out, TF Blade was perfectly fine without DKEdits. Danny says, my contract is 33% plus flat fee. I've been told by other people in the industry that I'm robbing talent of money and I'm taking way too much. And I probably agree with that, but money is important. Listen, I value you a lot. You've worked with me for a long time, and that's how it's gonna go. So, whatever. Yeah, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, let's continue. Oh yeah, but if you ever did say that you owned the channel, I might get kind of mad at you. You know, I gotta say. Hold on. Oh no, guys. We got a rager in chat. Oh, this is great. I love this. Here we go, real quick. Hold on, can I bring this up? Oh my god, this is great. We got a rager over in YouTube chat. This is, oh, I love it. I hope people will keep raging. This is so funny. Here we go. ChudLogic owns you. You're mad that Chud ditched you for DGG. Well, thank you for admitting what we all know to be true, is that Chud ditched everyone for DGG. He even ditched his own self-respect. Let's continue.
Unpopular opinion, but I see where his frustrations are coming from. They just had a bad deal, if that makes sense. Because it is fair to say, like, this guy put in all the work, but he was getting paid all the money. So I think in that sense, it was fair. And also the content is TF Blade. So ultimately, he needs to understand the content is also, I mean, the channel is also ultimately TF's. There's a Mo clip apparently. Do we have it?
Oh yeah, Mo.
Oh no, it's okay. Well, all right. Did they say something bad? Oh, what did they say?
But let's
Oh, okay.
So
Sorry. Let me just show you real quick. I need to show you what they said. This person just got banned from my chat real quick. I just want to show you why they got banned for the chat, just because it's poetic justice. It's very fitting here. Okay, let me just show you what they just got banned for spamming. They spammed this multiple times in chat. Okay, ready? All right, you guys, are you ready? Who could have seen this coming? Hitler W. They spammed Hitler W multiple times. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. What a community. What a beautiful community. Wait, hold on a second, real quick. How many people in this chat used to be fans of ChudLogic's content and used to be viewers of his channel and actually liked it? Probably a lot of you, right? Did you guys feel like his community... Oh, there we go. There's a lot of people coming in. Yeah, we have a lot of people. There we go. Do you guys feel like his community used to be full of people who would spam things like Hitler W, Hitler Dub? A lot of people in my chat used to be a part of ChudLogic's. Damn. So according to ChudLogic's fans, ChudLogic abandoned me for DGG, but it looks like his audience has abandoned him for greener pastures. Let's just put it that way. Let's continue.
I only have TF Blade's side, but
okay, you know what the story is about, right? It's about the editor. How King is no longer an editor for our channel. That's what the story's about anyways. And yes, I did kick him because his attitude and motivation just not the right fit for me, to be honest. Let's start all the way from the beginning, okay? So I was an MLGB, yes? And then, instead of going professional play, you become a streamer. So what happens is, King is already editing for Metaphor. And then Metaphor is like, who's your editor? He's like, oh, it's King? Wow. Like, with a disappointment. Because King left Metaphor and came to me for editing. And we went from there, yes? So, the first 2-3 months, I wasn't a big streamer either. I only had a few views. Like, 1,000 max, 2,000 maybe. And the first 2-3 months...
Big, by the way.
Wait, turn off music. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. Fine, listen, okay. So the first 2-3 months, while not having such a big channel, I was paying this guy out of my own pocket like 50, 60, and then he just kept going up to like 80, let's say, yes. We went to 80 without really having ad revenue on YouTube, because, you know, 2-3 months, it takes kind of a while to get ad revenue. So that happened.
20 minutes
once we get ad revenue, every channel, maximum they give is 50% almost.
Or it's not
I was giving King 100% of the revenue until now, where he's kicked. For the full year, he had 100% of revenue. I didn't touch anything. Anything I get, it was going to him. This was only to motivate him.
Just so that we're clear, this guy got ripped off hardcore. Oh, is he mad right now? Oh, tell me he's mad right now. Oh, he's mad. Demon Mama wants to compare thumbnails and views. She has a 20K sub channel that has a frequent 1 to 2K view videos. How is that even possible? Her videos only do well when she talks about Vosh or Shoe on Head. It's actually funny. It's because I actually do content that I care about. I don't ambulance chase, and your view counts aren't better than mine. You fucking chase every little last thing you can with your embarrassing fucking copycat bullshit. It's funny. It's so fucking funny. This guy's old boss fired him for being uncreative and also for being a freak on the internet, which is interesting because I feel like that might be the way that ChudLogic is eventually forced to go. I feel like it's only a matter of time before DK literally becomes a complete liability to the channel, but it's really funny. I have no shame whatsoever in my content. I'm very, very confident in the fact that my community watches all kinds of cool shit that I do. I do hard-hitting politics. I talk about art. I do random debates. Whoo! Do we got another one? Is he actually live tweeting about me right now? Oh, lifetime views? Bro, you've only been editing. Oh yeah, this is so funny. He's super mad. Happy to compare views, Demon Mama. These are Chud's lifetime stats. Guess when I started working with him? Didn't you start working with him like a year ago? And also, ChudLogic didn't have a YouTube channel before. so fucking funny. Wait, what's his bio say? Hold on. Oh yeah, he says German extremist, proud turf, conservative Catholic values, right wing. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. This is so fucking funny. Also, watch, it's really funny. If you go and look back at the tweets he made last time, he made a tweet about me last time he got mad at me. The last time he was melting down about me, he got 2 likes. His tweet had my name in it. It was literally about me. He was screaming about how I'm a piece of shit. 2 fucking likes. This motherfucker is the loser of losers. It's actually incredible. DK's narrative is that he made Chud. Yeah, it's really funny. I don't know why Chud would tolerate this. Maybe Chud believes it too. Chud, look, I don't know if you're gonna react to this. I know you probably will, but do you believe that DK made you? Because DK is saying that on Twitter right now. He believes he made you, and just like he did with his former employer. I wonder, does he ask you for 100% of the channel revenue too? Cause like in real time, he's like cucking your family with these fucking stolen ass bullshit looking thumbnails. Absolutely incredible. Let's continue though. Come on, let's continue. Let's see. I want us to see where DK's been in the past, because we're witnessing where he's going now, but I want to see where he's been in the past.
To give daily videos or upload the channel. Now, you guys are witnesses, right? For the past year, what was the maximum daily videos he did? Well, he claims it to be 2 weeks. Correct. 2 weeks max for a freaking year. I was just telling him. Now.
So this guy is saying what he's just said here. TF Blade has said he was paying DK 100% of the channel revenue, and he was missing that there were only 2 weeks of an entire year where DK was making 100% of the revenue that they actually got a daily upload. So DK was unable to meet even the low standards while making 100% of the money from the channel. Holy shit, bro. Holy fucking shit. Let's continue.
With that little context that you said, let's go through what happens. So after waiting a year, yes, what I tell him is...
Oh shit, we're getting the DMs. We're getting the DMs.
So I think he started off paying him and then just gave him
switched
full
over.
rev.
Yeah.
For a year, right?
Let's check out the Mo clip. You might have to click the
Twitch link.
Streamable?
Yeah.
By the way, the fact that all of these streamers are struggling with links just the same way I do, even though these are like some of the most successful streamers in the world, it makes me feel so seen. Just so you guys know, dealing with like crappy links and streaming software, it plagues all of us. Even those of us, even people like Pokimane and Lily Pichu who have literal millions of subscribers. It's fucking, I feel so seen right now.
And then he said, TF Blade's been spoken to me about it a lot in the past, and I kept trying to improve every time he spoke to me, but I kept slipping. That's the fucking reason he removed you, you degenerate! You kept slipping! I admit this completely, that's—
Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! Sorry, I think that blew out. I think we actually have to play that again. Definitely because nobody could hear it because it blew out, not because I want to see that again.
Twitch link?
Streamable?
Yeah.
And then he said, TF Blade's been spoken to me about it a lot in the past, and I kept trying to improve every time he spoke to me, but I kept slipping. That's the fucking reason he removed you, you degenerate! You kept slipping! I admit this completely, that's why he fucking removed you!
I told you all that this gaze into the past of this pants-shitting idiot named DKEdits would be totally worth the time of the wind-up of this drama, okay? I'm fucking telling you. It gets better. Let's just keep going.
Are you brain damaged? Like, what? What kind of... And then he said...
Brain damaged.
For context, Mo is... The reason why Mo is passionate is because he's good friends with TF Blade as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we all, except Sean, have editors, right? Mm-hmm. If you're comfortable, what's that kind of deal you have? So I pay my editor flat. Like for every video, it's like X amount. I thought about doing revenue sharing, but then it's like when you look at the income and like do the monthly stuff, and it's like it's just too much. I'd rather just do like flat fee. Hit more videos.
I will say, paying flat fee is way more easier on your accounting. My accounting books are a fucking nightmare, okay? Oh God, it stresses me out so much. Listen, payroll is the worst thing, okay? I'm telling you, it's the most stressful shit you'll ever deal with. This is what happens when you step out and you become a job creator like me. You know, I'm an entrepreneur job creator. It means you have to do a bunch of fucking paperwork. It sucks. Anyway, let's continue.
You put out, the more you get paid, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys kind of have?
My situation's complex because I have like a channel manager and editors.
Mm-hmm.
So the editors, I typically do a flat fee, and then the channel manager, I do a mixture of flat fee and rev.
Makes sense.
Percentage.
Because like the reason you do revenue share is
It's
to
to
motivate them.
someone,
It's
yeah.
like, hey, the better the channel do, the more money you get.
Mm-hmm.
How about you, Lily?
50%.
50%, which is
I think that's
really,
pretty good.
Really
good.
generous.
And also, does your editor do a good job, you feel?
Yeah. I love you, Gary. I love you, Bodity.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
100%. That's a
It's
lot
crazy.
of motivation.
Yeah.
But also, it's also a little scary.
Clearly, I gave him some entitlement.
Yeah, because if you have 100%, I guess, I don't know how long they had that deal for, or like the contract.
A year.
A year?
100% is...
Is that ear flipping or am I high? No, you might be high, but the ear is flipping. These hats are really cool. They actually, in the paw of those hats, they have a little air puffer, and there's a little tube that runs up the hat to the ear, and you squeeze the puffer in the paw of the hat, and it makes the ear flop. It's super cute. Fawn has a hat like that. It's really super cute. Or rather, I should say, Fawn has a stuffed animal that uses the exact same thing. It's not a hat. It's a little stuffed animal, and you squeeze its foot, and its ears flop. It's very cute. Let's continue.
So much.
Yeah.
Like,
it's really
I already
unheard
think
of in this
50% is,
industry.
like, really a lot. So I thought, like, you got 100% of...
Like you're
That's a lot.
given this material to work with, TF Blade, who's like really up and coming,
Mhm.
especially after his rank 1 climb to, like, people would love to watch his content.
Mhm.
And apparently the channel just never did that well, and like he wasn't getting his daily uploads.
I thought it started going well, but he just wasn't uploading enough. I'm gonna check.
He complained a lot that it was a lot of work because like a lot.
DK fumbled that bag hard. The motherfucker didn't just fumble the bag. The dude shoved the bag up his ass and shit it back out on the floor. Like, just a complete loss. Having the most sweetheart deal you could possibly imagine and completely embarrassing yourself, exposing yourself as a liar in real time, thinking that it's a win to post the screenshots of the person who is paying you 100% of channel revenue, begging you to be more creative so that you don't get in trouble for stealing fucking content from other channels. Holy fucking shit. Just pure level, like the highest level of incompetence you can imagine.
Copyright music was played, and like he would do a lot of no cam, no mic streams, which you probably can't use. It would be entertaining, maybe.
I
He
guess
gets good views, like 200K ish.
I guess for me it's like if I fire an editor, I don't expect them to go out on social media and try and like
threaten to put it all up on their channel and strike.
Oh,
the
yeah.
original
Wait, can
Oh yeah, this is a good point too. Trying to cancel your former employer after they were paying you 100% of the channel revenue because you're a little shitbag. Let's just say this guy went from working with a professional league streamer with like 300,000 plus subs. Don't you think that with a resume like that, you should be able to get another job of like a similar type? No, it's kind of weird. Almost like he completely destroyed his career prospects, and now he's just a little fucking wriggling, angry Nazi light on the internet. 1.2, oh, sorry, let me be clear. The channel had 1.2 million followers on Twitch. That's where he was working at that time. Oh, is he still going? So mad. This dude is so fucking mad. He's just live tweeting. Oh my God. Oh no, they're sucking his dick. He has like one person here. By the way, he has one of the people who I happen to know for a fact was a super follower of Destiny at one point. Destiny super follower is like, I love your thumbnails, and he quote retweeted it. Oh, it's so good. Can I just show you how embarrassing this is? Oh my God, that's so fucking funny. Dude, this guy is like trying to massage his ego so hard right now. He's jerking himself raw right now. My biggest fan. Like, I see a ChudLogic thumbnail and I always know it's gonna be a banger video. Wow, high praise. I see your thumbnail and I know that ChudLogic will make me laugh. Incredible.
I talk
Absolutely
about the best
incredible.
Part, the girl that was like, he cheated on me, by the way.
What?
Yeah, they're like having all this beef, and this girl's like, yeah, and he cheated on me.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
And apparently, when she initially came out about him cheating on her, he like told her to delete it and threatened to like leak her information if she didn't.
This guy's fucked up.
Yeah.
Wait, why wouldn't you just
The
take
other
a
girl's
screenshot of
also
that?
in.
Oh, I didn't even know about that part. Wait, can we hear that again? I'm sorry.
Like,
Threatened to put it all up on their channel and strike.
Oh,
the
yeah.
original
Wait, can I talk about the best part?
Oh yeah, I forgot. DK, I forgot. We missed that part while we were laughing at the other part. DK threatened to re-upload all of the stuff that he edited for TF Blade and then falsely copyright strike TF Blade's channel. So he was literally openly and publicly admitting that he was going to commit a major copyright crime by stealing all of the content and then trying to reverse by using the copyright system to troll and damage TF Blade's career. TF Blade paid this guy 100% of the channel revenue. We're talking big bucks, okay? And that was his approach, okay? Now here's another one. Listen to this part, okay? Let's listen to just how unhinged and stupid this guy is.
The girl that was like, he
copyright.
cheated on me, by the way.
What?
Yeah, they're like having all this beef, and this girl's like, yeah, and he cheated on me.
What the fuck?
yeah.
And apparently, when she initially came out about him cheating on her, he like told her to delete it and threatened to like leak her information if she didn't.
He threatened to leak his ex-girlfriend's information on the internet because he cheated on her. He cheated on her, and then she went and she said that he cheated on her, and then he threatened to fucking dox her shit. What a fucking loser. This guy is like the most shrivel-dick fucking loser cuck that I've ever heard of in my entire goddamn life.
This guy's fucked up.
Yeah.
Wait, why wouldn't you
The
just
other
take a
girl's
screenshot of
also an
that?
editor, and she's really good.
Oh.
So, like, what this King guy ended up doing was, like, saying to TF Blade, oh, by the way, I can just take your content, edit it, and
Oh,
it's
that part, I was
transformative.
like, that's not how this
Quiet time,
works.
kid.
Yeah,
Quiet time.
you should just stop.
So basically, he was like threatening. It's like, hey, I'm just gonna take your content and make it my own because I edit it and it's transformative content. Like as a fuck you to TF Blade.
You know the best
That's such a
part
weird thing.
is, like the edits that he does are so minimal. You can't even argue that they're transformative. Like you literally couldn't. But, yeah.
Oh,
And the girl's
no!
like, oh, by the way, he cheated
Oh,
on me. It's
no!
like, oh man. Like when you get fired, just say, you know what, thanks for the opportunity. Tell
What's an-
people, tell the next streamers that, hey, I edited for TF Blade.
Guys, breaking news. There might be more that we need to ask about Drift Kings. Hold on a second, DK. I'd rather, now this is the tweet, okay? The tweet says, I'd rather be a pedophile than a Dragon Ball fan, okay? That's what the tweet says. And DK responds, why not both? What? Oh no! Oh God, no! Bro! My man! Fucking oof! Yeah, there's a blocked tweet between those, but I don't know, man. I don't know, that's pretty fucking sus. That's pretty fucking sus. Oh, incredible. Let's go.
Ultimately,
things
it's
didn't
TF
work out.
Blade's channel. Yeah, if he doesn't want you, it's like.
I guess that's just not how he sees
Oh
it.
yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, we have confirmation. The blocked tweet says, "How do you feel about this, DK?" Addressing DK, and then DK responds, "Why not both?" Just so we're clear, the blocked tweet does not exonerate him. In fact, it only makes things worse because he is being asked directly.
He'd rather just like burn all the
Because
bridges
he
ever.
sees that he made the channel.
Yeah.
He was
But he got paid for it too.
Yeah, he got paid to do it. Like, he got paid to do a job.
Commission work almost, you know. And if you're not happy with it anymore, it's thank you next. You know, most people are just like, okay, thank you for the
People are saying, oh yeah, what the hell, blocked? Oh yeah, tons of people block me. There's an entire sphere of the internet that hates my guts because they were told to by their fucking parasocial daddy. It's awesome. It's fucking wild. Oh, cool. Do we have, oh shit. Oh no, no, don't tell me. No, not a white boy using the N-word. Oh no, not in real time. Oh my God, this was just like fucking 2 days ago. No, bro, no.
opportunity. They'll probably put like, oh, I edited for TF Blade on their resume and like look for new.
He's losing it. That was like 2 days ago.
Proportion.
No, it was a week ago. Sorry, a week ago.
Like streamers are gonna look at this and they're gonna be like, oh, I don't know if I want you to be my editor.
Yes.
I wouldn't want.
Like whenever a streamer looks for an editor, like they'll ask other streamers like, hey, have you worked with this person before?
Wait, that was from today? I'm sorry, did I look at the date wrong? Was that from today? Is he posting through it that hard? This can't be from today. Oh my God, I'm sorry. It was from today. He's posting through it. You got Vegeta and dropping the N-bomb as a fucking angry white boy on the internet. 1 like, by the way. Fucking 1 whopping like. Dude, this guy's such a fucking loser. Remember, just so you know, again, just so you know, remember where this started. Do you guys remember where we started this segment? I do. Remember, it was him saying that WhiteNervosa was being fragile or whatever for saying that he was being a piece of shit, and he absolutely has lost his mind, and now he's posting through it, posting Vegeta gifs because he's such an edgy boy, and then like a couple of fucking weeks ago, posting about how he's a pedophile and a Dragon Ball Z fan. No. It was 2 minutes ago. I can't! I keep being too charitable to him. I literally keep being too charitable to him. Oh, somebody says we found his thumbnails. No, these are better than his. These thumbnails are better than his. I'm sorry. These thumbnails are way better than his. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. I gotta keep that one for my personal collection. Incredible. Absolutely motherfucking incredible. Oh man. Oh man. It's so funny. All these people try to talk so much shit. They try so hard to lie about me. They fucking lie about me in their videos, and it doesn't even mean a thing. This guy has nothing. Everybody just sees him and goes, ugh, because he's running around with shit smeared all down his legs because he thinks it's like, he seems to be genuinely convinced that inside his own mind that he's like a cool badass as he's just dumping his own fucking bowel contents into his pants in public. Just incredible. Actually, it's really funny. So because I know that they're gonna review this, I know they're gonna review this shit. So I just want to say, all of you who are watching this, I know that you're watching now. I'm sure you're gonna watch. I'm like almost 100% sure. Maybe you'll dodge this one because it's too brutal. This is your guy. This is your guy. The guy who fucking dropped the bag so hard that he blew a sweetheart gig where he was making the entirety of the profits off of somebody else's work. He dropped that bag. He freaked out and threatened to try and burn down the channel that was paying him that well because he's a little fucking bitch. And now he's doing the exact same thing he was, which is fucking cribbing from other people's style and actually making it worse. The only pieces of originality that this fucking cuck loses abuser adds to anything that he does is to make things worse. Oh yeah, guys, I'm gonna make catchy thumbnails. Let me put a bunch of tiny mucho texto in there. Isn't that supposed to be a lefty meme? Isn't mucho texto the fucking lefty meme, not the fucking right wing where you're posting like somebody's twit longer as a part of your thumbnail with a 2-sentence fucking block of text up on the top and 600 arrows going like this and like use the same soy face for every fucking video? Man, this is your guy. This is your fucking guy that you're like going to bat for hardcore. Whatever, bro. Now he's trying to control the world through Chud's Discord. An interesting proposal, an interesting strategy. Let's see how it plays out. Oh, wow. Incredible. Absolutely motherfucking incredible. Oh yeah, let me give you an example of this. By the way, this is the one that person was praising him for. AIDS patient versus alt-writer. This is literally just a worse version. Let me show you. I can actually show you. Hold on. I'm gonna show you the original and I can let you compare them side by side. Where's the thumbnail? I gotta find it. It's the EDP thing. Yeah, here we go. Okay, ready? Here you go, real time, all right? Here's the original one, all right? Racist versus pedo, and then there's the follow-up, kidney failure versus pedo, okay? These are Xander Hall's original thumbnail. This is what he did with it. Nice, clean, easy to see everyone who's involved. You got Zan's little avatar here. You got the people involved, easy to read. This is what he turned it into. Remember how I said he just cribs other people's ideas and the only drop of originality that he has is to make them uglier and more stupid? It's like running it through a fucking sewer pipe. Pathetic. Oof. Oof, my man. Anyway, Chud fans, there are greener pastures elsewhere. You don't gotta deal with this chuckle fuck. Chud, I liked being friends with you, Chud. Unironically, and I feel like you were a much funnier guy before. Maybe I'm just biased. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just so blinded by my politics that I just don't get the brilliance of your humor anymore. But man, whatever. Best of luck to you. All right, that's all I got to say. That's all I got to say for this one, okay? There you go. Again, look forward to the video, okay? I'm telling you, the thumbnail is gonna be almost identical as I described it. So, yeah. Yeah, that's the end of this one. All right, we have one more thing we got to do, but I haven't actually gotten confirmation on it. I don't know if I can react to this. Okay, all right, so we can't react to it yet. Keffals has requested that I wait until it's up. So I'm gonna talk about one more thing. I'm gonna talk about the Keffals Keem stuff, and then next stream, we're gonna react to the Bad Bunny Keffals stuff. Keffals asked for us to wait for the edited version to go up. So I'm totally fine to respect that. I have a lot of respect for Keffals, so yeah. All right, I'm gonna just let Keffals know real quick. All right, cool. All right, that's all good. Anyway, no, okay. We gotta stop on this. We gotta stop on the ChudLogic drama. It's done. It's gotta be over. It's too goofy. The goof levels are off the charts. All right, everybody. Okay, so I wanted to talk real quick about the Keffals Keemstar thing. Okay, this is gonna be kind of short. I don't have a whole lot to say, but I have some things that I wanted to say about it. Okay. So my lovely imps, a couple of days ago, Keffals did a co-tweet with Keemstar, okay? Many of you will know Keemstar as the proprietor of the YouTube show Drama Alert. Keemstar is somebody who has, let's just say, a lot of notoriety on the internet, a lot of infamy on the internet, some would argue. Keemstar is probably like the arch drama streamer. He's the biggest, to my knowledge, the biggest drama streamer that currently exists, and he has always been on it. He is always somehow able to turn basically any nonsense that you can imagine into a Jerry Springer-esque spectacle. He is sort of notorious for playing both sides in every single drama to try and milk out as much drama content as possible and make as much money off of drama commentary as you can imagine. And recently, Keemstar has had a bit of a, or at least he claimed to have had a bit of a change of heart. In a video that he posted online, a very short video, he claimed that he met a Zoomer girl who was trying to teach him to be more sensitive about trans issues. And it actually started with a tweet where he was making fun of the idea of there being tampons in a men's bathroom and on a college campus, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken. So he tweeted this picture of tampons in a men's bathroom on a college campus, and he was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. And then, of course, somebody told him, trans men exist. Trans men go to the men's bathroom, but they might still need tampons because trans men still have their periods. So he was like, wow, whoa, I correction taken. And he was like, oh, I stand corrected. And then he posted this video that I mentioned before where he was like, I'm trying to get better. I met this Zoomer girl and she's really opening my eyes and trying to get me to rethink these things. And so then he posted a sort of very short slew of vaguely trans positive tweets. Including the one that I mentioned at the very beginning of this little opening, the opening of this little segment, which is a co-tweet, which if you're not on Twitter, it's basically when two people both agree to a tweet and it puts both of your names on it and it says co-tweet. So it's like you're doing it together, including one with Keffals that said trans rights and had a little trans flag. So that started the beginning of a well, I guess it marked the beginning of a short-lived relationship, not that type of relationship, just like a professional relationship between Keffals, a content creator that all of us are probably familiar with. Keffals is pretty well known, and Keemstar, and they decided to do a stream together, and the stream made a lot of people angry, and it made a lot of people angry in the opposite direction. So I wanted to talk about it real quick because it was on my mind. I did watch the stream, and there's a couple of things, not a whole lot, but there's a couple of things that I wanted to say about it. So people got really, really mad at Keffals. That's the first thing that I should put out there. A lot of people got extremely, extremely angry with Keffals. I mean, to the point that I would even hazard to call it like an attempted cancellation. Like it is Keffals is a sellout. Keffals is trying to launder the reputation and platform. There was a cavalcade. I mean, to the degree that Keffals was trending on Twitter like really hard. Like Keffals was like trending on Twitter more than Justin Roiland was 2 days after the story about Justin Roiland's domestic abuse scandal broke. So like we're talking a pretty major, like a large amount of tweets were being sort of fired in Keffals' direction. And I think that pretty much all of them were full of shit. And when I say that, I mean the biggest ones. Of course, there are a lot of people who had pretty genuine and understandable reasons to be frustrated at Keffals. I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but I want to get this out. I want to talk about this part first because I think it's the more important part. people were saying that Keffals was platforming Keemstar. People were saying that Keffals was trying to like leave the left. These are insane things to say. Keffals does not even have close to the platform that Keemstar has. Like, not even close, okay? Keffals' platform is certainly large for a trans politics streamer. That is true. But politics is a very small space, and there are not a whole lot of large trans content creators in the streaming spaces altogether. Keemstar has been running his channel for literal years and has one of the biggest platforms in YouTube streaming spaces currently. Keemstar is huge. His channel is enormous. He's very, very rich from the work that he's done. So the idea that Keffals was platforming Keemstar, to me, just doesn't 100% add up. Now, there's a lot I could say about platforming. I know, this is something I've talked about many times. I don't believe that platforming is strictly about numbers. I do recognize and acknowledge to a great degree that platforming is not just about the numbers, it's also about the exposure. It's who is being exposed to who, etc., etc. But let me just say, I don't think that Keffals' left-wing audience is at great risk of being pulled anywhere by Keemstar. I don't think that that's realistic. And do I think that that was a sellout move? No, I don't think it was a sellout move. I don't know that I think that it was a wise move, personally. And I'll talk about that, like I said, in a minute, but I want to be very clear about what I'm saying here, which is that this idea that like Keffals was selling out her principles or her politics by having Keemstar on for a conversation about trans issues, I just don't believe that. I don't think that's accurate. I think it's nonsense, and I think that it's very uncharitable. And of course, this idea that she's platforming Keemstar is also, in my opinion, an underbaked opinion. But people got very mad at Keffals, and I really think that people need to chill the fuck out, okay? I am going to, in a minute, explain my critiques and attempt to mollify some of the arguments that I've heard against Keffals with my own opinions. But this shit's gotta fucking stop. Okay, like this shit where people like dogpile or join into dogpiles on Keffals, because I've talked about this in the past. Trans content creators have a uniquely challenging battle, which is that not only do they get dogpiled by all of the most heinous transphobes in the world, not only are trans people the obsessive targets of the right wing right now in America, but also trans people often end up getting dogpiled by other trans people. And I've explained why this happens and why I think it's the case. It comes from an unhealthy place, but it also comes from an understandable place, which is that there's not a lot of trans content creators. Trans people, especially young trans people, don't have many people to look up to. They don't have many spaces where they can watch content and feel like they are not going to be exposed to raw, unchallenged transphobia. Trans people have very, very few options when it comes to media that is going to be friendly to them or that is going to treat them with respect. And as a result, like I said, a lot of younger trans people especially, don't even realize that they are over-policing their own content creators out of a sort of projected desire to see themselves reflected in media. This happened with ContraPoints. I brought this up with like literally 2 years ago, talking about ContraPoints, because ContraPoints was getting, and let's just say this was a proper like attempt, like a proper what you would call a social media cancellation, which I don't think I don't think that ContraPoints has been able to get away from this ever, which is that ContraPoints had Buck Angel voice a line in one of her videos, and people jumped on that, and they were very, very mad about that. Now, I think Buck Angel is a gigantic piece of shit, Okay, I think Buck Angel is an asshole. I think he's a really bad person. I think that he is explicitly contributing to the persecution of trans people in the United States. But I don't think that Natalie was, ContraPoints was having Buck Angel on to that video for 12 seconds because she endorsed those views. Was it perhaps a little careless? Yeah, but what ended up happening was a lot of people basically took that as an opportunity to tear ContraPoints to shreds on every single level. They saw it as, some people saw it as a complete betrayal. They swore off ContraPoints entirely. Some of them even went so far as to basically become anti-ContraPoints, where they think that ContraPoints is like a damaging influence in the world. And I think the reason that this happens, to do a little bit of armchair psychology, is because, like I said, trans people don't have a lot of people to look up to. So when there is one trans person who manages to make it to the degree that ContraPoints has, and ContraPoints was in a documentary with Hillary Clinton, like they interviewed each other for a documentary. That ContraPoints has made it as far as media is concerned. ContraPoints is like, but there's not that many people, and so these trans people, these types of trans people who get into this particular mindset, they don't want to disagree with the content creator at all. They feel like every single mistake is a betrayal because that's the only content creator they believe that they have, or they're one of a handful that they have. And I think it's kind of tragic. It's tragic. And I think this happens with Keffals, too. And I think that what happens here, and especially what's happened recently, is that people have basically assigned Keffals a representative status, where everything that Keffals does is supposedly representative to the whole of the trans movement, that a lot of people project themselves onto Keffals in that way, and I think it's really unhealthy. The reason I'm spending so much time on this is because it's specifically because of that unhealthiness. Is because I think that it leads people to be very unhappy. I think that it does damage to content creators more than they could ever deserve. I think that it leads to it contributes to the right's ability to drive trans people out of spaces, and it contributes to the isolation of trans creators from everybody else. It's not helpful. This is not to say that there isn't a place to critique or to critique even harshly trans creators. God knows I've critiqued trans creators, and in fact, I'm going to do a little bit of critique here in a minute. But this is not any sort of healthy critique. This is a venting of very emotional anger that is spiraling into a hate campaign that is not just, and then that hate campaign is just absorbed into the greater dogpile that every trans content creator in the world is currently placed under. Every single trans content creator in the world is subjected to a deluge of hate at every single moment. If you are a trans person and you put your face forward in the world, you will be subjected to a deluge of hate. It sucks. It is the state of the world that we are fighting against right now. It is rotten. But these types of campaigns of just like very extreme lack of charitability, extreme claims, essentialization, abstracting away, these sort of cancellation cycles are really unhealthy. And they're unhealthy for everyone. It means that trans people are more reluctant to become content creators. It means that trans content creators that currently exist are more likely to step away and stop creating content. And it makes everybody fight with each other on top of that. All of these people, all of this trans infighting on these types of topics, on these types of like, we're gonna jump on and we're going to make a huge deal about this one content creator, it makes everybody fucking fight with each other and just creates rifts for no benefit whatsoever. We don't gain anything. Nobody learns anything, okay? So now that I've said that, I wanted to talk about my feelings on the actual conversation with Keemstar. And I do have some critiques for Keffals on this. To me, it seemed like Keffals came into the conversation with Keemstar unprepared. There were a couple of moments in the conversation where I felt like Keemstar got away with basically trolling Keffals, and it was unfortunate to see. I don't think Keffals did like a really bad job or anything like that, but there's one part in particular. There was a part of the stream where Keemstar's history with the streamer Etika. Many of you will know Etika was a video game content creator who unfortunately passed away from suicide a couple of years back. And Keemstar was heavily involved around the time of Etika's death with Etika. In fact, running a very long stream in which he needled Etika and basically sort of cajoled Etika into humiliating himself in public, when most people who've watched that will agree that Etika was not in a good state of mind. Like, this was a pretty obvious situation where Etika was not in a good state of mind. Now, anyway, this topic came up, and Keffals was not familiar with it, which, you know, on a person-to-person basis, I don't expect anyone to be like super prepared for every single topic that comes up. But the Keemstar Etika thing is one of the biggest controversies that Keemstar was ever involved in, and it's pretty bad. The whole situation is pretty bad, and Keemstar basically just got free reign on the show to just tell his version of the story, and I was a little frustrated with that. I was a little frustrated with Keffals not having prepared on that particular thing, especially because it is one of the things that Keemstar is most infamous for. I would have preferred if Keffals just said, we're not going to talk about that. That's not the subject of the stream. But instead what happened was that Keemstar was able to basically tell his own version of the side of the story, which completely washed his hands of any guilt whatsoever. And I don't think that is very responsible. In fact, I do think that that's one of the areas where people had a certain right to be frustrated with Keffals. And like I said, I don't think this came from a place of malice whatsoever, but there were a lot of people in chat who were not familiar with that situation at all. And they now basically only have Keemstar's version of the events, which completely removes all responsibility from Keemstar. And that kind of sucks. That actually really sucks. It was an opportunity where Keemstar was able to uncritically present his version of the story. And it's doubly bad because the person who we're talking about died shortly after that event. So I do have to say I have some critiques for Keffals on that particular point. There was another point that I wanted to critique Keffals on, and this is pretty minor. At one point during the stream, Keemstar brought up my partner Doe. You guys know Doe, which was very weird for me to see, and in fact, it actually made me quite angry. But yeah, Keemstar brought up my partner Doe, and Keffals was very, very supportive of Doe, and I want to thank Keffals for that. Seriously, thank you for being cool about Doe. There was just a part afterwards where Keemstar said, he said, okay, but what if somebody did use dear Doe pronouns? Would you respect them, or should we respect them, is what he said. And Keffals responded, it was sort of hesitated for a minute, and then responded and said no. And while I'm not saying that you should die on the hill of like neopronouns, it was unfortunate. It was unfortunate to hear that. It was unfortunate to hear, to see Keemstar twist the situation twice and then basically get a point out of you. It sucked. Basically, it bothered me, and not in a way where I want to be clear. I'm not jumping in on any dog piles. This is me trying to present my good faith critique, which is that Keemstar twisted the situation twice. First, he used my partner, who he refused to fully even name, as a proxy for this conversation, and then he switched it without ever actually saying so, he switched it from being about otherkin, which he was falsely attributing to my partner. My partner is not an otherkin. And then he then switched it to being about neopronouns, and then the ground was granted to him. It was basically said, no, we shouldn't take that seriously. But I think it's important to take things like neopronouns seriously. I don't think that we should justify, especially to somebody like Keemstar, marginalizing or calling people invalid because they use a neopronoun, especially because most people who use neopronouns aren't even like otherkin or anything like that. It was just, to me, it displayed a lack of preparation on that part. There was one other part that I was thinking of that kind of bothered me, but I'm trying to recall the exact way that it was said, because I want to make sure that I'm being accurate in my critiques here. Yeah, Doe uses idiots. I want to be clear again. Keffals was totally great to Doe. This is a critique purely on the conversation itself, not on Keffals. I have no critiques for Keffals as a person. I think Keffals is great. You guys know I've recommended Keffals for forever. That I support Keffals a lot. I really like Keffals, and I want nothing but Keffals' success. But I have my critiques, and it was a big conversation. Regardless, I can't remember the other one that I was going to bring up, so I'll let that one go for now. The final thing that I wanted to say here was the other thing that I wanted to say was with regard to the general the general idea of the conversation itself. Keemstar is a ridiculously infamous person online. Bringing him onto your show is a big risk. It almost guarantees that you're going to get dogpiled. It almost guarantees that there are going to be people who have been hurt by him in the past that feel very badly about him being on your show, especially if they're a fan of you. I mean, Keemstar, Keemstar like has been transphobic directly to you, so I know that you understand like what it's like to be feel that sort of shit. But there's a lot of people who've been online for a really long time, who a lot of people who were there for previous horrible debacles like the Etika situation, who've seen him go like crazy after other people online. And I think that having the conversation without the level of prep for somebody of that size was probably not the wisest choice. And I understand why a lot of people got mad for that. I don't think that any of the people who got mad about it, or not anybody, but I feel like a lot of the people who got mad about it were going about their anger the incredibly wrong way. But people have a real good reason to be mad at Keemstar. People have a lot of really good reasons to be mad at Keemstar. Hell, you have a lot of good reasons to be mad at Keemstar. So I just think that a little more prep would have made a world of difference in this particular situation. Those are my critiques. As you can see, as you can see, I hope that you all can see, I bear no ill will towards Keffals whatsoever. I actually, again, think very highly of Keffals. And I wanted to make sure that I fucking call out these people who are freaking the fuck out over Keffals and treating Keffals like she's some kind of traitor or something like that. It's insane. You gotta stop. It's not healthy. That shit has to stop. I have critiques for Keffals, and as you can see, I can present them in a way that is sensical, that lays out my problems, why I have the problem, that doesn't turn into a sort of fight to try and condemn Keffals to some sort of essential category of being a traitor or of being a reactionary or whatever you want. All these little like essentializations that people brought out. Yeah, stop it. Get some help. Literally, that's the type of thing that I have to say to people like that. I saw so much toxicity firing towards Keffals, and I just don't think it's productive. Not just not productive, it's counterproductive. It hurts you and it hurts Keffals. It sucks. Stop it. I just proved that you can critique Keffals without being a giant piece of shit. It's that easy, okay? It really is that easy. Raised by Field Mice says, were they talking about otherkin or xenogender people? Because that's very difficult. See, that's the part of the problem that I had with that segment, is it was never fully defined what they were talking about. Instead, Keemstar just sort of did a little cringe routine saying, wow, there's people who call themselves deer and shit? Like what? Like, what is with that? Am I supposed to respect that? Just calling them so they think they're a deer? That's fucking, you know, like what am I supposed to do with that, dude? And it's like, no, what are you actually talking about? Are you talking about people who use a pronoun that is a neo-pronoun that is themed around deer because deer are aesthetically important to them? Are you talking about people who are like upsetting gender by claiming deer gender, which does not mean that you're a deer, it just means that your gender is flavored by deer? Are you talking about otherkin who claim to be spiritually an animal? They're very, very different things, but that was never clarified. There, I hope that answers your questions. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, you know, I don't know. Yeah, that's it wasn't clear. There was a lack of clarity, and Keffals did have an opportunity there to increase the clarity, but didn't really. And that's just a mistake, in my opinion. Yeah, no, I actually have a shirt over here. Hold on. You guys remember this shirt? Remember this shirt? Not here. Hold on, let me show you. Not here to save you. You see that shirt? You want to know? You want to know? You want to know why I have that shirt? Because I can't. You can't expect YouTube content creators to save your life. We can't do it. We can help you. We can inspire you in some ways, but we're not here to be the savior of the world. We are not going to single-handedly rescue people or anything like that. We can't. And putting that expectation on any of us, myself, Keffals, ContraPoints, is not healthy. It's not healthy. It's not good. Okay? Alora says, one minor critique. I don't know that it changes the equation, but my read was that Keemstar was referencing that person on the Twitch Safety Council, not Doe. Oh, really? Is that, did Ferociously Steph, was Ferociously Steph an otherkin? I thought that they were talking about Doe because of the level of focus that Doe's had in recent years. Ferociously Steph hasn't been around in like 2+ years. Well, regardless, the critique still stands. Yeah. That's the thing. Those are my critiques. They're not, I don't have super harsh critiques for Keffals. But I do have a lot of critiques for the people who are coming after Keffals in this particular situation, because I think people were fucking terrible. They were talking about Doe. Keem mentioned it by name. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I was pretty sure that Keem was referencing Doe, because Doe has been in, you know, Doe was in 2 manifestos recently. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, also, Keemstar, of course, was fucking trolling around and doing a bunch of other stuff. I just wish he would have been able to be called to task a little bit more harshly, because Keemstar isn't a small player in these spaces. Keemstar is a big player, and he does a lot of very ethically questionable things and has for a very long time. Yeah. Doe was in a manifesto. Doe was in 2 manifestos alongside me. Actually, I've been in 3 fucking manifestos and numerous posts, people saying what to do about the Demon Mama question, which is certainly, whew. Naomi says, I'm a bit mad that Doe doesn't have a YouTube or a Twitch. Believe it or not, Doe used to be a Twitch streamer long before I started streaming. Doe had been streaming for years by the time I started streaming, but Doe doesn't stream anymore. it just doesn't, it's not felt the desire to stream for a while. So don't worry, I'm sure it will stream again or create videos again in the future. It's just, Doe's not interested in that at the moment. You know, it's been doing all kinds of stuff. Why am I in so many manifestos? That's a very good question. Felipe, you should ask on the Discord, and people will explain to you. They'll link you all of the videos that will explain how I ended up in so many manifestos. I know that some people who are new to my community don't realize this, but I am infamous on the web in my own way. I always joke that people think that I'm either like, they act like I'm like a mix between fucking Walter White and fucking, I don't know, Thanos or something. It's ridiculous. I've been at this for a long time now, and I'm pretty resilient. I still get bothered sometimes by the amount of harassment that I get, which is indeed a lot. However, I've gotten a lot better at it. I did not handle it very well the first time I had a fucking manifesto published on me. Yeah, it's a bit much. This is my theory. Content Cop? I can't watch Content Cop. They drop all kinds of stuff. Yeah. You say all kinds of slurs and stuff. I did not handle it well when someone wrote snuff smut about me. Gayfesh, I will admit that was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, for those, this is some deep lore. But yeah, at one point someone wrote a fucking snuff fan fiction about Gayfesh. It was incredibly fucking weird. It was incredibly uncomfortable. Oh God, it was bad. Oh no, unfortunately, those of you who are making horny eyes or whatever because you're into that crap, I shouldn't kink shame, but it was bad. It was cringe. It was so fucking cringe. I'm sure Gayfesh will tell you if you ask them. Were we talking about Keffals? We were talking about Keffals, yeah. Is this deep Demon Mama lore? It is deep now, isn't it? We've gotten a lot of distance from the old days. We've grown so much. It's actually wild to think about how far we've come. We are not saddled by the same drama that we used to be. We've come so far as a channel, and I have to say, I want to take a moment to be proud of myself. I know. Who could use, I could use a little ego boost. No, but I'm proud of the way that I handle my content. And I'm proud that I make content that I like and that I know that my community likes. I'm very proud of that. I'm proud that I'm not overwhelmed by drama anymore, like I used to when I was just a small creator and there was literally a creator more than 20 times my size who was at the time literally trying to destroy my channel. I survived. You can't fucking get me. I learned that. One of the things that I learned from trying to have my channel snuffed out before it could even succeed is that no one can fucking defeat me. I am undefeatable. I am an unstoppable demonic force, and the more you try to stop me, the more powerful I will become. That's all that you need to know. That's all you really need to know in the end. Yep. So. Yep. All right, everybody. I have to go eat some dinner. And we've done we've done 8 hours? Did I stream for 8 hours again? 6 hours. Oh my God, I thought it was 8 hours. Holy shit. 6 hour stream, Jesus Christ. Fuck. Everybody, before we go, if you are here, press that like button. If you are here and you had a good time, check your subscribe button, make sure you're subscribed, and click the bell and make sure that it says all. And also, consider subscribing to either my Patreon, patreon.com/demonmama, or my website, which is even better, demonmama.com/subscribe. I would absolutely love to have you here with me. I could use all of the support that I can get. We are, as you can see, we have already almost breached 21K. We are going up and up and up, and this year is going to be awesome. I have a lot of big plans for this year. We're going to be redesigning the set, as I mentioned at the beginning, and I think I'm going to be doing travel streams this year, for real. Like, as in, we're driving on the road and I'm talking to you all about stuff that I'm thinking about while I'm traveling, and I'm showing you cool locations. We'll see if it's gonna happen. We're doing our best to make it happen. And as long as I can get the stream fully set up later this year, you guys are gonna get to see the travel streams, which are gonna be really cool. Anyway, thank you all for all of your support. My lovely, lovely imps. Much, much communal love to all of you, okay? And remember, don't fucking die, all right? Much love. I will see you all very soon. We got more content to cover this week, so I'll see you all really soon. Oh yeah, we should raid, shouldn't we? Who's up? Is Xanderhall up? Let me see. Maybe I can do a redirect to Xanderhall. Is Xanderhall streaming? Who's streaming? Who the fuck is streaming? Why the fuck is no one streaming? How do I know who's streaming? I'll just raid a Xanderhall. Do I have a Xanderhall video? Oh, hey, cool. You know what? This would be funny. Here, I'll just raid you into this video. Hold on, give me a second. I think you can raid into a video. You guys can go watch this. It'd be really funny. Hold on. Where'd it go? Redirect. Wait, hold on. Oh, you can't. You can't redirect to a video. Nah, nobody's live, everybody. All right. I'll see you all real soon. And thank you all for being here. Mwah, 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 mwah. A little mlem for you. Bye.